Thank you all for being here. I would ask you to either silence or put your cell phones on vibrate so that we're not interrupted during the meeting. Thank you very much. I'll do the roll call. Commissioner Lundvall.
Here.
Commissioner Jolovich.
Here.
Commissioner Masterson.
Here.
Commissioner Brokaw.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Bell.
Here.
I'm Commissioner Ladwig. I'm here. We have a quorum. I'll go through a little bit of housekeeping. And for those of you that aren't aware of it, the bathroom for this facility is out that door and back down by the desk where everybody gets their keys and stuff. That's the area where the bathroom is. There's also, this pot runs a little low. There's coffee down there also if you need coffee. So we'll take care of that. We're gonna have quite a meeting today, but I'm gonna have some instructions for everybody or for some ideas. Members of the public who wish to address the commission on any agenda item, please fill out a comment form located at the registration table outside the door there and hand it to one of the department staff who will forward it to us. Assisting with the meeting today is Renee Shell from the Lander Regional Office and Janet Millick from the Casper office. If you're on and you're participating through Zoom, you should have submitted an advance comment form prior to the start of the meeting. If you would still like to comment on the agenda item, please contact the host of the meeting. As we work through the agenda, the public will have the opportunity to address the commission. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak, and as a courtesy to others, please limit your time. For the commissioners, make sure when you speak, your mic is on, as I just didn't do. And if it's red, it's on. And then please turn it off when it's not on. If you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As most of you are aware, there's significant interest in providing public comment to the commission today. We have received a high volume of advance notices indicating interest in commenting both in person and virtually on basically two of our agenda items. The first item we'll be discussing is an update on trapping regulations in Wyoming. This is in response to the commission's direction to the department from the April commission meeting. The second item with significant interest in public comment is during the general call to the public, and that will be at the end of our business schedule. We will offer the opportunity for the public to comment following the department's presentation on the trapping regulations. We will offer those who are in person and have submitted a blue sheet to go first. We will then allow online commenters. Those providing comment are limited to commenting specifically on the agenda item related to trapping. All other topics can be addressed during the call to the public. We will be limiting public comment on the trapping agenda item to 60 minutes total, and commenters will really only have 2 minutes each. We will allow those who represented a nonprofit organization or the leadership of that organization to speak for 5 minutes. We will be using this timer located on the desk here to help the public and us to adhere to the time limits. We ask that commenters refrain from repeating previous comments. For those who represent a particular group, if you so choose, we will allow you to comment first on behalf of your group. For the general call to the public at the end of the meeting, we will be limiting public comment to a total of 2 hours with 2 minutes allows for each commenter. The commission will maintain the quorum in line with behavior that is appropriate for a public meeting. The commission expects presenters to focus their comments on their issue of interest and not make personal attacks. The commission asks the public to be professional in their conduct. Profane language or disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. If commenters choose to violate these standards of conduct, they will be asked to leave. Thank you for your help in making sure that those who wish to participate can do so in a productive manner. End of comments. Thank you for your attention. Our first agenda item is Jason Hunter, Lander Wildlife Supervisor for an update on trapping. Jason, welcome.
It's on. Okay, thank you. President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, thanks for allowing me to be here today. Just to give kind of an update on trapping in general, and I'm going to really focus on, what we did in the past, a recent effort by the department to really engage with the public to come up with some recommendations and really highlight a lot of the positive things we have done, the commission has done, and then some places that we can go from here, I think. So, all right, we'll get started. Maybe. Okay, just here's a little bit of background. So in 2020, we were directed by the commission at that time to do a really in-depth look at trapping and go out and talk to the public and gather a lot of information. To get initial direction on where we were going, we developed a list of about 300 stakeholders that included, trappers, Department of Ag, public land users we knew of, public land agencies. We developed that list and we were able to call on the phone a majority of those and get some feedback on things they had been seeing or hearing and things they may like to see changed. Based on that, we put together in-person meetings and we held those in September of 2020. We had about 186 total participants. Those meetings were virtual as well. And so we had, I do want to highlight too, we had at least 22 Game and Fish employees and we spent hundreds of hours engaging the public during that time. It was a very in-depth process. So from those meetings, this is a list of what came up. Trapper education, creating some type of trapper education program or finding a trapper education program. And we had comments on both making it mandatory and keeping it voluntary. Public education was huge. This included information on our website, just information in one place that whether you're a trapper or a recreator, you could go find information. Tools at trailheads came up. A lot of folks thought if we had some of the side cutters that you can use to remove a snare from a dog. They thought if we had those at trailheads, maybe that's something that would be a benefit. Pet release or trapping workshops to be held around the state. Conservation stamp required for trappers. Currently, trappers are not required to have a conservation stamp. Reporting for catch of non-target species. Snare check periods and equipment restrictions. Creation of a fur bearer working group. Setbacks and some commission-owned land restrictions or closures. Out of those public meetings, I thought this was a good visual display of what we heard and what we had the most support for. So the things towards the top, we had pretty much unanimous support to do and to implement. The things towards the bottom, we had either zero interest or we had a lot of differing opinions. So I think right up at the top, you see education, the trapping brochure, signage, conservation stamp requirements, and trapper education, and the fur bearer working group. Those were all really well supported by a majority of the public that we worked with that included, again, trappers, non-trappers, and anti-trappers. As we move down a little bit further, reporting for non-target species, making that mandatory, we had definitely some opposing views on both sides. There was some common ground in the middle, and I'll get to that in a minute. Setbacks was another one. We actually had quite a bit of support for setbacks from a lot of people who attended, but also some concern about what that meant, what the definitions of a setback would be, and how it would be enforced. And so again, I'll get to that in just a little bit. Snare check periods and type restrictions. Right now, snares need to be checked at least once each week, and so that can end up being about a 13-day period. So we had a lot of interest in maybe changing that to 72 or 24 hours in this discussion from at least one side. The pet release tools at trailheads, I think we got to the right spot there. I think advertising what those are, which we do on the website, letting people know what's available and what works, what you should carry with you is a good idea. But as far as providing them at trailheads, I think everyone felt like that wasn't going to be a good use of funds. I'm going to go through some of the recommendations. So trapper education was one that we proposed and the commission supported. That did not pass out of TRW in 2020. We worked with them to create some language to require that. I believe at the time it was anybody over the age of 18 or 21 would be exempt, just like the hunter safety statute when it was implemented. So that was some of the stipulation in there. Conservation stamps, we decided not to pursue that, or the commission decided not to pursue that in the recommendations, because I think about 95% of the trappers currently have conservation stamps. So it just wasn't something we felt like we needed to address at that time. Trapping setbacks, again, that was included with the mandatory trapper education, and it did not pass out of TRW in 2020. They decided to take no action. They didn't reject it. They just at the end said they decided to take no action. We did, though, with the trapping setbacks, we did add language to the trapping brochure that talked about setbacks and talked about being cognizant of heavily used areas. So that is in our current brochure. Commission-owned land closures, that was regulatory, and we did accomplish that. We didn't close commission-owned lands to trapping. What we did is restrict trap types during certain times of the year, like places where we're releasing pheasant. We felt like we're putting pheasant out there, we're attracting people with dogs for that purpose. So what we did is we eliminated the use, or we restricted the use of snares and quick kill body traps that were over 5 inches. But we still allowed those traps that, like dog-proof traps to catch raccoons, things to catch fox, a lot of the predators on the bird species. We still felt like, and we had a lot of support to retain those. Pet release workshops. I says done, but it's ongoing. We have implemented several of those across the state. We hold 1 or 2 each year in the Lander region, and I know of other regions that are holding those as well. Typically, those include a trapper and a non-trapper talking through what happens if your pet gets caught in a trap, places you might want to avoid or be more cognizant about when you're out walking your dog. And so those have been really popular. Trapping webpage. Renee Shell, who's in the back, she put a ton of work into creating that and getting that to where it is today. And so prior to that, we really didn't have a ton of information on the website. Now we've got a place that you can go, trappers can go to find information. They can find best management practices. There's a link to an online trapper education course. There's information about being, knowing if you're in areas that are heavily used, respecting other users. We also have a tab for recreationists. And so they know kind of what to look for, what to expect, and who to call if they find something or have a difficulty. Signage. Again, we've placed signs on, I think, all of our WHMAs, all of our commission owned and administered lands around the state that just let people know hunting, fishing, and trapping occur on these lands. It's not just trapping. We wanted to let people know what these lands, what the purpose is. Then there's a QR code on the bottom of those that takes you right to the department webpage. We had a lot of positive feedback about those. We have provided those signs and recommendations to the other public land agencies. And I know in some places in the state, they have used similar signs and have a link to our website, but it hasn't been, widely, there hasn't been a mandate or anything like that for all those land management agencies to use that or sign it. But they have been pretty receptive. We redesigned the trapping brochure. And again, I think we've had tons of positive comments, I think, from a lot of the trappers. The information is just more readily available. There's examples of, things to do, to not do. I think positive examples of why trapping occurs. So again, I think that is a huge plus. Falls under the education again. And we also created a fur bear working group. So Dan Thompson and I are currently the chairs of that working group. And the purpose of that working group is to look at things like this and also look at, some research we can be doing, some positive things I think we can be doing for fur bears. And there's quite a bit going on right now. Reporting of non-targets. This was another one that came up. We decided and to keep it as voluntary reporting. Currently, trappers need to report if they have a big game, trophy game, game bird, small game, protected animal or protected bird. If it's caught in the trap, and is injured to the point where it can't be released or dead, they have to report those. That's mandatory. If it's able to be released alive, we don't need to know about it in current statute and regulation. But we did request some voluntary reporting, and that's been actually really successful. We've had 43 observations to date where it's been trappers and non-trappers, but we know trappers are in places that we don't get to a lot in certain times of the year. And so they've been able to report to us river otter sightings. We've had some wolverine information. So it's been a really valuable tool for that voluntary reporting. Snare check periods. We included language in the brochure that recommended shorter check periods, but again, no requirements. And I think what we learned a lot during the public engagement is most trappers who are trapping for fur trap far more frequent than every 72 hours or every, once a week for furs. So trap checks happen more than they're currently required to do. Snare equipment restrictions. We really took a hard look at some newer technology, things that we hadn't seen a lot in Wyoming. It was power activated snares. There was the Ram Power snare, and then there's also the Seneca snare. So we were able to implement some regulatory definitions that prohibited the use of those types of snares. So again, that came out of that public process. Tools at trailheads, again, we decided not to do, but the department, when we're doing a lot of these trap release seminars, we have been providing those side cutters to folks that attend those. So we are trying to implement, some of the tools, making sure people know what to have in case something happens. What's next? So some things that I think we can continue to improve on and evaluate, and that's what the Fur Bearer Working Group is trying to do quite a bit. So we continue to promote the public education and signage in some of these areas, just to let folks know that these lands are multiple use. Regulatory options. I think the commission could require some reporting of non-target catches, specifically wildlife. The only thing I think that there may be some opportunity is reporting of all catches, not just the injured or dead. But again, I feel like we're getting quite a bit of information voluntarily that this may not be a help. Modifying the snare or quick kill trap period. The definition in statute is it must be checked no less than once per week. I know, being part of a group that Director Nesvik was on, when we tried to do that, 7 days was thrown around at that time. There may be a way to better or alter that a little bit, but that's something we would need to work with department or our AG rep to see if there's anything there. But realistically, any change would be statutory, and I'll talk about that later. Trap setbacks for fur bearers. We think we could implement through regulation trap setbacks that would only apply to fur-bearing animals. That comes up quite a bit. If we were to do that, folks are still able to trap for predators, and they may be trapping for predators and fur bearers at the same time during the peak of the trapping season. So setbacks for enforcement would be really difficult for us to be able to, for the wardens to be able to document and enforce any type of violation would be extremely difficult. So again, I think the realistic way that we can actually get something done, or somebody get something done, would be to have legislative action. Again, here's where some things that will probably need some direction on to see if the commission's supportive going forward. Legislative action be required to have mandatory trapper education in the state. I know there's a lot of talk or concern about the department being able to support that, trappers being able to support that, but there's an excellent trapper education course that's free online through AFWA, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, that has seen a lot of use in Wyoming here recently. So again, I think that could be utilized as a means for people to accomplish trapper education. I think we would like to work on a Wyoming specific course, but it wouldn't be something we would have to implement immediately if this were to pass. Requiring trappers to have a conservation stamp. Again, that came up in the past. About 95% of the trappers already have a conservation stamp. So again, the change wouldn't affect many people. And trappers actually were very supportive of this, but I think pretty much everyone we talked to already had their conservation stamp. Change to the snare, trap snare, quick kill check periods. So any type of change requiring folks to check leg hold traps shorter period than 72 hours or snares and quick kill body traps more than once per week would require legislative action. Would require legislative action. And again, we know most fur bearer trappers, pretty much all fur bearer trappers, are checking more routinely anyway. So just want to make sure everyone is aware of that. Trap setbacks, campgrounds, trailheads, recreation sites, roads and trails. That's where we had, during our public meetings, we had, I think the most conversation revolved around that. What does that mean? Most trappers, again, are not anywhere near these areas. What we typically see if someone is in one of these areas, it's a brand new trapper. They just really don't know what they're doing yet. They're not aware that where they're at is so heavily used. There's no reason to trap in a lot of these areas. If there's a lot of public use, there's probably not a lot of the species people are looking to trap around. So, but definitely that's something that came up, and that's what the commission did direct us in 2020 to work with the legislature on that as well. That's the end of my presentation.
Mr. President, if I may, real quick, just to informationally, just so the commission's aware, I don't remember if I've addressed this before, but I do know that there is some interest on the Travel Recreation Wildlife Committee. It's not up on the schedule at the first meeting. However, do you know, Angie, did it get approved? Okay. Okay, well, it's not on the interim topic list for this session then. So if the commission directs us to work with the legislature, it will likely not be through the interim. It'll be through finding individual legislators that are interested, if that's the direction the commission goes today.
Thank you for your information, Supervisor Hunter. Appreciate it. Is there any questions from the commission?
Mr. President, this is for the director and perhaps Jason. Was trapping requested to be an interim topic by anyone?
It was, and it was discussed at the public meeting that the Travel Recreation Wildlife Committee held during the session. When we left that meeting, as I recall, Deputy Director Bruce was with me. So correct me if I got this wrong. As I recall, the committee indicated interest at that time in taking the topic forward. And what I speculate happened is that when it got to the management council, who approves all interim study topics, that they pulled it off the list. Is that correct? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
could you explain to me, I guess, the setbacks? What type of, how far are setbacks, or what is the general consent? I mean, because that's the most questions I get is, oh, let's do setbacks, and I'm like, setback from how far, where, how, kind of thing. Could you address that for me? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So President Ladwig, Commissioner Roberts, sorry. Yeah, that was probably the reason that setbacks were so highly talked about and controversial during these meetings. I think a lot of people realized or felt like, if the setback was done right, there were, some logic put into it, it would probably be workable. But there are so many things out there that is 300 feet too far a certain time of year, or is it not far enough? I think that's what a lot of people are concerned about is what that looks like. And at least in 2020, people were very interested in having that discussion, but the commission would need authority to even broach that subject, I think, with the public, to come up with some meaningful definitions and regulation. And
Yeah, just to be really clear, we would not ask the legislature to develop the setback requirement. We would ask the legislature for authority for the commission to develop rules that would specify what the setback distance would be. So that's down the road a ways.
And I think a perfect example that came up and I think has a lot of merit is you may have a place that's closed or has a setback during the summer and has a lot of use, but during the winter, there may be some marten trapping going on. And trappers may use some of those trails to get there, but the way those traps are set up high, things like that, would a setback still apply during those times? Or what constitutes a trail? What constitutes a road? So I think being able to work with a broad group of people to come up with those definitions, if we had the authority to do so, I think could be workable.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
Jason, that was a great presentation. I want to flush out the mandatory education a little bit. Would that be to any licensed trapper above and beyond their hunter education card? Or if you had a hunter education board, would that qualify?
So Commissioner,
What were they thinking?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw. So yeah, it would be an addition. It would be another an education requirement specific to trapper education. But I think, again, when we were discussing this with the public, it looks similar to the hunter education statute with some sort of grandfathering a group in. I will say, we did work quite hard on getting a chapter in the hunter education booklet. So the new hunter education booklet that's out now, that all the participants in hunter education get, they now have a chapter on trapping to again try and address or introduce folks to some of these topics.
Okay, Mr. President, I just went to our new website and in 3 clicks, I was to trapping. And so I think the department's educational work to this point is great. It's fantastic. It's just a huge component.
Hey, Wayne, can you fix his mic? I don't think people can hear him.
The east wing of silence.
Mr. President, I think Commissioner Brokaw's never sounded better.
All right, West Wing, you just calm down. Test, test. Oh, we're plugged in. Fantastic. All right, now I can go.
Now he's not going to talk. Anything else?
Mr. President, if I may.
Go ahead.
And I just want to be clear, as far as signage, the department, does the department have the authority to require private landowners to put signs up about traps?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, no, we do not.
Would that require, for private land, would that require statutory fix, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it more than likely would. There are some requirements for certain trap types already there, but the department cannot require that currently.
All right. State land, that would, I'm thinking, require slib board approval for any setback regulations. Is that I'm kind of feeling around in the dark for a light switch, but that's what it would seem to me.
Yeah, more than likely, there is a permit required currently by the state land board if you're going to trap there. So yeah, it possibly something could be added there, but again, not something the commission could direct.
All right. The last one is federal land. Lots of trails going through national parks, national forests. My belief would be we cannot, either the legislature or this body cannot mandate that the feds on their land put signs up. Would that be fair?
I think that's an accurate statement, yes.
Do you know if there's been any interest by the National Forest Service or the Fish and Wildlife Service or the Park Service to do that?
Yes, there has been with the signs similar to what we have on our WHMAs. Some districts have decided to use those or use something similar just to let folks know that it's a multiple use area.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Any further comments?
Just want to be real clear. So on the topic that Jason was just talking about. So there's been two public comment or two themes in the public comment about signage. One is what Jason and Commissioner Masterson just discussed. And then there's certainly been those that have been interested in a sign for each trap, like certain distance away from the trap that would be required. So similar legal requirements or legal authorities, but I just want to make that clear so the commission understands both themes around signage.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on into public comment at this time. Please kind of adhere to the rules that we had out. Lisa Robertson. You're caught. Are you speaking for your group, ma'am? Okay.
President Ladwig, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. I'm Lisa Robertson, co-founder of Wyoming Untrapped. And it's been a long 10 years promoting trapping reform against almost impossible odds. This is the most challenging issue we could have chosen to tackle in a state that believes our big little wildlife are just numbers. Their value and protection seem not to exist. In 2014, our very first request were for mandatory trapper education and trap setbacks off public trails. We had a big campaign. It was called Trails and Traps Don't Mix, or Traps and Trails Don't Mix. We worked hard. We worked hard for 6 months, and this was following several dog trapping incidents in our neighborhood. It failed. We didn't get through the commission. But needless injuries and death of pets and wildlife continued without any accountability by anyone. In 2021, after a rash of trapping incidents and a beloved pet killed by a snare, and this was it. This is a Seneca snare with a power ram. We'd never seen one or heard of one until this happened. It killed Mac, a dog in Lander. It was devastating. The department responded after that, and we had another campaign. It always seems to happen after animals are killed. Again, oh, and I'm sorry, after a rash of trapping incidents, Mac was killed by the snare, and then there was a very courageous commission president who finally took action, and directed the department to get on it. Again, in 2024, a beloved pet, Jester, just a few months ago, was killed by this. This is a 330 conibear. He was killed instantly. Jester was caught in this and dead, and she had to drag her dog a mile to her car, or her husband had just pulled up. She couldn't lift it. So these are deadly. And in my opinion, and since I have a little bit more than 2 minutes, I don't think these belong in our landscape, and I don't think these belong in our landscapes. We know that's not going to happen, that these are going to be banned from use, but these are monsters. They're monsters. It'll break your leg. It'll break your arm. This will strangle you to death, and you can't get it off. So thanks for letting me get that off my chest. Again, thanks to Commissioner Ladwig, we're here today because you directed the department to come back with this slide presentation. We appreciate it. We were not involved in that slide presentation at all. So I would appreciate if the commission could talk to us, ask us questions, let us give you our viewpoint. We know a lot about trapping, and we knew a lot in the beginning. Hardly anyone knew anything about trapping 10 years ago. Well, we're not experts either, but we know a lot, and we know what you are able to do for us to give us safety on our public trails. And we need it immediately, and we know you can do it. So here we are again. Same topics, which we continue to support and are willing and ready to collaborate to get this done. We always are. We're always open to being here to work with you. The department rarely reaches out to us. Usually things get done, and we found out about what was on the slide presentation a week and a half before this meeting. We promote the mandatory trapper education, as we always have. And I think we all know that almost everybody agrees with it. I think the trappers have joined in on that, that it's a good idea. We believe in trap setbacks off public trails, and we've given you numbers of people that use trails, and we've drawn GIS maps for you and shown you which trails. So we're ready. You just ask us, we can get it done as fast as you can do it. We're ready. We've done our homework. Required non-target catch reporting of all wildlife and pets. I don't agree with the department or with what Jason said about the people that report what they catch. They're non-targets. Only 30% of trappers report every year. That's it, 30%. And we don't know if that's all correct information or not. So we need to require every trapper to report non-catches. How can you? Is that 2 minutes? Was that 5 minutes? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You can tell we need to talk. Can I do it? Can I finish?
Wrap it up, please. And
Wow,
finish, yes.
sorry, I didn't know that was, anyway. Okay, there's a lot of other things. 24-hour trap checks we should do. Conservation step, it doesn't matter if 5% are the only ones that don't have them, they should have them. Just like hunters, just like fishermen. We should have maximum penalties enforced for all illegal trapping, which we don't. So just 2 paragraphs. We need to protect our wild neighbors that are exposed to these horrendous still devices from the day they are born. We need a diverse wildlife management leadership with compassion and dedication to a diverse public. There's no doubt that today you have heard from a public that has evolved. They know, they figured it out. Wild animals are individuals that need our protection from human-caused torture and cruelty. It's time to get this right, and if we don't do it now, when will we? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We'll call Kristen Combs.
Hello.
And you are
Um,
head of an organization, ma'am?
Yes, I am the executive director of Wyoming Wildlife Advocates.
Thank you.
President Ladwig and commissioners and Director Nesvik, thank you for the opportunity to speak on trapping reform today. I think I just want to echo a lot of what Lisa said. I feel like there's been a lot of talk about what you can't do, but there's a lot that can be done. And as hard as people have worked toward getting some change here, it's time to finally make that happen. And I know personally that if my dog was caught in a trap, I would stop at nothing to try and get the laws changed because my dog is my kid and I can't imagine those people that have had to go through that. And the state has recently talked a lot about really encouraging recreation. And, there's new funding for recreation and there's definitely, sort of this push of like, wow, Wyoming is a great place to recreate and we want to invite people here to do that. But when people don't know that their dog could be killed in a trap that's placed right on a trail or right beside a trail, that's going to bring a lot of just scrutiny to the state about why is that allowed? Why has nothing been done about it? And, imagine somebody coming from a place, like Indiana or something, and their dog is killed in a trap here. I think if for no other reason than that, now is the time to take action. The best management practices for trapping say that 24-hour trap checks are really the only humane way to do it. So, and previous people who have been government trappers have said the same thing. So it's having those setbacks, there are just these simple things that can be done that will make it so that both users can have a little bit here. There's got to be some compromise in the middle of, are we just catering to this one group of people that is pretty small versus this huge group of recreation users that are in our state? Yeah, so I think definitely having that mandatory trapper education so that there's less of a chance of having a trap on a trail would be helpful. But requiring a conservation stamp, just because most people do have one, doesn't mean that it shouldn't be required. And just reporting on what is caught out there. What, you know, it's hard when you don't have the data to make scientific decisions about what's going on out there. So I would encourage the commission and the department to think about what can be done and to take those steps as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Wolves of the Rocky, Mark Cook. Leader of a group, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Mark Cook, MARC COOKE. I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. President, Vice President, Commissioners, Director. I first want to thank you for your accommodations this last couple of days. I was pleasantly surprised. I'm just going to go over very quick some of the things that are said. I support fair chase ethical hunting of ungulates. Okay, I understand people have to feed their families. I get that. I have no problem with that. We don't support trapping. One of the reasons we support fair chase ethical hunting is because one shot, one kill. Pain and suffering is quick, it's over quick, and the product is used. Trapping is not that way. Snaring is not that way. These animals suffer, and it's needless pain and suffering. If you care about your wildlife, you should take that into account. We encourage 24-hour trap checks. If you're going to take the responsibility of put these traps out there and these snares out there, part of that responsibility should be that you check these traps. Remember, please, that the vocal minority, the trappers, endanger the wildlife, the individuals that call Montana home, and the pets of individuals that call Montana their home. And they are the silent majority. Somebody needs to step up and start representing them. One thing too that I think is very concerning is, I'm glad you're doing trappers education. I'm glad it's a topic of discussion. But what I want to see and what I encourage the department to do and the commission to push is identify non-consumptive, reasonable, non-consumptive individuals. Reasonable, non-consumptive organizations that are concerned about what happens with traps in the backcountry and engage them. A lot of people think, and I'm going to use the term anti-trappers. Well, a lot of the trapping community feel that individuals that are opposed to trapping are anti-trapping. What they don't understand is if they were to work with these people, they'd be helping themselves. So on behalf of that, I'll close and give you more time, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next one is Sylvia Magdonis. Did I get that right, ma'am? Cool. Welcome.
Thank you.
The head of an organization.
I'm Sylvia Bagdonis from Laramie, and I'm with the Wyoming Coalition for Animal Protection. And I appreciate your setting aside this time, and I don't want to repeat what's already been mentioned. My family are outdoor people. And so are my children and grandchildren. And so I have a lot of concerns about the safety of going out into public lands. And I being in Laramie, I don't know if you've been there recently during particularly the summer, but the number of tourists coming in, the outdoor recreationist is enormous. I mean, it's hard to even find a parking place. So I just read in Wyophile, I believe it was, that the state has brought in $2.2 billion with outdoor recreation last year. That in itself indicates we have a lot of people out there enjoying our outdoors. So I'm focused on children because I like to go up to Vidavoo, Pole Mountain, the Snowy Range, and go hiking, particularly at the end of the day, which is the time of day that I enjoy being out. And when you watch these families come in, they empty their cars. Their parents say, okay, kids, you go run around, take the dog for a walk, and we're going to set up camp. And they just take off. None of these people know that there could be traps where they are located. And you watch those kids, and I'm just horrified thinking, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? People are not aware that in Wyoming, traps can be set up pretty much anywhere. And a lot has been said about signage and whatever, but there needs to be a lot more done about public education. When I'm in social type of situations, sometimes I'll mention if someone says they're going out, I said, be careful, particularly if you have a dog, there might be traps out there. And they're saying, we still do that in Wyoming? When you look at the parking lots, there are cars from all over. Thank you, and I hope that you will go forward with some of our recommendations.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. President, Ms. Sylvia,
Ma'am?
ma'am, are you the Sylvia I had some email exchange with?
Yes, you were calving and you could not meet.
I apologize for that, but thank you for coming all the way to Riverton.
And thank you, and we look forward to having coffee sometime.
Look forward to it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Pfister?
President Ladwood, Director Nesbitt, Commission, thank you for your time. I'm the president of the Wyoming State Trappers Association, here on behalf of trappers. In my opinion, you guys have been doing a wonderful job for wildlife conservation, keeping trapping out on the Wyoming wild countryside is necessary. I think most of the people up here are aware of that. We're talking about mandatory trapper education, setbacks, and land usage, multiple use land usage. One of the things that you guys are doing a wonderful job, in my opinion, are keeping the land usable. One of the things that us as trappers have never done is, and this is where I believe that some more responsibility on the other consumers or the users of the lands needs to come into place, is some more responsibility on the users, leashes, things like that. I'm not allowed to take my dog to any state park in Wyoming without having my dog on a leash. Trust me, I've been fined several times for not having my dogs on leashes. That's a risk I'm willing to take at those times, and it's cost me. A lot of the things that we got going on with what we've got talking about today are land use and risk. I'm not going to go to the Forest Service with my horse and let my horse roam freely without a halter. That's a risk that I would be willing to take. These people are coming out here, they're letting their dogs chase the wildlife that you guys are, commissioned to protect and be there for. They're letting run wild, they're doing whatever they want, and it's at the trappers' disposal that we're being attacked, because these people are being able to use the land however they want and without any ramifications other than the possibility of losing their dog. That's the risk that they take. One thing that I know for a fact is no trapper that I know of, period, wants to trap a dog. Period. We do not want to do that. We do not want to harvest your dog. We don't want to have to worry about that. I know of no trapper that has ever caught a dog on a leash that has been attended to by its owner. I've never heard of a trapper trapping a dog on a leash. We get back into the setbacks things. We're talking about trails. We need to define what a trail is, what a road is, and then let's talk about setbacks. The Wyoming Trappers Association would be down with setbacks as long as you guys can show me the PETS certification on their ability to read a tape measure. Dogs don't know what 300 feet is. Dogs don't know what 3 feet is. They don't know what 25 feet is. If they are unattended and off a leash, and we are using baits and scents and things to trap non-fur bearers and fur bearers to attract them to our sets and things like that, it's inevitable that we are going to get another canine to come 3 feet, 30 feet, 300 yards. If you're unattending your dog, you're not attentive to your dog's not on a leash, the chances are setback's not going to work. We're going to catch your dog regardless if it's 3 feet off the trail or 300 yards off the trail. And then we get back to the whole question of what defines a trail or what defines a road. For an example, I went out last year in the 4 feet of snow and I chained my truck up, drove out to a ridge and post-holed my own trail. Post-hold along the ridge, dropped down into a bottom. The whole time I was setting traps and snares, came up over the edge. I get back to my truck about 3/4 of a mile. I made my own trail. I post-holed it through the earth. There's a lady parked right behind my vehicle and she's walking her dog on my trail. Walked over. I said, ma'am, I made this trail. She's looking at me like, what's going on? I said, I have traps just a little bit farther up the road. If you like your dog to be safe, I think you should probably back off, but if you want to continue to walk on the trail that I post-hold, go right ahead, So does that define a trail? Because I'm the one that made that trail and it was literally just in the middle of the sagebrush, So there's a lot of definitions that need to be considered and things like that. One of the things that Ms. Roberts did bring up today is she brought up a 330 conibear. You guys have already done an effective job with that by making the 330 conibear illegal on dry land, on public land anyway. It is a water trap. It is an effective water trap. And there is already an entire chapter of regulations on trapping and where things should or should not be set. You guys have done a wonderful job of that. And I don't think there should be much more that needs to be done. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions?
Mr. President, I just real quick, I appreciate you being here because you're the first person I've heard from on advocating for trapping. And I think this entire body, I'll just speak for myself, we want to be balanced. And we need your input, just like we need the input from the other side. So I appreciate your courage in being here and we need that input. So
It's all about
thank
the
you.
retention of our cultural rights, beliefs, and heritages. And I'm not going to walk away from that.
Thank you again. Donald O'Toole.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, members of the commission. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Donald O'Toole. I'm a retired veterinarian, and I'm with the Wyoming Coalition for Animal Protection. We've been at this now for 3 years. Some people have been at it for 10 years. Jason was indicating that we've made a lot of progress. We've not made a lot of progress. I'm 70 years old. I have walked on this landscape for 34 years with my dog. I don't want to be walking on this landscape in the expectation my dog may be trapped. I know 3 people personally whose dogs have been trapped. One was the dog that lived in my house for an extended period of time. There are, in addition to the things you are currently considering, and it's basically down to you to provide some leadership to Game and Fish to make sure this issue is addressed fairly in terms of people who walk on the landscape and are non-consumptive users. I would suggest that 24-hour checks on trap lines are appropriate. It's fair to the animals that are being trapped. I suggest that it would be good to have a mandatory end of season inventory of what has been captured, including non-target animals. I think it would be appropriate to have whole areas that are heavily used by walkers and other travelers that are trap free. I also suggest, and this has not been mentioned, that there be financial compensation for people whose dogs are trapped and damaged and injured. One of the dogs I mentioned belonged to a friend of mine. She ended up paying $5,000 to get her dog's mouth fixed. That should not be on her. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments, sir. David Stalling.
Yes, hello.
Morning.
Thank you, Director, Commissioners. My name's Dave Stalling. I am an avid hunter and angler, and I like to tell you, I'm a recovering Marine. And I am the founder of a new group called Hunters and Anglers for Wildlife Management Reform. And I also serve on the Board of Directors for Wildlife for All, which is also seeking wildlife management reform so that all citizens can be heard and all wildlife is protected. Because currently we do have a system where a lot of us who are in the minority, us hunters and anglers and trappers, have so much control over wildlife management decisions. And really, trappers make up a fairly small percentage of the Wyoming population. From what I've seen, it fluctuates from 1,000, 1,600 to 2,000 trappers, depending on the prices of furs and that kind of stuff. And yet, when the majority of the public says things like, we need setbacks, we need to work with you, we need to do things to protect our pets and protect non-targeted wildlife, we are often met with so much, really some arrogance, a sense of entitlement. That no, this is our culture, we trap, you keep your dogs on a leash. Well, I'll tell you what, it's difficult to keep your dog on a leash when you're hoping that they find and flush a pheasant or a quail or a grouse. You know, that's just a crazy argument. And it seems like, I want to expand a little bit on something Mark said. We can be our own worst enemies. And it behooves us to start working with the other side. The first tenet of the North American model of wildlife conservation is that wildlife is a public trust that belongs to all of us, and we all have a say. And we need to start working with the others to find decent compromises, including things like setbacks and mandatory reporting of non-targeted species. And I see I'm about out of time. So I want to thank you for hearing me out. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Christie.
I think so, Christy Chapman.
I think it's Christy Chapman. Welcome.
Thank you, President Ludwig and Brian Nesbitt. I wanted to thank you guys for the changes that have already been made. The website is amazing. We were really pleased to see that. I'm a professional dog trainer. I support the signage on popular trailheads, trap setbacks on very popular trails, and closures on popular winter recreation places for the safety of people who are out there on the landscape. And it's not just the dogs. The humans in that scenario are also traumatized, and it causes a lot of grief for them too, to have to experience that weather, regardless of the outcome. I also support mandatory trap education for new trappers. I believe I've been pretty good at speaking with the Wyoming State Trappers Association. And I know that they're in support of that as well. And then the conservation stamps for the 5% who aren't already carrying one, maybe give them an option to buy a lifetime trapping conservation stamp, or an option to buy a combination at another, nominal fee, just to make sure everybody's covered. I want to thank you guys again, and that's all I have.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Casey York. Welcome.
Good morning. President Ladwick, Commission members, Director, I'm Casey York with Trap Free Montana, the president and the founder. Thank you. The Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies represents all fish and game agencies. They say that trappers need to make a commitment to check their trap at least once every day and not set more traps than they can manage. That animal welfare is a top priority. Yet trapped animal studies show that they suffer injuries, stress, are exposed to the elements, dehydration, and predation by others. Many of these injuries are not evident to the naked eye. The animal simply running off or being alive, flying away, does not equate to the animal is fine. In fact, the studies are the longer they're trapped, the greater the injuries. How can trapping be regulated when you don't require trapping of all to be reported? Trapping is indiscriminate. The longer the animal in the trap, as I said, the greater the injury. Research is that after 24 hours, frostbite sets in and the damage is irreversible. We help pay for the medical bills. On average, 30 to 40 dogs are reported trapped in Montana every year. A while ago, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks said it wasn't unusual for 50 dogs to be trapped. These are just the ones reported. The pet owners in Montana do not have to report their trapped pet. The trappers have to report within 24 hours the trapping of any domestic animals. To be effective and genuine, trapper education should be mandated for all trappers who have not purchased a trapping license in the last 3 preceding years. A lot of things have changed. And so to keep them up to speed, up to date, best management practices, and also for trappers that have citations or warnings. Trees are logged, forests are burned, roads are closed, mountain lions and grizzlies are commonly killed in the name of public safety. But where's the public safety against trapping? Only the trapper knows their whereabouts. The same bait and lures that attract other victims, other predators, also attract domestic predators, and sometimes a curious child. Leashes are not a shield of armor, nor are they realistic for dogs and those going in for a swim or for hunting dogs. We had an incident a while back in the Bitterroots in Montana where a family was out for a Christmas tree with the kids and the dogs, and kids spotted, being kids, very curious and very observant, they spotted a feather hanging and they ran over there to see what it was. The dog got there first and was caught in the trap. That is a memory like anybody who's ever had their dog trapped will never, ever forget. And how do you explain that to a child, that someone is doing this for recreational purposes? There's hardly any commercial value anymore in fur. Trappers tell us the #1 reason they do it is for fun. Please ask yourself if it was your dog or how you explain that to your child, your grandchild. We agree dogs should be leashed. My dogs are always leashed unless they're on my private land, and then I'm accompanying them. For more information on trap setbacks in Montana, they're 50 foot from the edge of public roads and trails. Traps set for wolves are 150 foot. The requirement is 1,000 foot for setbacks from campground and recreational areas. And some along high use recreational trails got 500 foot setbacks. So dogs under voice command, if they're not leashed, they should not be wandering that far away. And that would help eliminate, I believe, at least we saw that, those trap setbacks eliminated. Water trap sets are particularly problematic, is that That's where those large 10 by 10 body crushing, designed to be quick kill traps are. It's very serious for dogs going for a drink, going for a swim, fishermen, children wading in the water. So please consider that. I'm available for any questions and really thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. Helena Edelson. Nish.
Good afternoon, President Ludwig, Director Nesvik, and Commissioners. My name's Helena Edelson. I'm a resident of Wyoming and President of Large Carnivore Fund based in Wyoming and Montana. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment today. I don't have a dog, but I every single morning chomp around the Wyoming wilderness, and I'm actually afraid just for my own safety. I appreciate what choppers want to do, but also just with a multi-use landscape. You know, I didn't realize when I moved here that I had to learn how to get myself out of a trap. We respectfully urge this commission and the department to implement responsible, ethical trapping reforms. We recommend the following be implemented statewide. Require trap setbacks of 300 feet off public trails. Make reporting of all trapped or killed non-target animals mandatory. To be responsible, Wyoming needs to capture data on these events. Enforce maximum current penalties for illegal trapping and push the legislature, please, to require 24-hour trap checks for all traps and snares. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. J. Dallas Kujal. International Wildlife Coexistence Network. Karen Weller? Zoller, I'm sorry. Karen Zoller? Welcome.
Hi, I'm Karen Zoller and Mac. That was my dog. I was running with my dog. My dog was snared with that Seneca power snare and killed on public land. And I'm with Wide Trap Fremont County.
Pull your mic up a little.
I'm with
closer,
Wide
please.
Trap
Thank you.
Fremont County
Thank you.
Public Safety on public land. We just rolled with this for public safety for trapping. That was back in 2020. I just want to say, we're back in the saddle again because here we are. We've done a lot with the game and fish, and it really seems like you've done a lot of changes you can within your commission. And we really need the legislature. It just seems like everything's just stopped right there. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, we've taken it to the legislature, Director Nesvik, you've taken it to the legislature, and they just keep saying no. So that seems to be the biggest barrier for any improvement. And it's just public safety. This has nothing to take away from the trapper. It's just helping it be safer. So if anyone has any ideas that we can get past this, I don't know if it's the Department of Ag or if it's all the legislatures, but they just keep saying no, no, no to it as tourism keeps coming. And these are just simple things, mandatory education and setbacks at present, which you probably all are aware about, right? Because you guys dumped a ton of money into this doing a public review of it. You remember that? Yeah, anyway, we're just revisiting this all, which is really nice because it still is an issue. So we need the legislature and they just don't seem to be listening at present. So I just want to say, thanks.
I guess the only thing I would have to say is that the legislatures work for the citizens of the state of Wyoming, and you need to be talking to them as well as we need to be talking to them. And that's one way to get action, is to give them your desires and wishes and thoughts too. And I know people do, but you keep eventually you need to be visiting with these folks that can make the rules, that's for sure.
Yeah, President Ludwig, we have for 4 years constantly, and it's still like a brick wall. It's like, just ram your head into it, and it's
We,
like,
we
where's?
know how that goes.
So anyway, it seems like we have been working together and we're trying. It's just, we can't get through that brick wall or the Department of Ag or something, which just seems so simple, but they're not embracing it as they're bringing in the tourism. So,
I just have to keep trying, that's all I can say. It's what we do.
all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Yeah.
Karen, I appreciate you hanging in there. And you get it. We're trying and we've tried and we're gonna keep trying. So hang in there with us for the long haul. We'll get there.
Okay, I think that's the last of the blue slips we had from the attendance. We're gonna go on to the Zoom. Kara Purser.
We have 20 minutes left, Mr. President.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Did you have a blue slip in, ma'am?
Oh,
Yes.
two that got mixed in with the Zoom here, so 3 actually.
We can correct
We got a
that.
little mixed up, so it's actually, we go to Glenn Gamble.
Okay, we'll go ahead and finish up the blue slips we have here. Wayne, can they hold on? Glenn Gamble. We got quite a few more. We make mistakes too.
Hello, I'm I don't know all you commissioners, but I'm a veterinarian here in Fremont County, Wyoming. And I've been in other parts of the state, multiple, in Park County and down in Saratoga. And there's trapping in all those places. And I just want to point out the Montana woman had some stats on how many dogs get trapped. It's way more. I personally have seen, how many have I treated over the years? They get frostbite toe. Well, they don't get frostbite and they get gangrenous. And I've had horses come in with snares around their feet. And just to let you know, I think you want to do everything you can to minimize that kind of conflict, because there's a lot of people out there that once their dog gets trapped, they're on the fight right now, and it's not going to go away. And so I think the trapping in a place like Wyoming, the trappers need to realize that they truly are up against something that's going to magnify over time. And so taking steps to minimize dog and livestock also. It's not just dogs, and it's cats too. And people they love their cats just as much as do their dogs. And I just want to let you know that needs to be on your mind when you're making decisions, because some of the people that were here talking already are clients of mine, and I know the devastation they went through with their dogs. So, and it's higher than you think, because I think a lot of it never gets, people just bring their animals in and I treat them. My wife treats them. They go home, but they're pretty irritated people. And it's ranchers. They have their dogs get trapped on their land or just off their land, that may be adjacent to private or public land. And they're like, I'm finding out who did this, that's what's on their mind. So just keep that in mind. You bet.
Thank you, sir. Becky Barber.
President Ladwig, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Becky. I have been a hunter, worked in a hunting camp, worked for the Forest Service, very familiar with our beautiful forests. Most importantly, I'm here today as Jester's mom. Most of you know jester because not of the beautiful, wonderful dog and soul he was, but because of the tragic way he died. Because I've lived here all of my life, of course, I have had a lot of support. This is how we started Jester's Legacy, for people to voice their opinions through me, for me to keep them appraised of what we're doing and how it's proceeding. Of course, this is something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. For those that don't know, my dog was killed in the Conibear 330 trap. It was an illegally set trap. The trapper comes from a trapping family. He knew better. If not, he shouldn't be trapping. I had to drag my dog out by the neck. We were about 3/4 of a mile of the way up. I had to pack him over the snowbank to get him to the road. The trap was just over the snowbank. We want, of course, setbacks. We want mandatory training. Either one of these or both, I think, would have saved my dog. We would like to see 300 feet. We are looking at numbered trails and numbered roads as far as where these setbacks should be. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
Mr. Pres-
comments.
Mr. President, I'd like to comment, Becky, and thanks for coming. And I know that, and Becky's got a lot of hurt built up and we understand. And, I mean, this lady's went through therapy. She's had to hold things. I've talked to her numerous times on the phone. And it's really brave for her to be here because she normally would not be here. And I would just want to thank you for showing up and thank you for input and thanks for being so brave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I, Mr. President, can I second that?
Yes, you
And
can.
I sympathize, Becky. I've had dogs and cats my whole life, and I appreciate you coming up and sharing that. And I hope you'll share it with our friends in the legislature as well. And I'm very, very sorry for what happened to your dog and for all of them that have been caught.
Thank you. Sid Woods. Welcome.
Thank you. President Ladwig and Director Nesvik and commissioners, thank you for all the work you've been doing on this topic over the years. I know it's been a long time, and I would like to say we do appreciate all the efforts we've seen go into this. We are here to help continue those efforts in whatever way we can. We started our efforts on this campaign as it is after discussion with the Jackson Regional Supervisor, and we were thinking fur bearer season only was probably the way to avoid the barrier of the legislature. After talking with Jason yesterday on our way over here, we understand better the dilemma of trying to regulate only fur bearers and not predators, even during fur bearer season. So whichever way you go, we want to say, you know, the folks who have been reaching out to Becky through Jester's Legacy are going to be here to support whatever direction you take. And we appreciate that action is on your radar, and and we understand why. Just one specific comment, so I'm not reiterating a lot of what other people are talking about, is one thing that strikes us about some of the previous work is the sort of terms high-use rec sites, and how problematic that could be. It's problematic because it's not clear, it's not simple, and the legislature is going to want clear and simple. If they get it, your wardens are going to need clear and simple. Trappers and recreationists are going to need clear and simple. And we've seen, you know, high use is totally not clear, totally not simple, and it will change over time. So our recommendation is for all numbered roads and trails. That gets rid of the confusion around what's open, what's closed, to what, at what seasons. So numbered roads and trails is a suggestion we would put forward. And those high-use rec sites, dogs are generally leashed on the roads and trails is where we tend to run. So thank you again for your time and your work. And thank you to everyone out here who's been tackling this for so many years.
Thank you for your comments. Keith Nelson.
Hello,
Welcome.
thank you, Commission and Director and all the representatives of the state. I'm Keith Nelson. I'm a citizen, so I'm just here on my own accord. Drove in from Jackson, and I just want to make a couple comments, backing up what everybody said so far. And one thing, the Greeks, they go to the prime mover, the prime source. And in that logic is ethics. And so the ethics, in the hunting regs, it's pretty specific about fair chase, ethical hunting. And over on the trapping side, not so clear. So we have in the arguments of, or the display that we saw, that the bottom portion of what transpired in all these meetings are what we're discussing today, the setbacks, checking your traps, all those things. So the checking of the traps, we know they're suffering there. So if you're requiring hunters to immediately kill an animal, but allowing up to, a week, I guess, to go back and check a trap, the ethics of that doesn't seem logical. The other thing I would like to comment on is trails. I mean, I'm a backcountry skier. I can go on the web, onto Google Maps, and the Bridger Teton National Forest, I can go on their map and see winter closures clearly outlined on a geographical map showing exactly hillside slopes. I can go and find wilderness areas clearly. So a GIS mapping system to outline trail setbacks of 300 feet, which is their recommendation, or whatever number you come up with, is not a problem, especially if you just agree that it's trails that are already numbered. I can go into just quickly into Grand Teton National Park and look at every trail in there, in the park system, to find out ski access, hunting access where it's legal. It's not really a problem. It's easy to overcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Jill Fritz. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'll be speaking on behalf of the Humane Society of the United States, so I wasn't sure if I would get 5 minutes or just, okay. So yes, my name is Jill Fritz, and I'm a Senior Director for Wildlife Protection at the Humane Society of the United States. And thank you to the Commission for allowing me to speak today. On behalf of our members and supporters in Wyoming, we urge you to strongly consider trapping reform in the state. Research finds that traps, both legal and illegal, prolong an animal's suffering by disabling and restraining them, causing extreme fear and distress, both visible and hidden injuries as the animal struggles for hours or days before being killed. So we're joining with the amazing wildlife advocates here in Wyoming in asking that you consider several common sense measures to reduce some of the harms of trapping. And those measures include establishing trap setbacks of 300 feet off public trails to protect the safety and the well-being of the state's residents, out-of-state visitors, and their pets who visit Wyoming's parks and trails. Now, if I may briefly touch on snares in particular, they're referred to as the silent killers of domestic dogs. And that's because a dog who's hiking or hunting with his owner could become ensnared and quickly be choked to the point where he can't vocalize. If they're captured in traps that clamp down on their limbs, they can cry out in pain or yelp, and then their owners can come and try to rescue them. But tragically, dogs that are captured in snares might just hunker down and pass out before slowly suffocating. It could be just a few feet from their owners and they don't know what's happening. Also, we asked for a 24-hour trap check time. That should be required for all traps and snares, and reporting should be required for all non-target trapping incidents. But those are just some of our requests, and I'll go ahead and yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Lori Brown. That's her. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a nurse practitioner. I'm a resident of Wyoming and I live in Jackson Hole. Just for the record, I'm against legalized torture and cruelty, which I believe trapping is. I believe it's barbaric. Keith and I, who just spoke, have a little 5-year-old Russell Terrier named Poppins, who's thankfully alive and well. I have this around my neck. This is what she wears around her neck. This is Command Central, from which I call her, and we are in pretty close contact. Nordic skiing on our public trails. We respect mule deer migration country, and she's on a leash. I have poles in my hand. She's on a carabiner at my waist, and we ski miles that way out of respect for protecting the wildlife. We don't have any children. She's our little child equivalent. We hike everywhere and ski with her, as I said. I can't even imagine if any torturous harm were to come to her. We would be just devastated. As far as setbacks, it's been said, we would like to also share our concern about setbacks, and we'd like to ask for at least 300 feet. I did hear the woman from Montana talk about 500 feet. I want, 0 feet out of concern. I would like it all to just stop. And I believe many of you understand where so many of us are coming from. And I understand their brick walls and all sorts of things. And one person said things could change. Thank you, Jason, by the way, that for your comments, that things could change down the road a ways. It needs to change immediately. Wyoming is really getting a bad rap right now. I think you guys know that. We need to really step up. And thank you all for what you are trying to do. How's that?
Thank you for your comments. Right on the money.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Lori, I appreciate your stewardship of your dog when you're out and the respect you have for other wildlife.
Next is Kevin Odell. Okay, thank you. And this, I'm gonna have to announce this will probably be the last comment. We're at the hour limit. The people that are on the internet are, please get a hold of us. We've got business to take care of, and we're gonna have to call quits on it. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners, Director. I'm going to talk pretty fast here to get down through. I actually need probably 5 minutes, but what I've handed out to you here and give you a little history. Some of you commissioners don't know me. I'm retired wildlife law enforcement from Ohio. I have 55 years of trapping experience, 51 years of dealing with animal rights people. And I come from a state of 11 million people where we have active trapping and very professional trapping. We developed mandatory trapper education in 1979 in Ohio. So that goes back in dealing with animal rights people. So I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. What I've handed you here is, as I've reviewed my last position with Ohio Division of Wildlife, was writing administrative codes and dealing with legislators in wildlife laws. So we have come a long ways in some laws, but as many people have said here, some of Wyoming laws are outdated and need updated, and I realize it takes legislator activity. And I'd be glad to testify for the legislator too, if you need me there. But few things, as you go down through some of the laws, like terminology, these are simple things. Lake hold trap is gone. That's terminology is pretty much gone. It's a foothold trap is what it is. The quick kill body gripper trap, give you some history there. That was Frank Conabear developed that in the early 50s to sell a trap that's more humane. Well, he said it was quick kill, but the animal has to step perfect in that trap to kill it. They suffer though, just as some say they suffer in other type traps, but properly set through mandatory trapper education, that's a key that you educate. Now, dealing with, I removed a chocolate Labrador dead out of a 330 Conabear, which is the large one in Ohio when I was a wildlife officer. At the time, I had a chocolate lab canine in my back seat. So I know all about pain and feeling dogs. I've caught my Labradors several times in snares and footholds, hunting. So all I'm telling you is there is proper methods, but illegal activity, that's something we have game wardens for. And that is something we're always going to deal with, illegal activity out there. But if you go down through these revised codes here, that some of them are going to be legislator activity and some of them are going to be administrative codes that you probably could deal with. But I just want to touch, and the black ink you see on those handouts is what's in the law now and maybe taken out of a section. But the red is recommendations. Those are things that I actually did in Ohio on some of the codes. And just one I'll point out, like the 330 body gripping trap. I hate calling it Conabear, but that's who invented it. That trap should not be set on land in any of the lower 48 states, period, because it is a deadly trap. And domestic animals caught in it cannot get out. That's for certain. That in most states have become submerged only in water for beaver trapping. It is a very effective tool in beaver trapping and keeping control of them. And since I'm so limited on time, there is some more in there, but that's why I gave you the handout. You can see
You
it.
got that. Thank you.
And that's all I've got to say for you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Waddell.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time with the wildlife. Appreciate it. It's a lot of years, and we appreciate that. As a commission, we all appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, we're gonna close the public comments. We encourage everyone that didn't get to comment, please submit those comments. And we will read them and review them and it will be made available to us all. Thank you for your support today. We'll go on with the business of the commission.
Mr. President, I just want to add quickly too, if the commission does direct the department to move forward in any kind of a regulatory process or working with the legislature, there's a whole additional formalized public process that's included in that, where there will be more opportunity for people to provide their thoughts, either through regulation and your Administrative Procedures Act that you're required to follow when you promulgate rules, but also for the legislature engages in a public process as well if they were to take up any of the recommendations from the commission.
Thank you. Has the commission got any comments?
Mr. President, I don't know what the will of the board is as far as directing the department to take a look at some of these suggestions or not. And I don't know if it's contemplated that we'll discuss that today. So I have some comments, but if we're not set up to do that today, I will hold them.
Yeah, my preference would be that if the commission has a desire for the department to pursue either regulatory or legislative changes, that you give us that direction today so that we can begin work on that. And so, there's several ideas that have been floated. I know that before, when we approached the legislature, those were solid recommendations that the commission at the time supported. The department was able to implement those if they would have been passed. And so that's certainly an option for you to consider as a starting point. So I'd offer that up. We would like some direction though.
Mr. President, if you'd like, I can at least kick that off if you would like.
Your mic is on. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. The three things that it appears that we can do in the regulatory context would be reporting non-target species, modify the check time to 24 hours and trap setbacks for fur bearers. And I pulled those three suggestions from Warden Hunter's presentation. It's on page 9. That those appear to be things that we could at least look into, get feedback, suggestions from not only Warden Hunter, but the AG's office and the director's office. So that would be my suggested starting point. I offer that up.
President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, I just want to clarify one thing with the check periods. In regulation, we could not do anything less than 72 hours or once a week. There may be something there we can do with quick kill body traps and snares to redefine that in some way, but that's something we'd need to consult with the AG on. But to go further than that would require legislative action. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Any other?
Mr. President, and I think also that, I think it's probably pretty universal that, education and mandatory trapping, that to have the department look at that. As far as conservation stamps, I don't really think that needs to go forward. I think that for the most part, I think that was, I don't know if it would be such a wise thing for the department. So that's my thoughts, along with what Mr. Masterson said. Thank you.
Mr. President, I would agree with those things, but I know one way we don't get anything changed at the legislature, and that's if we don't try. And so I think, you know, them not having this as an interim topic doesn't help, but doesn't mean we can't maybe find some draft, you know, what we've put out there in the past and put that forward. I'm certainly guilty as a county commissioner of bringing the same thing to legislature 6 years in a row. And so, and sometimes that's how long it takes to get things done. And so, you know, I think there's certain ways to do that and to be more successful. And that's, we've heard this from, I think Dave brought this up, was find compromise, you know, work with the things we all agree on. And I think that that's the way to do it. And I think that what we brought in 2020 is, I'm guessing some of those things were there. Why we failed, I'd have to go back and look at that and find out. But I think you'll learn from what we didn't do right, or what we didn't communicate correctly to the legislature, or how we need to do that and work on that. And then, you know, people have to show up just like this at meetings. So anyway, I think that's a direction that I'd like to see happen.
So I just want to be clear. So your interest is directing the department to pursue similar bills as we did last time, which would be providing the commission with authority to establish rules around setbacks, and then also mandatory trapper education. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Brokaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I certainly agree with directing the department both ways. What can we do regulatorily? What can we do legislatively? And I still support the four components that the commission tried through the legislature to try those again. I heard a couple things today that I would also like investigated further. I think the numbered road and numbered trails is a great idea for a starting point. I'd like to get that thoroughly investigated and digested to see if that is. I think it's a good idea to have some ethical language within the trapping chapter or the trapping regulation, just as another educational component, that when you know, when I'm out with my son and he's on his phone and he's looking at our new regulations on his phone, and I'm old school and I want the paper copy, and he's reading all about the type areas and everything, and he's reading about the rules, and that's an opportunity for him to learn. And I think a young trapper sitting with his dad going in the pickup, if he had some ethical language to review, is a great opportunity there. The other thing that I'm a strong proponent of, and I don't understand the process, is is harsher penalties for illegal activity. And I don't know what road we go down to start that, but I think that that is something Wyoming is going to have to look at with a whole new lens. And if you violate and abuse our resource, it needs to hurt. It needs to hurt bad. So however we get down that, I'd like the department to start researching that avenue. And so I just support those directions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lundvall, do you have anything? We'll Put you on the spot.
No, I wanted to say ditto, but I don't think that's professional. No, I totally agree with all the things that have been brought up. I like the other thing that came up and obviously using the PC terms and making sure we're saying it correctly, but involving the non-consumptives and groups and things like that. I know that's something we always strive for when we're making, but this I think is a perfect example of how important it is to hear from all different groups and all different sides. And so I just publicly want to say thank you to everybody that came out and spoke and gave their input. But yeah, I was keeping notes through the whole thing and keeping track of who said what and how many times it was said. And the 4 big ones were setbacks, education for trappers, reporting, and trap checks. So I think we're on track to go after those 4.
Commissioner Jolovich?
The only thing I'm looking at is there's always gonna be the people that don't go by the rules. We have poachers, it's always gonna happen. We're gonna have trappers that don't do it right. That's part of the problem. I think that's what happened to Jester. That was, from what my understanding, that was an illegally set trap. That stuff's always gonna happen, so changing all these things is gonna help, but it's not gonna solve the problem.
Mr. President, just one last, seems how I'm not very popular with the legislature to begin with, over the feed ground kind of stuff, but I would encourage the legislature to, we're the Wyoming Commission for Game and Fish. I encourage them to listen to what we're talking about. I encourage them to open their eyes a little bit, what we're talking about. We're not bringing stuff up to them just for fun. We're encouraging them. We want something, we want that dialogue. We want that to take place. And it's not meant to take a shot at them. It's just meant we're a respective commission. This is our task, and we're going to fulfill our task by the people of Wyoming. So
I agree with all the comments. We can sit here all day and hash this out. I agree with Commissioner Brokaw. I think some of the penalties need to be stiffer in a lot of things and not just in the wildlife world. We're always going to have, as Commissioner Jolovich said, we're always going to have violators. It's a fact of life. We're never going to get away from it. And I think if they're a violator, you should be taken to task. And that's something there's a lot involved in that because it has to go through a whole rigmarole of things, but it's something that I think we can be looking at and working at to try to get something done. Anybody else have any other comments? Director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just quickly, I do want to reiterate some of the things that some of the other commissioners have talked about here today with the tone and the manner in which folks came here today and in a professional, sincere manner address this commission. Certainly from the department's perspective, that makes our job easier. And I really appreciate folks acting and presenting their information the way they did today. Thank you.
And as the president of the commission and for the whole commission, we all back that. It's very wonderful to be able to have a discussion, a valid, decent discussion. And that, I think, what we had today, and we can continue that. Thank you all very much. You got your orders, sir?
We're good.
Okay.
I'm looking at Chief King. Are you good? All right. This next one's going to take a while. Do we need to take a 10-minute break?
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll start back up. Welcome back. We'll carry on with the agenda, and Deputy Chief Craig Smith will talk about landowner licenses.
Thank you, President Ladwig, members of the commission, and Director Nesvik. Craig Smith, Deputy Chief of Wildlife, here to present and talk and discuss some topics related to the issuance of landowner licenses. And just to kind of set this up a little bit, I think all of you have a good memory of the last year and a half or so, and we've met multiple times publicly with you to discuss different aspects of some requests that originally came from the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force for the commission's consideration. And back in January, Chief King discussed with you some more information, and at that time you asked us to come back again at this meeting and provide a little bit more detailed information on a couple different things. Primarily was what types of impacts or hunt areas might be affected if the department instituted or if the commission instituted a cap on the number of licenses for landowners that could be issued. And then also a change in acreage, which included a bit of a split. And then the third thing that we wanted to just hit on with you as well is the idea of changing our requirements to include a significant interest of ownership for a person to qualify as a landowner applicant. And so for the first part of that, we're just going to talk about the significant interest. And I don't plan on spending a ton of time on this unless we need to. We did discuss it previously, and I think there was a genuine commission approval or consensus that this was something that the department should go forward with. Let's see if this slide moves. Somebody probably turned it off on me. Well, there you go. It has to be on before you can move it.
Jason turned it off. I saw him.
That's something Jason would do. So as I was saying, significant interest is something I think that the commission was supportive of previously, but I just wanted to hit on it real quick and make sure we're still in the same position as we were in previous meetings. And so, requiring a significant interest and discussion revolved around whether that might be 10% or 20% as a significant interest of ownership is still available for us to determine when and if we take this out to the public. And I got a little bit remiss. I do want to make a statement at the beginning of this that, again, we are here for discussion and information now. We're not asking the commission to vote to approve a change in regulation, but for you to give us direction to either take something out for public involvement or not. And so the discussion that previously revolved around maintaining the ability for families to continue to qualify as landowner applicants, and that some of the abuses that were highlighted in previous discussions and throughout the task force were focused a little bit more towards corporate ownership and big business that had multiple properties and were qualifying for multiple licenses. And so I think I'm seeing some heads nod there, but I just wanted to make sure the commission is still of that same opinion, and that's kind of what our goal is with this particular topic. And I'm seeing a lot of heads shake. I'm gonna make the statement that I think we're pretty good. Are there any discussion on the significant interest at this time?
Mr. President, I have a question. Craig, so when we start this and we're going to go out to modify regulation and we start the public process, do we start with a number or do we start with the idea and let the process bring us and flush that percentage number out?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw, I think we would start with a number for discussion purposes. I think it's important to have something out there for people to focus on and understand how that might affect things for them or for the overall issuance of the licenses. And then we take that to the public and have the opportunity to modify that before we bring it back for approval.
Okay, Mr. President, from just my southeast part of the state and the abuse that we're trying to correct here with LLCs and corporate ownership, I would throw out to the commission that we start with a 25% ownership of a business or an LLC to be eligible for a landowner tag.
Mr. President, thank you for that, Commissioner Brokaw. I know that we had significant discussion about this in the task force and Director Nesbitt, and I know there's some other task force members here. A large family, you know, for them to be able to qualify if they wanted to split the ranch up and do some different things, you know, we actually discussed that percentage a lot for hours and hours, way longer than we probably needed to, but we did come to a 10%. And what that does is it really does close, from what we saw, it closed what we're gonna call a corporate loophole on the very small percentage owners, but it is still allowed for a large family to be able to basically carve up the ranch and still qualify if they wanted to do that. 10% was kind of where we landed. I would rather see it. I know what we're gonna hear from the stock growers if we leave it at 25, if we put it at 25%. They're gonna want that to be 10 because I just know, I'm pretty sure that was their recommendation. And so I would like to see that more along that 10% line. I think what we're seeing in the actual abuse of this is those fractional loopholes is what we are looking at, you know. So if you're okay with that, I think the department at 10% is going to get better feedback, less comment on lowering that than that, but.
Mr. President, so I respect the work the task force did, and it does not behoove us to rehash that. I only speak for the landowners in Carbon County that contacted me that are frustrated with what's happening in the north part of the county, and so, you know, they're coming hard. And so I came hard. So if we can get stock growers on board at 10, 15%, I'd sure settle for 20.
Greg, I think if you're gonna take it to the public, and a starting point is a starting point. And that's the reason for going to the public, is to get that input back to you and see what the feedback is.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess it's, we'll make a decision on what that might be unless the director has a thought.
We'll take it out to the public at 10%, and then, you know, the commission's still gonna have an opportunity to see what feedback we get and make modifications to that if that works for the commission.
Sounds good.
Thank you. The next topic that we'll go into, I'll move the slide here momentarily, but I know there's going to be a lot of questions for this next slide. And this is some of the information that you requested that we come back with. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to preface this with a little bit of a hypothetical example to get your minds in the right spot on what these graphs and tables mean. I'll go ahead and move it there now. But just to set it up. So just to set this up, what we did is we went back to the 2023 license issuance information for antelope, deer, and elk in all the hunt areas, resident and non-resident. We had folks break that down into the splits for resident and non-resident, and then we looked at the different percentages by hunt area in terms of what a cap might do to that particular hunt area. So as an example, if we have 100 license quota for an antelope area, to begin with, the split for resident, non-resident is 80% to residents, 20 to non-residents. So immediately residents have 80 licenses and non-residents have 20. And then if we were to institute a 20% cap for landowner licenses, that would provide 16 licenses out of the 80 for residents that would be available for landowners. And same thing, if we had 20% on those 20 licenses for non-residents, there would be 4 licenses available for the landowner non-resident draw. So what you see here is on the far left, over here, this bar graph that has 14 at the top, and at the bottom axis, it says greater than 20%. So if we were to institute a 20% cap, that 20% would be inclusive of the 20. So the reason it says greater than 20% is if we were to issue 20.1% licenses, then it would have been included in this bar graph. So there are, according to this graph, there are 14 individual hunt areas
that if a 20% cap was in place, would all have been affected and would have had to have their own license draw for landowners. In other words, there would have been landowners that did not receive a landowner license in those 14 hunt areas if a 20% cap was implemented.
Craig, I just, real quick question. So that says 14 if it's greater than, but it would also include all of those other ones.
Correct.
So would be more like, I don't know.
Those are all inclusive.
Right. Okay.
The 14 is inclusive of the other bars that you see there. So then if we went to a 30% cap, you could forget about the first bar, and there would be 9 hunt areas that would be affected by that. So in other words, there's 5 that are between 20 and 30 that are free now, if you will. Does that make sense to everyone? So you can see as we broke this out from 20% by 10% increments in terms of the cap up to 90%. So if there was a 50% cap on the issuance of landowner licenses for residents, there would be 1 hunt area that would be affected.
Mr. President. So Craig, I don't know if this is the best time to talk about it, but if we implemented a cap, can you explain then the system for those landowners who do not draw to draw the next year or a preference? Can you talk about that?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Bell, in terms of providing a preference for a follow-up year or excluding those that did draw, that's a little bit different topic than I am 100% prepared to discuss. But if we did go that route, that's something that we will have to implement within our chapter regs to ensure that we somehow keep track of that to provide that fairness over time. You bet. So again, I think it's pretty clear now. And over here is the non-resident hunt areas that are affected, and you can see it's a little bit higher impact, if you will. There's more hunt areas that might be affected, and that's just simply a result of the numbers. There's just a lot fewer licenses available for non-residents, so more hunt areas are affected by that. So this next slide is
Mr. President. May I? Just a editorial comment, and I guess if there's a question, it's to Commissioner Bell because of his wildlife task force work. The tension that I feel about a cap is, I'm sure, the same thing that everybody feels. You know, this is a modest token that the department wants to give to landowners, you know, who are good custodians of the land. It's probably a token in the big picture of the world, but it is something that we can do. So I want to be generous with them. But at the same time, I don't want to see the landowners consume all of the available licenses. So I fight that in my head. You know, because you can imagine the uproar if the landowners took all of the licenses in a particular area. So I'm curious, if I may ask Commissioner Bell, Mr. President, if the task force had thoughts on a cap, because I'm feeling around in the dark.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. President. Go ahead. Commissioner Masterson, it's a great question. I think we had a significant amount of conversation about this and where that cap should. I think that's why you probably see it start at 20%, is that was something that was brought up by the task force, and we took significant public comment on all these landowner license issues and had a lot of conversation about that. And certainly we respected and understood and heard from landowners for 18 straight months. And, you know, very much appreciate what the landowners do for our wildlife in Wyoming. It is, we couldn't do it without them. But I think that there's a balance in there on what can we do, what was, statutorily with, or what's in the regulation and statutorily on giving landowner licenses but also having a fundamentally fair license draw system, which is what we're built around. And as you see on here, there's actually people that put in for licenses that are drawing dead that don't even know it. And that, to me, is not fundamentally fair. And well, the way I say it, the why I say that is because those landowner licenses come off the top first. And if it's subscribed 100%, then there are none for people to draw, and they don't know that. That's not right. And what is that balance? How many landowner licenses should you give to an individual area? Should it be based on land ownership? Should it be based on something else? We had a lot of those conversations in the task force, and they're not easy. When you pull a string here, something else happens over here, and when you set a cap, somebody is ultimately going to be disenfranchised 1 year or potentially 2 years on the non-resident side of this, if we set a cap. And so, this is something that is not an easy situation to deal with, but certainly through all of our, and Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, or I know Cy is in the audience, but the task force moved this forward to the department because it was a big enough issue, and we had of 18 task force members, I think we had 16 that approved something going forward with a cap. And that was after significant conversations over, like I said, an 18-month period. And so while I know this has some impacts to what the department's going to do, how we're going to manage those folks if there's a cap that don't draw from year to year, I think it's very, very important. And it is a fundamental fairness question on this. And what is fair to the sportsmen of Wyoming? The animals belong to all of us. And so what is fair to be able to have them put a license, put in for a license draw? How many of those animals should be, what is that number? I don't know that I have that magic number. I think in my mind, and I look at these, and then as we go through the deer and the elk, when Craig shows us those, in my mind, I think 30 to 40%, somewhere in there. I mean, in my perfect world, I thought, in the task force, we came up with 20. I think that number is very large at that, on that 20 side of it. And I know that we'll probably get pushback on that. And so maybe somewhere in that 30%, 40, I'm not sure. I know that this landowner, we don't have that graph up here, but I've saw that graph a lot from the last 10 years of landowner licenses, and that goes like this. It's not going like this. So, I think that's something that we need to, if we don't start now, at some point, this will continue to be an issue.
Next slide, Commissioners, is fairly similar to the first, but we wanted to be able to show in those 20% cap on the left side, it goes from 20 down to 90 on the left. And across there, you see we still have 14 affected hunt areas if we had a 20% cap. So in 2023, there were 269 licenses that were issued for landowners. And if the cap is in place in those 14 hunt areas, there would be 151 licenses that would have been issued. So the net result would be 118 licenses that were issued to landowners that would revert back to the regular draw for the public to have in those 14 hunt areas. Now, I did not go through and break it down by individual hunt areas, but it might be 10 or 20 here and there in some of the more affected hunt areas. But overall, that would result in 118 licenses being reverted back to the regular draw for residents. And you can see how that is affected again by percentage cap if that were to be enacted. And also for non-residents, same thing, at a 20% cap, effectively given 2023 numbers, there would be 36 licenses that would have been, again, available for the regular drawings for non-residents. Does that make sense? Any questions on this table?
The only thing, Mr. President, Craig, I appreciate this. That's a significant amount of tags that go back into a limited quota draw. And that, I think that those numbers added up, that's in those very hard to draw areas, We don't even give out 25 tags in some areas. So, you know, I think that's significant.
And the other thing for folks that are in attendance here or online that are trying to do the math, don't do the math. There's a lot of rounding that goes into this. It's a really difficult thing. So some of these numbers will not add up perfectly, and I'll take the hit for that, but just don't waste your time. So same thing, I've got this same type of setup for deer and elk. And so again, for resident deer hunt areas, 12 hunt areas would be affected at a 20% cap, 8 at 30, 3 at 40, and again, 1 at 50. And then above that, we have no limited quota hunt areas for residents that would be affected, in a similar situation for the non-resident deer. And so with deer, I do want to mention, let me make sure here, and I can provide the numbers as well. The question that I assume the question will come up, why didn't you look at 10% cap? And I will just throw this out there because it does affect non-resident deer. There would be in 2023 one non-resident deer region that would be affected. So there would be 3 licenses if there was a 10% cap in a non-resident deer region that would go back to the public for that. Just for your information. Again, just to show the potential affected areas and how many licenses might be returned back to the regular draw. We would have 85 at 20% for residents and 25 licenses at 20% for the non-residents. Any questions with this table? For elk, same situation, although you will notice a little bit higher impact on the non-resident elk hunt areas that are affected. So with a 20% cap, there would be actually 24 hunt areas in the state that would have to go through a non-resident landowner draw and would revert licenses back to the normal draw for non-residents in the number of 101 licenses for the non-residents at a 20% cap. Again, any questions?
I have a real quick question, Mr. President. Why didn't we do the 10%? What did I miss something? Why we didn't do the 10%?
President Ladwig and Commissioner Roberts. So 10%, and I can provide it for each species if that would be helpful, but specific to elk, had we included 10%, there would be an additional 12 hunt areas and 217 licenses for the residents. Okay, so there would be another line in our table above the 20% that would indicate that those total total hunt areas were 12 and 217. For non-residents, that would be an additional 10 hunt areas and only 5 licenses. And again, that gets into the rounding.
Sure.
And things like
I'm just
that.
curious, 10% is what we it's been thrown out there the most. I was just curious why we didn't just on it.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, so 10% was what we threw out on, you know, significant interest, but when the task force recommendation came out on this, it was actually 20%. And that Commissioner Masterson has the executive summary right there. He's always prepared with every single thing. And so I think that's why we started that. And there was a lot of conversation about that. And, you know, understanding what landowners do for us and what that percentage is. And I think that's, you know, that was as low as we thought we would venture at going with the feedback that we got. Yeah.
Yes, and President Ladwig and Commissioner Roberts, that's correct. I didn't answer your question before, but that's correct. We had discussed 20% as the floor for that over most of these discussions. And so that's what our analysis looked at. All right, if there's no other questions, that's it on the cap information that I'm prepared to give you. If there's other questions about this, I'll certainly try to take them. Otherwise, we'll move into the next topic, which would be a discussion that was had over changing some of the acreage. And especially in January. The direction from the commission was to consider, do you have a question, Mr.?
No,
Or-
Mr. President, Craig, so I didn't know if you wanted direction on this, the cap, because we kind of gave you direction.
Certainly happy to listen to that, or if you, whatever you want to do with public comment as well, but.
I certainly would like to see the department, I think knowing how that draw system would work under a cap, and then seeing what that would look like. And I think looking at the November meeting, to have something for us at the November meeting, if we set it at, I'm open to this. I'd like to hear what the commissioners have to say on this, but I would throw out there that a 30% cap and knowing what that would do and getting feedback from landowners on that and feedback from everybody on that. And then whether we adjust that up or down or decide not to do this, I think is a good way to go about this. And if we don't do some sort of cap, then we need to address the fundamental fairness question at some point.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I like the 20, but I like the 30. I don't know why we need to go forward with either or. Can we go ahead with this, looking at somewhere in that neighborhood instead of a given number?
Mr. President, Commissioner Jolovich, I think we can do whatever we want to do. Again, as I did state earlier, I think sometimes having a point to anchor to helps folks generate their opinion on it, and that helps us determine whether we're in the right spot or need some other way to go. But
Yeah, Mr. President, I recommend you give us a number to start with, and then we're going to have all the information going forward as the discussion develops to show, if you decide to do this, to show specifically how moving it up or down will have an effect on licenses issued. And the only other thing I'd say is that maybe, you have a great discussion now, but be open to revising the direction after you've heard from the public, because we got several public comments here on this today.
And I would be interested, Commissioner Brokaw, could you weigh in on this a little bit and tell us what your thoughts?
Oh, that's not appropriate. Yeah, so I predominantly private land in my area of the state. My feedback from my locals is we don't discuss a cap. Overabundance of licenses, large land owner, private, not a lot of corporate stuff. So we just really haven't had that discussion. So I would like to throw it back on Commissioner Bell. With the task force, and you heard from landowners around the state, which we need to consider now, and I've had such a limited exposure to my guys. My public, they're loud and clear, they don't just support landowner tags. So I've got those extremes, and now we're trying to find that, we're trying to thread that needle. So with the task force work, when you're looking at a 30%, so that's only triggered if 30% of the limited quota, more than 30%, goes to landowners. So then that would be a trigger. So it wouldn't be 30%, and this is what I think we need to be clear on. Not 30% of every hunt area is going to have to go through this process. So I think if we clarify that, I need to listen to this because we're charged with a fair, equitable allocation system. And the graph of private non-resident elk shows it strongly. Elk are in our mountain foothill plains, non-resident, unfortunately, land ownership. And so that's not fair to the resident hunter. So I'm going to come full circle from where we started, but I'll be in support of a cap on those areas. And I don't know, I'm kind of wallering here, Commissioner Roberts. I don't know if that's what you were looking for or.
No, thanks.
I just
I appreciate it. I just was looking for your insight on that. Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. President, kind of along some of the lines of this discussion, here's one concern that I do have with the cap, and I remember talking about this on the task force a little bit too, but you know, a lot of our recent work around private lands and a lot of the state, mainly the eastern part of the state, but even a little bit, you know, in the Bighorn Basin and South Central Wyoming, I've been engaged directly with ranchers who are having problems with overabundant elk on their places. And if we ended up in a situation where one of those landowners who has, you know, who's providing habitat for a lot of elk in an over objective area, then cannot draw a license or cannot get a landowner license. I mean, I think that's a challenge, and that's not something that, you know, it's not going to be received well in the landowner community.
Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Director, you're absolutely right. And one of the main things that we struggle with and we have to continue is that landowner participation in our public hunting to use that management tool on those increasing herd sizes. So I agree, we've got to be very cognizant of maintaining landowner support while still delivering a fair, equitable system to our public.
My turn.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, may I?
Yes, you may.
I have in the executive summary of this, it looks like they actually wrote up a reg. But to your point, Commissioner Brokaw, this reads that if they're over objective, this goes out the window. So for what that's worth, I think that's a good idea. The second thing is, since I went down that rabbit hole, I'll go down another one. I think if a landowner draws, if we do this, landowner draws in year one, there should be some sort of a preference so that we have some degree of rotation among the landowners so they don't go years missing out on the draw. 20%, 30%, you know, I go 25, you know, split the difference, or you guys can leg wrestle out here between the two.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Masterson in his executive summary beat me to it. I was going to tell you about that over objective areas, and that the recommendation was that if there was an over objective area, we give the authority to the department to issue those landowner tags above the quota, in addition to the quota. Now, whether or not that will throw off the cow calf, which mostly what we're talking about here was elk, throw off the cow calf ratio, I don't know, but we've just approved yesterday type 8 tags, which gives management capabilities to those folks. And in my area of the state, we deal with this. We have hard to draw areas that have some public land, not very many tags, and now all of these type 8 tags, which is great. But still those type 1 tags are very sought after in area 123 and 113. And so, you know, it is an issue. And we actually put that in the regulation or in our draft based on the feedback that we got from those landowners. And most of those are coming from the eastern part of the state.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I recognize the importance of our public input. And so I really would like to suspend our decision-making direction until we've heard from our public. And so Craig, if on the cap issue, so if you want to continue with the other landowner requests, I'm anxious to hear from our public that showed up today.
Mr. President, do you mean you at the very end you said that showed up today?
Well, no, I didn't realize there was blue sheets here, and there are on the topic. So I'm anxious to hear from those people. So whenever Mr. President decides it's appropriate, I look forward to hearing from our public.
I agree, Commissioner Brokaw. The one thing I was hoping to do would be to give a number ultimately today to the commission, because I think we need to start somewhere, or I think we'll go around and around. That's my opinion, so I appreciate your clarification.
And Mr. President, maybe I'd just make it easy here and say that once we're done with public comment and you begin your discussion and contemplation, that I'll just ask for direction on all three so that we have that at the same time and understand that. Does that work for you?
Just to develop a starting point.
Yep.
For the rest of the public input.
Yeah,
that
so
we'll be
once
getting.
once we get done with this next section and you're done with questions for me and you open it up to public, we'll take that public comment on these topics. And then after that, I'll just ask for the direction.
Right, but that number is not gonna be an official number until after we hear your investigation into this process.
Correct.
In
We
the
are not
future.
we're not voting to approve a regulation, just to give us the direction and what that might look like.
Thank you.
All right, so this next slide will be I'll do it kind of quick, but the other discussion that we had at multiple times throughout this process was how to evaluate or change the acreage requirements for folks to be eligible for licenses. And where it has gone over those discussions and culminated in January was direction to consider what it would look like and bring back information to you on what types of numbers there are based on the size of acreage. And specifically that request was if we did a minimum of 160 acres of cultivated fields or croplands, that would be one part of this. The other part would be a minimum 1,000 acres of rangeland. So to refresh your memory, currently the regulation just requires a minimum of 160 contiguous acres and you have to prove the use and the other things, and those things would all still apply. So the minimum of 1,000 acres of rangeland would be a brand new topic for consideration, as well as just saying that it's as long as, so if you effectively had an acreage of 560 and you had at least 160 acres of cultivated crops, out of that 560, then you would be eligible if you had the use. So I just want to get us in the right mindset. So effectively, if I have 999 acres, but I don't have any cropland under this next scheme, then I would not be eligible for landowner licenses. Okay. And like I said, I'll skip. I just told you basically what this says was basically either the 160 acres of growing cultivated crops or the minimum of 1,000 contiguous acres of rangeland. And so what we did is we had some folks go through to the best of our abilities. And again, the disclaimer is this is not 100% complete and 100% accurate information, but it's darn close. We still have several vacancies in warden districts throughout the state, and trying to get that knowledge down to pinpoint this down to the exact numbers was a little bit challenging in the time that we had. However, we did look at 2016 properties that were in the landowner license application that we use. And there were 904 of those properties that are currently eligible for landowner issuance for different species, not all the same, between 160 and 1,000 acres. When we tried to take those 904 properties and determine which ones had at least 160 acres of what we would consider cultivated cropland, proved a little bit tough to do. It's just, if this is something that we take to the public, it's going to be a little bit difficult to consider right away and to evaluate right away, but we can do that. So on the flip side, there was 1,112 properties that were at 1,000 acres or above. So those 1,000 acre properties, if they still have the use, those would all qualify for landowners. So you're looking at about a 45 to 55% split there between what we're doing currently. And the point is just to highlight that if we do that, there would be a potential impact to 904 landowners in the state. And so I'd take any questions you might have.
So just so you know, commissioners, Craig also did some analysis of what this looked like if the minimum acreage size was 320 or even 640, full section. And it incrementally, obviously the number of landowners affected incrementally goes down with each decrease in the minimum acreage size. And so I think that number, if the commission chooses to move forward with this, is certainly negotiable and should be flexible. We need a number, but I wouldn't be stuck on 1,000 acres. We could look at other acreages too, if that's the desire of the commission.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
Craig, so it escapes me now. So you said the additional language would stay in place and that comes back to AUMs. Would you remind us what the wildlife use requirement is?
You bet, Commissioner, President Ladwig, Commissioner Brokaw. Yeah, it doesn't really come down to AUMs, but what the requirements currently are is a minimum of 160 contiguous acres. The landowner applicant has to have a minimum of 2,000 use days. So any combination of number of animals times days that they're there that equals 2,000. And that's basically it.
Craig, was there any analysis of use days?
We've had some discussion previously, I think, with this group. Well, we can consider that, you know, any different direction that we want to go. What I would tell you is if you do the math, you know, 2,000 use days for 365 days a year, if you had those animals on there every day for the entire year is like 6 point something. It's less than 7 animals per day. Just for reference, if the amount of use, if it was the commission's prerogative that we take that forward, that's certainly something that we can do as well. I do not have that analyzed on what that might look like because we just look at the minimum use requirements. We don't typically evaluate if someone has 2,000 use days or 500,000.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean.
No, go ahead.
So this wasn't one of the recommendations in the task force, just, but we did have significant conversation about this and it was, it just kept getting brought up and that the day use was, the use days was more important than the acreage. If you're raising those animals on a certain acreage, that's more important than the actual amount. I'm not opposed to having this go out to public comment, but I would rather see it lowered. I think we've already seen some comment and we have some access issues that would potentially hurt some areas for access if we limited that and that there's some landowners out there that have 320s or 400 or something like that allow significant access into certain areas. If we lower that to not allow them to get a tag, I just think that would provide more harm than good. That's just my thoughts on that.
Mr. President?
Yes,
Mayor?
sir. Go ahead.
Craig, do we have a formal definition of cultivated crops?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, excuse me. We do in our chapter 28 damage regulation. We utilize a definition in there that that talks about grain fields and hay fields and all of that. So we do have a commission regulation definition.
All right. The second thing is a comment that this one really concerns me because we have landowners and I have landowners who have contacted me who have really important little pieces of land, little, 80, 120, 240. But it's in a vital area. They have elk coming through all day long, calving area. And it provides access to public lands. And they have, there's a road through it and they've always permitted access. That's one example. And I'm really afraid we're going to carve out those people. So maybe there's a third component where we could put back in the use days as a marker for now when we go out for comment, because I think they'd make it if that was a criteria that we could use. So I'm throwing that out, for the commission, and also Craig, any thoughts you have?
President Ladwig, Commissioner Masterson, I guess just maybe a point of clarification, so I'm clear on what your suggestion is. And we do currently require use days. What I think I heard you say was maybe we should consider a change in the amount of use that we require, and for properties that are smaller than 160 acres. Is that what I heard you say?
Mr. President, thank you, for helping to correct my wandering. The 160, I'm fine with.
Okay.
The use days, perhaps you or the stock growers or somebody can give us input on a number. What's fair, but I'd like to see a combination of use days along with the 160 like we have now, as well as the growing cultivated crops or minimum 1,000 rangeland.
That is.
Oh.
It's not listed, but it is part.
Oh, okay. Because I was looking at the chunk of the statute
Yeah.
you put up and
Mr.
didn't see it.
President and Commissioner Masterson, yeah, just so everybody out there listening is aware, there is not currently a motion to or an item on here to remove the use requirement. That will still be a part of that under the discussion that we're having today.
I thank you for clarifying that. The PowerPoint slide only had A, and so I thought you had removed that
Okay.
as a criteria. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
It seems to me that the use days troubles me, I think, more than anything, especially on 160 acres. 2,000 use days, if you got elk eating on 160 acres for 2,000 days or use days, there's not going to be much grass of anything left. I don't know if it could hold them there for that long. From what I know, an elk can eat in a day. I don't know about the use day. That kind of concerns me, is that is a qualifier. They've got to have the 2,000 use days plus the acreage. And I don't know if that's a possibility in some cases. If you got a herd of elk, it seems like they can wipe a meadow out pretty quick, or a wheat field, oat field. They can go through it, and 2,000 head of elk going through there, or the equivalent use days, it seems to me it would take it down to bare ground. Am I wrong, or am I
Mr. President,
shooting in the wind here?
I think the use days it is what it is. There's 2,000 use days required in any combination. Yes, there are instances where you might have 2,000 elk that come through a place in a day, and are they going to, that would equal your 2,000 use days. Are they going to create a huge impact on a smaller acreage in terms of what we're considering? Absolutely, they will. And so in that instance, that one day of 2,000 elk would qualify them by use if they had the acreage. Yeah, there would be an impact. And if it was prolonged more than that, the actual impact and the loss of forage and production on that property would certainly be elevated.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes.
And I guess I'm going to need some guidance also, because when I think one of the main components, and we've discussed that, is the potential for the corporate abuse of what these tags are for. Now, and I don't know if, and Commissioner Bell can maybe tell me, and the task force, it seems, I don't know if we've addressed that at all, or whether it's, I don't know, or they're two separate languages, because to me, there is a problem with some, and it needs to be corrected on the landowner tags. But I think the biggest problem that we're doing is not so much what we had, but what the potential, what we're going to get when it comes to Wyoming wildlife and large corporations and dividing and planting and stuff. And I don't know if the director wants to address that. And I'm sure somebody's already talked about it, but I don't think that I haven't heard enough on it, I guess. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, Mr. President, so kind of two different issues. I think the corporate loophole, which we started with on this presentation, is what we're trying to close on what is significant ownership of a property and what happens with that is they carve off different pieces in different areas that have day use. They know it's there. They, it could be 1,000 acres, it could be 10,000 acres. Somebody that has 250,000 acres can have a bunch of different LLCs in different areas and that, I mean, that's the corporate loophole. What this is doing is kind of evaluating what that minimum threshold is for receiving a landowner license. So 2,000 day use and 160 is what the current language is. I think why we're talking about this is as we continue to see people move to Wyoming and we almost always see those large ranches or large properties that are good habitat. When they're carved up into 160s for a reason. They get a license, they get licenses. They're going to have that day use. And I think they know that. And they've, we didn't include that in this presentation, but we've seen that advertised across the state that this comes with licenses, and that's not necessarily true, but they advertise that. And so, effectively what this would do if we moved that 160, we move that minimum acreage, it would change the way probably things are chopped up. We might save some of our larger acreages, some of those kind of things. And so it is really two kind of different, they're linked, but it really is two different topics.
But to me, they're the same. I don't know. I mean, there's licenses and there's wildlife and there's acreage and there's day use, but I don't know. To me, I can't differentiate between them myself, but
They're definitely the same in the fact that landowner licenses are continuing to increase. We've seen that trajectory and through whether it's through development of larger pieces of property or whether it's because they've found a way to divide up their ranch into different corporate entities that have 0.1% owners that can now get licenses they are linked, but they maybe aren't in as far as the regulation go.
Excuse me. So why is it? I mean, so with the smaller acreage farming and ranching the family owns, it's been ever. I mean, seems to me it's working. I mean, it seems to me that that's not the problem. I mean, they're producing. They've got the same amount of licenses. They got the same amount of acreage. They've got the same amount of animals that come on them. So I don't know what's their. Why are we trying to change it something to them folks? Where the big issue in my books is the potential for corporations, large ranches, and everything to come in there and to take these tags away from residents, whatever we do. So it's just, thank you.
Mr. President, are any other questions that I might be able to address for the commission? Thank you.
Is that the end of your presentation? Then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go into public comment. Si? Welcome. Again.
Yeah, President Ladwig, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. As Rusty and Director Nesbitt realize, this was a very thorny issue that needed to be wrestled with during the task force. And I felt like we did a really good job. And I'm really glad Commissioner Masterson has read that summary because I'm going to reiterate some of the things we talked about there. But the first thing I think to help Commissioner Roberts a little bit on the discussion of closing the corporate ownership loophole. That's basically what it was. And so what that conversation dovetailed into was also the issue of transferable landowner licenses. So what we have in Wyoming is we have a set of ranches that are corporate owned, and they have 6,000, 7,000 employees that all own stock in that corporation. And they all therefore can qualify to obtain a landowner license because they are in essence part owner by owning stock in that corporation to be able to use those licenses. And so what the fairness issue is if you have a corporation that's headquartered in Texas that owns 13 ranches and it has access to 60+ landowner tags, they are in essence transferring those landowner licenses to their employees to be used on guided hunts. Well, but then landowner X over here, who's he owns 100,000 acres in Wyoming, he cannot transfer his tags. They have to be used by somebody in his family. So we had two different sets of rules basically for the same license. And so the idea of having a percentage of ownership of 10, 15, 20%, wherever we land, the idea was to close that corporate loophole. And it's a fairness issue, and it dovetailed into two things: landowner tags and transferable landowner tags. And Commissioner Brokaw knows how thorny that issue is of transferable landowner tags. I think you all do. So that's why we landed where we did on that. So that's a different deal. The cap, what Commissioner Masterson talked about, and this needs to be driven home, in my opinion. This is really fixable, and it's not that hard. If you look at a herd and it's 125% of objective, it's an elk herd. If you really dissect those licenses, and we did, and that the elk area that's the most affected is elk area 7. If you take all those landowner tags and you issue them above and beyond the quota that the Game and Fish states is available for those licenses, you have zero biological significance to that herd. These are type 1 licenses. These are bull tags. You are not going to impact a herd that's sitting at 140% of objective already, for crying out loud. And maybe, just maybe, you give a little bit of incentive to those landowners to say, you know what, that's a lot of elk, but because it is over objective, I don't have to, get into a draw for these tags. I get these tags above and beyond, and you don't impact the resident hunter. This is one of the things that was one of our charges on this task force, was try to figure out how to free up licenses for the resident hunters. If you take all these herds that are 125% or above objective, and you just issue those landowner tags, resident, non-resident, above the quota, it's shocking how many tags you free up for the residents, and you don't hurt a darn thing for the biology of that herd. These are bull tags. These are buck tags. And so we're making this harder than it is. You can really make it that simple and fix this thing. And like I said, I think there would be some carrot aspect to that. If I was a landowner and I hunt on places that are incredibly over objective with elk herds, in area 123 doesn't even have a number. They don't even know what the number of elk is out there. It's so loaded up with elk. So why are we carrying about 8 or 10 resident landowner tags to come out of the quota? It makes no sense to me. But I kind of look at things in a simple way. So the other thing that the task force really weighed in on, and the Game and Fish saw this as an issue, is we have to have some way of going back into these properties on some level or amount of time to evaluate their use days. It's not being done. It's the Game and Fish talked about that. It's difficult. It takes a lot of manpower, that type of stuff. And what our recommendation is that this use days on these properties get looked at least on an every 5-year basis. So you can determine that, yes, in fact, there is 2,000 use days taking place there. And rightfully so, some of these properties may never get evaluated because it's obvious there's a 100,000 acre property, and every time the warden goes out there, there's 2,000 elk on the place, and we're turning in 450 landowner coupons. They probably don't need to evaluate that one, but on these smaller places, they need to do it. So this is really fixable after we tore it apart all those times. I just hate to see us, and just leave that acreage thing alone. I'm telling you right now, you can't fix that. Don't do it. Just don't. I can't believe I just said that. I just said, okay, I take that back. I did not say don't. All right. So anyway, that's my thoughts. I stand for questions.
Any questions?
If
Yes,
I
sir.
may, Mr. President, one of the other things that the task force included was the landowner must establish at the discretion of the department that the landowner and applicant qualify for a landowner's license each year an application is made. And I interpret that as I've talked to wardens and biologists, and it really is a huge time
Yes, it
factor
is.
for them. And I think that's intended to put more of the load onto the landowner to prove it.
Yeah.
Can you comment on that? I mean, we want to, award you with something. We don't want to, burden you. But tell me about that.
Yeah, and that was basically a comeback from the department that had a lot of merit to it. It was basically an affidavit, like oath of residency or whatever. It's like, yeah, I subscribe to the fact that, yeah, I do have 2,000 animal use days for the species that I'm applying for a license. Kind of puts the onus back on the landowner. It's not a bad idea, but like President Reagan said, trust but verify. So at some point in time, you do have to go back into these areas and do a verification that there is that much use being taken place.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
we appreciate the comments. What would you, if we go out to public comment for a number on a cap, what's your number?
I would say we have to have a number that has meaning, and here's when it will have meaning. Okay, you get into an area at some point in time and that herd, like in antelope, what we're dealing with right now, that herd drops to, those animals are at 50% of what the herd objective is. I think everybody's going to say, okay, you know what? These animals are really down. We're all going to bite the bullet to try to bring these animals up, because landowners, contrary to some popular belief out there, landowners do like wildlife on their place, and they like to have the ability to see them. They like to have the ability to harvest them themselves. They like to have the ability to have people pay them to harvest them. So I think if you went to like a 25% cap, and then you had a trigger point to where whatever that objective is, if that herd falls below 80% objective or whatever, then that triggers in. Otherwise, when you're sitting at 125, 140,000 of objective, there's really no reason to limit landowner tags at all. So there needs to be a trigger for sure. I'd say 25%. That would be the number I'm right in the middle between 20 and 30. That's where I would go.
Any other questions? Thank you, Si.
Hey, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Dan Kira. Welcome, Dan.
Good morning, afternoon, morning.
Morning.
It's still morning.
Still morning. Following science, tough job here. But my name is President and Commissioners and Director. My name is Dan Kura, and I'm the founder of Hunting with Heroes. And those of you who know what we do is we take disabled veterans into the field to hunt big game. And we don't have anything to do with landowner ownership, but we have a lot to do with landowner tags. And the thing that I want to bring up is when we first started this, and we've been doing this 13 years now, we had ranchers come to us and say, hey, I can get an antelope tag and donate it to you, because we were reaching out to the public to donate tags to us. And we had a lot of ranchers then that came in on that program and said, yeah, I'll do it, and then come and hunt on our property. So we got the licenses and we got access, which is very important for both those things. Right now, the Game and Fish is issuing approximately 500 donated tags each year. Last year was a little low because we cut back and because winter kill and some of those things. But in those 500 tags, I'd say 50% of them or more are landowner tags. And what you guys are talking about here might impact us getting some of those tags. We're not the only organization in the state that does this, and there's other organizations, and I've talked with them and they've talked with me. about what we can do, or as long as you folks could keep in your mind that we're talking about disabled veterans here. And there's 40,000 veterans in Wyoming, and probably 50% of them are disabled veterans. And some of those folks I know get tags from landowners every year. The landowner will give that particular hunter a tag. Not always antelope, sometimes elk, and sometimes cow elk, and those things. I had if this acreage thing goes through, there's a possibility that we will lose some chapters, because we've got chapters that rely on all their tags from landowners. And that works well for us in most cases. I did have a little conversation with Jim McGagna before I came up, and he's in Washington, or he said he'd be here, and he made a couple comments. One of them that I kind of thought about also was, if you decide to do this, maybe you could grandfather in some tags or landowners that have that 160 acreage, but don't have the crops on it or things like that. But that's about all I got to say right now. If you guys have any questions, I'd appreciate it. And just consider the veterans when you're considering how this is going to play out, please. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes,
I've got
thank
a
you, Dan.
comment for him. Have you thought about the over objective areas and the type 8 tags?
You know, I don't know that much about type 8 tags. Are those the 54s or 56 and 30? No, that's a different tag. I'm not, you'd have to tell me.
So you could take all sorts of veterans out. It sounds like you've already got access to private property.
Yes, sir.
And you can get those tags unlimited in some over objective areas. You might look into it.
And that's, we can get that from Game and Fish?
No, they're type 8 tag. You can buy them right at your local
Type
vendor.
8.
What would we be hunting?
Cow elk.
Cow
elk.
Cow calf.
We still have to have access at a
Right, you
place
have
that
to have
has it.
access to private
Well, it
land.
sounds like what you already have
Oh,
access.
we have access to a lot of property. Some
So
of
if
it
you
is
look
an
at
elk.
the areas,
Okay,
the type 8
that's a good
tag,
idea.
you could take piles of guys out.
Okay,
It's just a thought. You might look into.
that's a good idea. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
Sean.
Help them and help us too.
Sean Lovelace.
How you doing? Good morning. Mr. President, members of the commission and the director, appreciate your time. Just one of the, my name's Sean Lovelace. I'm one of the landowners down south of Casper. Kind of in that category, you know, so I've been kind of following it real closely, watching Rusty Bell on the task force for quite a while now. But yeah, I've been kind of, you know, I'm obviously kind of, you know, in defense of, you know, the smaller acreages. Especially like where mine's particularly located. It's kind of one of those ones that where the elk do kind of habitat and kind of get into it quite a bit and does kind of make a significant impact. So kind of see the reasoning behind some of that. But the main thing that I'd kind of like to focus on is the animal use days, in my opinion. I mean, it's a very calculated, easy method to kind of figure out if there's impact on somebody's property. You know, if they go out and figure out if there's 2,000 animal use days, you know, I'm talking to some of the biologists and the different wardens, sounds like that they all feel that that is actually a pretty significant number to get to, and it's not just a menial number. You know, I think the bigger issues obviously land with the big corporations that you know, and I feel like there's a few of the bad problems that are kind of dragging some of the other problems with it here in this particular issue. Obviously the bigger corporations that are doing the you know, multiple land purchases and getting the landowner tags.
You know, I'm again, kind of an advocate, been in communication with a lot of landowners that would be affected. You know, does there need to be a change? Sure, definitely. I think there's also, you know, some concessions from the folks that are kind of in this world with me, as far as when you start talking about the caps of 30%, 40%, whatever, some down to 10%, some just, anyway, I think you know, there's a balance there. You know, there's a give take that we got to have. I think the landowners, at least that I've spoke with, you know, feel that maybe that 30-40% would be, you know, kind of a good consideration on the max allowance for landowner tags in a particular area, and that solves a lot of the different issues. There's also, you know, the kind of a point creep, they call it sometimes, with the landowner tags. You know, as more landowners are getting put in because of this subdivision. So could there, you know, corrections being maybe a freeze or a lock on today's current landowner tag count? That would stop, you know, obviously any additional tags from being issued. And if a particular large ranch breaks out, then, you know, then maybe those tags got to follow one parcel and or requalify both. So that, you know, I think there's definitely, you know, more of a focused approach to the larger problems that exist to kind of start to chip away at it without breaking down the whole system. You know, I think the 10% cap would definitely be, you know, not taken well overall. I think that there's just be a big battle, you know, at the 10% range. A lot of people that would, you know, be against that. But I think that there's also, you know, a lot of people that know that we got to have kind of a checks and balances and a little concessions to kind of start to solve some of the larger problems of the subdivision and the corporation type ownership issues. So that's basically all I got for you guys today, unless you got any questions for me.
Thank you. Any questions?
Surprisingly, I have a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
So if we put a cap in place and you didn't get a license because you got hit by the cap, how would you feel?
Like I say, I think if the cap's a reasonable number, I think I'm okay with that. You know, I think, and I do like the approach that's been mentioned of somewhat of a priority for the following year. But I think that, you know, it does two things. You know, it kind of solves the problems of the bad areas that do have that huge landowner license, you know, allocation. It does solve that problem, and that's the main problem. And, you know, but it's a balance to where everybody would kind of be able to, you know, sign off on it and feel, you know, pretty comfortable with it, in my opinion. Anything else? All right,
Thank you, sir.
fellas, appreciate you guys' time. Thank you.
Wes Stewart.
Thank you, commissioners, for the privilege to put in my 2 cents here this morning. I'm a landowner, rancher down in Area 7 for elk. And, you know, there's plenty of elk, as Cy mentioned. And I guess I would hate to see that the criteria for the 160 acres was changed. I think it's a good number. And I also believe that the criteria of the 2,000 use days is good. Our land, particularly, we have big meadows that we hay, and then we also have a lot of timber up on the side hill. And, you know, you can change the way that criteria is because that timber is a bed ground, and it looks like sheep have bedded there, and there isn't any grazing there. It's mostly pine needles. But, you know, they come down at night and eat on the fields. And of course, you know, we all know what that's going to be like. And we have 8-foot stack yards to keep them out in the wintertime. So we have them in the winter, summer, and spring. And I just think ultimately the game wardens have the final say on the licenses. And I think if they suspect that there's something, and they have refused licenses to some of people in that area. And they meet the 160, they have elk on them. And, you know, they can receive or they can refuse that for any reason, which I think is a good call. And it puts a lot of pressure on the wardens. But I think in our area, we don't have the same problems that maybe in the western part of the state where those little places get chopped up or they, you know. Another thing that surprises me that was mentioned is that we've gotten more landowner tags. In our particular area, there's been a lot of smaller places that have been absorbed by big corporations that have bought them up. You know, and I don't know what's happened to those tags. I know that those smaller ranches used to get landowner tags. And I don't know where all that came from. You mentioned that they've increased, and that's kind of surprising to me from all the ranchers that have been absorbed over in the east of us. Excuse me. But I think it's fair the way it is, and we would qualify on the cultivated part with what you've talked about, the change. But I still don't think it's fair to the people that bought their places just to hunt, and I don't see a problem with that. If they were able to buy a patch of small ground and they just wanted it for hunting, I think they ought to be able to get a landowner tag. You know, maybe, you know, right the way it is around us right now, everybody gets 2. You know, maybe you could change the number. You know, it used to be we just get 1. So I would be open to something like that. Another thing that, get in my notes here. One thing that maybe could be done, you know, I can see that there's some jealousy in the sportsman's groups with landowner tags, and I'm sure the task force heard that, a lot of things, but you know, we got damages. I think we were paid for damages in 2017. And, you know, they come out and they have a good method of determining what they eat out of your hay. And, you know, I think what sometimes the public gets jealous of is maybe the landowners are kind of triple dipping. They're outfitting, they're getting damages, and they're also getting landowner tags. So I'm kind of proposing that maybe if you get damages, that forfeits your type 1 tags and you can still get the type 8s that you guys mentioned. Or if let's see where I'm at here. If the land is outfitted, I think maybe they would forfeit the type 1 tags. You know, I just think there's some other things that we can think of there. And that's all that I have that other guys haven't mentioned already. So I thank you for your time.
Any comment? Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
I don't think so, sir. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Dustin Ailport.
Good morning, President, Commissioners, and Director. I live in Commerce County, around West as well, and I think when I submitted the letter of opposition, primarily around the acreage increases. I believe that the 2,000 use days is a fair measure. One concern I had around where we are in Area 7 is there is a lot of 160s around us, and it's, you know, when you look at the herd management, when you look at the habitat, how are we managing the habitat? My concern and my fear is that if that acreage does increase, you're going to see a lot of those 160s just subdivide like crazy, and then they exit, you know, because like Wes is saying, there is a lot of people that did buy those 160s for those landowner tags. So that's a concern of mine. one of the things we've seen in our area is you guys have been issuing more tags to try to manage that herd. It seems like with the type 8s, I think there's been a type 2, which is that 4-point bull tag as well. So it seems like we're trying to increase the harvest. We're having troubles with that. And then on the same token now, with this possible acreage increase, we'd be taking away tags for some landowners. So those are my concerns. I know there's a lot of, fellow landowners around us that have concerns as well. So, but that's about all I had was the concern with the habitat and herd management. So, any questions?
Don't believe so. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you guys.
Dusty Porter, Wayne. Dusty, you there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, well, thank you very much. President Ludwig, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, thanks for the opportunity to address you guys today. As you mentioned, my name is Dusty Porter. I live in Casper, Wyoming. Realize that you guys are still in the process of developing some ideas with respect to landowner changes, but been listening to your discussion this morning and wanted to comment in response to some of the ideas being discussed, and specifically with respects to the minimum acreage. Knowing that this topic has been on your agenda today, this has already generated a significant amount of interest and concern from landowners around the state. And I caution you to be aware of, potentially unforeseen consequences. As Rusty mentioned, the task force spent a significant amount of time on this topic as well. I was not a member of the task force, but attended almost every meeting, so would like to think that I'm, somewhat knowledgeable on this topic. Increasing the minimum acreage to 1,000 acres would disqualify, as the slide showed, about 904 smaller landowners, many of whom are multi-generational Wyomingites that share a love for the land and the wildlife that call it home. That's the true spirit of the regulation, not new, oftentimes out-of-state owners who come in to buy up property just for the licenses. So I'd ask you to keep that in mind. An increase in the minimum acreage might seem like an easy solution to fix some existing as well as future qualifying properties. But be aware that many of these smaller properties provide critical habitat and in some case access for hunting and enrollment within HMAs. These landowners have great relationships that are valued with the department as well. I'm not for certain, we could ask Mr. Smith, but I don't believe the $1,000 or the 1,000-acre size limit, it really doesn't have any biological or managerial significance. I really think that's just an arbitrary number. And, I would encourage you guys to, take a look at the current system, but know that we've already established minimums. If a change is warranted, instead of focusing on the size, I would encourage you to focus your efforts on utilization. I think that's been talked about a lot today already. It's really a better indicator for the true value to the wildlife, not based on size. In many cases, a few hundred acres with prime habitat would be much more valuable to wildlife than 10,000 acres in the desert. Bigger doesn't necessarily mean better. Commissioner Masterson, you had asked Cy about putting the burden of proof on the landowner to assist the department. And I would just specifically say what we do as a family is we run trail cameras very religiously and just document all the usage. And I think that's something that's worked very well for us. And that's something that I think most landowners would be happy to assist in that process if they were asked to prove that burden. You guys kind of already talked about, a few of the good things that you can clean up. I like the ideas and the discussion around, closing the corporate loopholes, subdividing of smaller parcels just to qualify for licenses, and disallowing that minority ownership. Also hasn't really been discussed today, but would also encourage you guys to, oppose the transferable landowner license topic. In doing this, you would really monetize the system, kind of pandering to wealthy individuals, making it more of a pay-to-play sport than it already is. And not to mention that would devalue all of you guys as commissioner licenses that a lot of these not-for-profits depend on. To answer your question, as far as the cap goes, I'd generally be in favor of that as well. I like Commissioner Bell's 30% idea, so that would be my preference on that. And then would also like if those licenses were oversubscribed for, that there would be a landowner preference in the next year, just to ensure that everyone fairly gets issued those licenses through the system. So kind of synopsis of my ideas. I thank you guys for taking my comments, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Is there any questions? Thank you for your input. That's it.
I have 4 people who got their hand raised. Rob is his name.
Rob?
Your mic's not on either.
Excuse me, Rob? Hello, Rob? Maybe his mic's. Hello, Rob? Going once, going twice.
Go to the next.
Go to the next one.
It's pronounced Ines Daughtry.
Mr. or Mrs. Johnson? Johntree. Daughtry. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, my name is Ines and I am an artist and I live in Italy. And I'm present because I would love to express my thoughts about the situation of the wolf that was
Ma'am, we're not discussing the wolf at this time. We're discussing landowner licenses. Thank you.
okay.
David? David, are you there? Hello, David? Hello? Go to the next one. Christina? Hello, Christina? Hello? Something's not working. Hello?
I would say at this point, if they haven't submitted an advance.
Okay, I say we move on, Mr. President.
I guess we're gonna have to go back to the old thing. If you haven't submitted an advanced blue sheet, we're not gonna be able to deal with it because we're not having good connections. So we've closed the public comment on this subject.
Mr. President,
Yes.
so Craig, I think significant interest, 10%, I think that's direction I think we're okay with.
A starting point.
To starting, to be a starting, yeah, to be a starting point.
Starting point.
And then I guess I would say on the, I'm not sure I'm favor of the minimum acreage. I like the animal day use and leaving it the way it is, but I'm open to moving something forward for public comment if the commission so desires.
Here's, Mr. President, I don't know if it's been broached yet. I've tried. I'm gonna try again. If we keep to the minimum acreage, let's see if this will fly. One landowner tag. If you get to your thousand or whatever we decide acreage size, let's do 2 tags. We need to keep those small acreages engaged. But where'd you go with that in the task force? Did you do anything with that? I guess I don't want to reinvent.
Yeah,
or
no.
Finish your work.
Mr. President, great question. We hashed out these things, getting multiple tags as you get larger acreages with more animal day use.
Sure.
Ultimately, it comes down to day use. You could have an irrigated 500 acres that has way more day use than 50,000 acres
Sure.
of pasture land. So we ultimately just fell back onto the day use and
Okay,
that it
so
was just.
I would like to revisit that then. Day use with,
Remember, if you are gonna give more tags with more day use, you're gonna put more staff time.
no, I don't want to go there.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm coming back to grounding with your acreage and day use with the task force flushed out. That's enough there. I don't want to confuse it anymore. I think Craig knows where he's at. I'm catching up to where Craig's at.
Maybe I don't know where Craig's at.
I'm just waiting, that's all.
Okay, well, my recommendation to the commission, at least that if we're going to lower that for public comment, I would rather lower that to 320. If we're gonna change that, if we're gonna take comment on that minimum acreage size, I would put it at 320. That's just where like I said, at this point, I wouldn't be for it, but based on the comments that I've seen and heard and knowing that I think the day use is much more important to me. I'd rather leave it, but if we're gonna set an acreage size, I'd have it lower than 1,000.
I'd support that, Commissioner Bell. I'd go with, we need to go with an acreage size in our draft and hear from the public.
And hear from the public.
So let's
Give them
throw
some
that.
place to start.
Let's start there at 320. I support that.
Any other comments? Yes, I see a light.
To be clear, you're suggesting changing to 320 but keeping that 2,000 days in there.
Correct.
Okay. I like keeping the 160 for what it's worth, and I'm gonna fight you when the time comes.
So noted.
And then,
Anybody have any comments on the cap?
yeah, so Mr. President, I would for public comment, I think I would set that number at 30 and see what we get. And I know we had some 25 out, but I think 30 is
Let's start.
we already have some of that. We have that information pulled already. I think that's easier. That's a good start. That's a good place to look at.
I would, for what it's worth, I'd join in that and, but I also think it should come with some sort of a preference if you do not draw.
And to be clear, is it the direction of the commission that as we draft this, we put some language in there that's consistent with what the task force recommended as far as over objective herds?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Sir. Got
Mr.
that?
President, just one quick clarification on the 320 acreage. Are we only discussing reducing the 1,000 acre that we talked about today to 320? So we would still have the 160 cultivated and a minimum of 320, correct?
That would be my recommendation, Mr. President.
As a starting point.
Thank you.
Is that clear as mud?
I think we got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Del Lobb, in-stream flow biologist from the Fish Division.
I didn't get to talk about finance purchase. Oh. You know, you'll never.
Looks like it's out.
Chief Osterlin.
It gives you some. So.
President Ladwick, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, don't worry.
I'm not going to be presenting this for Dell. I just wanted to kick it off for him, give you a little background information. So you're going to hear a presentation from Dell, and you might recall Dell gave a presentation on Extreme Flow last November in Cody. He does some great work for the agency, and right now he's working on a in-stream flow water right over on the Grizzly unit, which some of you I know have toured in the past. And what he's going to present is a request for the commission to consider abandonment of a water right on the Grizzly. And just wanted to say, you know, the department does not take abandonment of any water rights on our department lands lightly. You know, water in the west, water in Wyoming's gold. And so this is a pretty rare occurrence, but we feel that abandonment of this water right would aid the restoration of Colorado cutthroat trout in that area. And last thing I'll add is that on the Grizzly unit, which was purchased in 1991 by the department, it was purchased for a couple different things, antelope and Colorado River cutthroat trout restoration. So what you're going to hear from Dell fits right into the management of that WHMA. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dell.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about water rights. I know it's a really simple and straightforward topic that's never controversial, so we'll go with that. So as Alan said, the Denison Ditch irrigation water right is on the Grizzly area, but also the Little Muddy Creek in-stream flow segment is on that area. Which one is it, Wayne? There we go. So this is just images of the Denison Ditch water right. If you look really closely where that gentleman on the left in the foreground, that's what's left of the Denison Ditch. And on the right is the Little Muddy Creek in-stream flow, part of the in-stream flow segment. And we're going to get into some specifics, but when it comes down to it, to me, it is a simple and straightforward situation. Is we want to abandon a water right that is no longer used, hasn't been used for decades, so we can protect more water in Little Muddy Creek for the fishery. So as Alan said, we're going to make a request for voluntary abandonment of this 0.4 cubic foot per second irrigation water right on the Grizzly area. The ditch no longer exists on the ground. Water has not been diverted for decades. When we purchased it in 91, when we purchased it in 1991, it was not active even then. It's very costly to reestablish pumping and infrastructure system. And even if we did, the beneficial uses on the landscape are very small. So voluntary abandonment of the water right will increase the amount of unappropriated water available for the in-stream flow segment. This is water that's available on paper. It's not going to change what's available in the creek, but it will change the amount of water that the state engineer's office can permit on our in-stream flow segment. And the permit, I'll get into it, but there's a public hearing this fall for SEO to consider the application. And we think the best beneficial use of water in Little Muddy Creek is to leave it in the creek for the benefit of the fishery. So I'm only going to give you 2 acreages to deal with today. And only a little bit of simple math, but there's over 38,000 acres of commission-owned land and other public lands on the Grizzly area. It's about 38 miles south of Rawlins. It's in the part of the headwaters of the Muddy Creek Basin, which is an important basin not only for for Colorado River cutthroat trout, but also other non-game species of special conservation need. The streams we're talking about, Little Muddy Creek, and the streams it flows into are within the historical range of Colorado River cutthroat trout. And just a little bit of a timeline. In 2009, on the Grizzly area, there was an unpermitted withdrawal just upstream of where our in-stream flow segment is, would become. At this point, the in-stream flow segment wasn't even an idea. But because of this unpermitted withdrawal, the department started getting concerned about, hey, we know these streams in the Muddy Creek Basin are important. Little Muddy Creek is an important stream. We need to do some studies to make sure how we understand how much water the fisheries need, and if appropriate, apply for water rights. So studies were done in 2010 on 4 streams, with Little Muddy Creek being one of them. We submitted the water right applications in June of 2012. So if those are permitted, those will have a priority date of June 2nd, 2012. And as I said before, a public hearing will be held this fall to consider all 4 of those water rights. In between, after 2012, that previously unpermitted water right was permitted. Turned out it was only for 0.01 CFS, but that will be junior to the in-stream flow segment rights. And there are no direct flow water rights upstream of the Little Muddy Creek in-stream flow segment. So the in-stream flow segment will be the highest priority water right in the upper part of the Little Muddy Creek. So this is a closer look at Little Muddy Creek and the kind of tools that we use to collect data, but we did a detailed study on measuring stream habitat variables and channel dimensions, calibrate hydraulic models, and come up with stream flow recommendations for various periods of the year. And another important thing on this is we call it Little Muddy Creek, but in the official state engineer's office records, it's called Big Hole Creek. And the in-stream flow segment is about 2 miles long. It extends from just downstream of the point of diversion for the Denison Ditch and goes downstream to the boundary with private land. And so these are the results of our in-stream flow study. We developed recommendations for 4 seasons. The summer trout production season, which the time of year when trout really grow and that growth increases their production and supports the long-term health of the population. But we also need flows in the winter, so there's deep enough water for them to survive the cold winter temperatures and freezing on the top of the stream. We also need a flow in the spring, so fish can move up and down the river, the creek, to get to their spawning areas and resting areas. And we also need a flow in the late spring and early summer for spawning. And those flows range from 0.7 to 2 CFS. But when we're considering the Denison Ditch water right, it's really that summer trout production season we're most concerned about. That water right applies for May, June, July, and August, and it's that July and August period where there's really, that water right really comes into play to affect the permitting process for the water right. Oh, and just back up a little bit. So you can see what 0.8 CFS looks like in Muddy Creek. It's within the range of all the flow recommendations, and you can see that it's providing some good habitat. So again, here's another acreage for you. It's 28 acres. That's what's permitted for that 0.4 CFS. The Denison Ditch diversion point is upstream of those 28 acres. And along the blue line for Little Muddy Creek, you see some gray rectangles. That's the Game and Fish Commission property. And the in-stream flow segment starts just downstream of the point of diversion, as I said, flows 2 miles to the boundary with private land. So after we submit the in-stream flow application, Water Development Office conducts a hydrologic feasibility study. And that study did conclude that the Denison Ditch water right will reduce the amount of available water that's unappropriated for use as the in-stream flow segment. That study also estimated that if 0.4 CFS were to be applied to the land, that 0.1 CFS would return to the river. 0.4 minus 0.1 equals 0.3 CFS of consumptive use. And so that 0.3 CFS is the amount of water that, just remember 0.3 CFS for the next slide. But the conclusion is that in July and August, there would be no available unappropriated water on paper for permitting of the in-stream flow water right. So that's our concern, and that's why we're here today about the water right. So here's the math. So in that feasibility study, the consultant estimated that the long-term mean monthly flow, natural flow in July is 0.3 cubic feet per second, and in August is 0.1. That consumptive use that I just told you about of 0.3 CFS gets subtracted from that natural flow to determine what is potentially available for permitting. So that means that there's no water available in July or August on paper for the state engineer's office to permit an in-stream flow water right. But if you abandon that water right voluntarily, that consumptive use is no longer subtracted. So there is water available for the state engineer's office to permit an in-stream flow water right. And even though 0.3 and 0.1 are less than we recommended from our studies, an in-stream flow request is a natural flows up to that point. It doesn't mean we're hoping for 1 CFS every year. We're trying to protect flows up to 1 CFS. So this is what 0.1 CFS looks like in Little Muddy Creek, and that's still a flow that's worth protecting. So just a little bit more about the Denison Ditch water right. Again, it's 0.4 CFS permitted to irrigate 28 acres. It's a 1907 water right that was acquired when we purchased the Grizzly area in 1991. We did request abandonment at the March 2015 commission meeting. At that time, the commission wanted more information, so they tabled the request, and we went out and got some more information. We had a site visit with the state engineer's office in June of 2015, considered lots of different options of how we might be able to put that Denison Ditch water right to use. Confirmed that the Denison Ditch does not exist and has not existed for decades. There's no diversion structure present. The pasture is very remote. In wet years, when there might be enough water to irrigate, it's really difficult to get to the site. The cost of a new delivery system would be very expensive, and there would not be much benefit to watering the ground to grow grass, and the pasture is not good hay ground. And the soils are already moist on this area because of side hill seeps. Vegetation is mostly sedges and rushes, and there would be very little benefit to irrigating these soils for livestock or for wildlife. So the consensus of the group during and after that site visit was voluntary abandonment of the water right will increase the amount of unappropriated water available for the Little Muddy Creek in-stream flow segment, and that the best beneficial use of Little Muddy Creek water is to leave it in the creek for the fishery and to protect it with an in-stream flow water right. And now I'll turn it back over to Alan. President Ladwick, Commissioners, Director Nesvik, don't go far, Dell, because I can't answer the questions probably. So what is it, mentions on the slide, what the department is asking is for the commission to approve the department go forward to the state engineer's office and apply for voluntary abandonment of that Denison ditch water right.
Any comment from the commission?
Question, I think I heard it in Dell's presentation, but just to be clear, there's no above stream appropriators on the segment of the Little Muddy.
Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, that's correct. There are 5 water rights upstream, but they're not direct flow. They're stock ponds that catch runoff off the side slopes. So the in-stream flow, the Denison Ditch water right is the most upstream water right.
Okay.
Mr. President, I moved to the commission vote to approve the request to petition the State Board of Control for voluntary abandonment of the 0.4 CFS Denison Ditch irrigation water right on the Red Rim Grizzly WHMA.
I haven't seen you perform like that all whole meeting. I'll second that.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner Bell and seconded by Commissioner Jolovich to do what it says right there on the screen. Is there any further comment?
My only comment is they've done that to us for the last 2 days. They've just left the request hang there, which has really been helpful. So
Yeah.
whoever's idea that was, it really helps us be more concise.
Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. I want to tell you, Dell, it seemed in my country, we don't have a lot of water, but you can make water appropriation sound pretty interesting. I appreciate your presentations.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
We're ready for awards, recognition, and donations. Chief Osterland.
Thank you, President Ladwick, Commissioners, Director Nesvik. So we got a feel-good one for you today, a light one right now. Sure it's appreciated. You know, the department has a lot of different awards that we pass out to our employees for their work for the agency and for the resource and their daily duties. And, you know, you'll be hearing those in July. This one is different in that we were notified by a county 4-H group. And one of our employees that's went above and beyond for his volunteer service. And, you know, we thought it was appropriate to bring Jim in today to recognize him, but not only Jim, but other employees within the agency that do volunteer their services that sometimes we don't hear about. And there's quite a bit of that. And so this recognition is kind of for all our employees that go above and beyond and donate their time to 4-H programs, shooting sports and such things, or whatever the case may be. So I'd like to ask Jim Wassine to come on up. And Jim is our Wyoming Landscape Conservation Initiative Coordinator. Jim needs 2 name tags to capture that title, but he wears them well. So like I mentioned, we were notified by the county 4-H program in Sweetwater County that they have programs that can nominate 2 outstanding individual volunteers to receive a 4-H Salute to Excellent Awards. One of them is for 10 years plus service and one is for 5 years or less service. And they had nominated Jim to receive the 5 years less service for, volunteer service to their program. And I just want to read a couple things from their nomination that was passed on to us is that
They were honored to share with us that Jim had been selected as the Sweetwater County Volunteer of the Year for 2023, with 5 years of service with Sweetwater County 4-H. With the award, they also sent his name into the state 4-H office as their nomination to receive the Salute of Excellence Award for the Volunteer of the Year regionally, which he was selected as well. So we received 2 awards. They state in their letter to us that with 5 years of service with 4-H, Jim Wassine is a leader for the Sweetwater County 4-H Shooting Sports Club. Without Jim, shooting sports practices would not flow smoothly and practices go as well as they do. Jim ensures all members have fun at practices and help keep them safe. He makes sure that all needs of the Sweetwater 4-H County 4-H members are met at practices through teaching, listening, and giving back through his expertise. Jim is one of the most loved teachers and leaders in shooting sports and is often looked up to by their members. He encourages all members to do their best at each practice. Jim is highly active in all practices and all disciplines. He will stay to the range to the very end to make sure everything is safe. And so with that, I don't have the award to present to him, but I just want to offer recognition and our appreciation to Jim for his service with 4-H.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, thank you all for the recognition and allowing me the opportunity to teach hunter education to the 4-H kids as well. I do provide a class for our shooting sports kids and I really enjoy getting out and getting involved with the kids, and I learn just as much from them as I think I provide to them. So thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you. Super job. Thank you. Doesn't look like Sean, but that's all right.
Red means I'm
Chief
off,
Phipps.
yeah, okay. President Ladwig, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. Hey, I'm gonna just kick things off for Sean and Ray here. We've got some exceptional employees that represent over 45 years of service to the state and the department today. Not each, that I did the math, I added that together. So anyhow, I'm gonna turn it over to Sean and Ray here to recognize some folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. It's my honor to present Roy Weber with his 20-year service award today. Roy, you want to come up here? This is pretty great for me to be able to come up here and give this award. Roy and I first started working together back in 2010. We worked together on some entry-level jobs over at YDOT in the right-of-way program, with a half a cubicle wall between us, working on right-of-way acquisitions and appraisals and things like that. And to be here nearly 14 years later, giving him his 20-year service award is a little surreal. During his time with YDOT, he worked his way up from an entry-level appraiser to the assistant administrator over there. Roy then came to work for the department as lands chief in January of 2022. And in that short 2-year time frame, he's been either a part of or led efforts on some pretty major acquisition projects that include the Bear River Divide HMA, the Ellis Ranch acquisition, the Hanson property acquisition, and as of yesterday, the Mule Creek Ranch acquisition. In addition to that, he's been a part of numerous agreement and easement extensions that provide a major benefit to the hunting and fishing public of Wyoming. As a lands chief, Roy is responsible for leading a small group of 2 lands coordinators that on behalf of the commission administrate around 500,000 acres that the commission owns or manages. It's a pretty big job. It's not an easy job, I know from personal experience. And he does a fantastic job, working with landowners and partners, NGOs, attorneys, internal department personnel to shepherd all these projects through the process. And he does an excellent job. He has a great attention to detail. He's very intelligent, and his years of experience working with just a multifaceted background in real estate, from title work to appraisal, acquisition, all of that is just lends itself really, really well to the job that he does every day. So it's hard to summarize an exemplary career, especially a 20-year career, into a few moments and to do it any kind of justice. But at the same time, it seems like it's gone by in a flash. So Roy, thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for your service to the department and the state of Wyoming, and congratulations on 20 years.
Next. Ray,
All
you're
right. President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. I'm Ray Brady Hoff, Habitat and Access Branch Chief, and it's my pleasure to do a service award for Matt Pollock. Matt, you want to come up? So Matt Pollock is our Habitat and Access Coordinator out of the Casper region. So this year represents 2.5 decades by Matt, so 25 years. He's probably one of the most caring people you'll ever meet. Matt began working for the state of Wyoming as a graduate assistant at UW in 1997, where he was working on a graduate degree in agricultural education, rangeland ecology, and watershed management. But luckily, in 2005, we stole Matt to the department. He started out in Laramie as a Habitat and Access crew leader, and then later transferred to Casper as the Habitat and Access Coordinator Supervisor, and has been in Casper ever since, and part of the Casper team. In 2018, he received the Casper Region Peer Recognition Award. Matt is responsible for the management of 4 wildlife habitat management areas: Chain Lakes, Red Rim Daly, Morgan Creek, and most recently, North Glendo. This encompasses over 96,000 acres that one man is in charge of. He also has 26 public access areas, most of them being located on the North Platte River around Casper. So those are high use areas as well. And Matt does a phenomenal job managing these, and the commission property rights along with them. Just a little bit more about Matt. He was born and bred Iowa Hawkeye. Okay.
I won't hold that.
Matt began working as an Iowa farmhand and at a John Deere dealer prior to enrolling at Northeast Missouri State University, where he got his Bachelor's of Science in Ag. While Matt has an interesting resume, what really sets him apart is his kindness, individuality, and empathy. As I mentioned earlier, Matt has a huge heart, whether it be the numerous pets he fosters, brings to work, his genuine concern for his friends, family, coworkers, or the countless hours and miles that he that he travels annually doing refereeing for varsity sports with the high school. So Matt is on the road every Friday night at a football game somewhere as a ref. Matt is always giving. He gives himself to others. He will be the guy who comes home after midnight because he runs into some lonely ranch hand out in the middle of the field and talks to him for hours because they haven't seen anybody. So Matt just has a large heart, and it's my pleasure to work with Matt. I actually worked under Matt when I was a young biologist, so it's really cool to give this award to him. And we appreciate your service and dedication to the department.
Congratulations, Matt.
He smiled the whole time he's been here. From the time he walked in to the time he sat down, I've noticed him the whole time he's smiling.
Back to there. Okay, we got a whole crew coming up here now, so I'll let them introduce themselves and we're gonna hear about Du Bois Highway 26.
Yes, sir. President Ladwig, Commission, Director Nesvik, thanks for the opportunity. One that I've looked forward to for the last several years to present to you some work that we, in partnership with YDOT, are doing on Highway 26 through Du Bois. Before I go any further, let me introduce you to Randy Merritt. Randy's my, I was going to say partner in crime, might be accurate, but colleague. Randy works for YDOT in Region 5 out of Basin and is their construction engineer there. If it wasn't for Randy's enthusiasm and caring about wildlife, Highway 26, this project that you're going to see wouldn't be where it is today. I'm not sure Randy doesn't know more about wildlife than I do, and he likes to share that. And I think that's awesome. Just a couple of notes that I wrote down. We're not going to talk much. We're going to actually let a video do the talking for us. But I do want to say a few things. And the first thing is, many of you or some of you have heard me say in the past that we can either make dust or we can eat dust. And there's no question that Wyoming has been making dust with regard to wildlife vehicle collisions and separating wildlife from highway roadways. With I-25, Kemmer, Big Piney, Nugget Canyon, and Daniel. And now we're going to work on Du Bois, finally, right? We're going to title this project, at least for the purposes of grant writing, the Wind River to Grand Tetons, connecting wildlife on the Togety Trail. And we're doing that in part because we're partnering with the Wind River Reservation on this project. Let me back up just a minute and just tell you that once we watch the video, Angie and Chris McBarnes are going to talk to you about how we're going to pay for the project. So they will follow after the video. Let me just say that the stretch of Highway 26 through Du Bois from the confluence of the highway and Dinwiddie Creek, east of the town of Du Bois, through town to Stony Point, west of town, is the stretch of highway that we've considered over the past several years. To do that, we felt like we needed to bring a professional on board. And by a professional, I mean what is called a transportation ecologist. And I think we got one of the best in the West, Julia Kinch out of Colorado, to do that for us. She designed a couple of projects in Colorado, south of Kremling on Highway 9. And most recently has been involved in designing similar kind of roadway work on Vail Pass on, what is that, I-70. So we commissioned her. She worked with us for a little bit over a year and a half and developed what we have today, and that's our US Highway 26 Wildlife Mitigation Strategy. That strategy breaks up this stretch of highway into 8 different segments with different priorities for mitigating wildlife vehicle collisions, ranging from changing right-of-way fences to vegetation removal under bridges to allow existing structures to be used as underpasses. And of course, what we're going to talk about and focus on today, and that's segment 6. And segment 6 in this stretch of highway has the second highest rate of wildlife vehicle collisions that result in several hundred mule deer mortalities a year. The entire stretch of this highway results in literally hundreds and hundreds of dead deer every year. And to the point that it's actually considered one of the more dangerous stretches of highway in the state. The reason that we're focusing on segment 6, again, with the second highest incident rate of wildlife vehicle collisions, is because this is the stretch of highway that topographically gives us the opportunity to effectively separate wildlife from the roadway. The one with the highest mortality rates or wildlife vehicle collisions just doesn't lend itself to this kind of work. But that doesn't mean we don't have some ideas in place to at least minimize them there. So I think segment 6 is the crown jewel of this plan and the focus for today. So sit back and relax and enjoy this short video. No, I'm sorry. Doggone it.
U.S. Highway 26 in Wyoming, from mileposts 48 to 73, has been identified as a top priority in the state for reducing wildlife vehicle collisions. This 25-mile stretch of highway, roughly centered on DuBois, is in the heart of mule deer winter range. This landscape is also important for other species, including elk, moose, bighorn sheep, white-tailed deer, and other wildlife. Habitats on both sides of the highway are important to area wildlife, so maintaining habitat connectivity is critical for allowing animals to access the resources they need. This, coupled with vehicle speeds, increasing traffic, and frequent wildlife movements across the highway, has resulted in rising wildlife vehicle collisions over the past years. Wildlife vehicle collisions account for 74% of all vehicle crashes in this stretch of the highway. The cost of these collisions is estimated at nearly $800,000 each year. This cost includes property damage, accident response and cleanup costs, and the value of the wildlife themselves. To address this issue, the Wyoming Department of Transportation and Wyoming Game and Fish have completed a mitigation assessment that includes recommended strategies to significantly reduce wildlife vehicle collisions. The plan splits the project area into 8 segments, each with their own collision reduction strategies. While these strategies vary by segment, many of them fall into the following categories: right-of-way fencing improvements to reduce roadside barriers to wildlife movements across roads and prevent animals from becoming trapped on a roadway. Vegetation improvements, such as clearing pathways under existing bridges and reducing vegetation that makes it difficult for drivers to see wildlife. Improving and maintaining existing culverts, bridges, and stock passes so that wildlife can move safely through them. This can mean adding a natural ground surface within a culvert, or setting back fences and gates to allow wildlife to access these structures. Traffic improvements, such as improved lighting or new roadway technologies as they advance and become more reliable and effective. Building dedicated wildlife crossings with high wildlife fencing to guide animals to safe passages under or over the roadway in critical locations. The highest priority segment in the project area is segment 6, which is east of DuBois and runs roughly from Longhorn Ranch to the Military Vehicles Museum. This segment had the second highest average rate of wildlife vehicle collisions, and it includes the milepost location with the highest single rate of collisions across the entire project. The recommended strategy for this segment is a comprehensive wildlife collision mitigation system, consisting of building new wildlife crossings, connected with wildlife exclusion fencing. This fencing will also tie into existing bridges and culverts that can be improved to encourage wildlife passage. The recommended new wildlife crossings include 3 wildlife underpasses at milepost 58.6, 61.5, and 62.9, as well as a wildlife overpass at milepost 59.5. All of these crossing structures are designed to take advantage of the surrounding topography and existing wildlife paths. This will minimize grading impacts and improve the likelihood of wildlife using the crossings. The wildlife overpass connects the raised landscape on either side of the highway, and it provides a different experience than the underpasses. While some animals will use either type of crossing, some species prefer either under or overpasses. These 4 wildlife crossings, combined with wildlife fencing improvements and improvements to existing bridges and culverts for wildlife passage, form a complete system for reducing wildlife vehicle collisions while providing safe passages for wildlife to connect to habitat and resources on either side of the highway. Wildlife crossings connected with high wildlife fencing are known to reduce wildlife vehicle collisions by up to 90%. A high-level benefit-cost analysis shows that the cost of this system would be offset within 27 to 29 years, and the lifespan of a wildlife crossing is at least 75 years, meaning that the crossings will provide ongoing benefits far beyond the initial payoff period. To learn more about this project, visit the Lander Region's Wildlife and Roadways page on the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's website.
So with that short video and some familiarity with what we're proposing for the next round of federal funding, Randy and I are here. If you have any questions about what we're proposing here and hope to accomplish, Randy and I would stand for questions. Certainly
questions?
Commissioner Masterson has some questions.
That's cold.
I thought Commissioner Roberts had his light on.
Well, I did for a sec. I just, well, what was the total mileage on that? How many miles? From all the projects combined?
All the projects. I'd have to look that up.
I think
25.
video said 25.
Yeah. Okay. Angie, do you want to?
Ralph, do you have anything?
No, sorry.
Go ahead.
President Ladwick, Director Nesvik, Commissioners, thanks, Daryl, for that. I stood before the commission about 5-6 years ago and brought this project to the commission. And at the time, there wasn't a clear identified solution to the issues. And so since then, Daryl really took that to heart. And as you can see, did a very thorough job in coming up with a real clear solution, which is so important in this work because spending $28 million, that's the price tag for this one, on a project like this, we have to ensure that we're going to get that 90% success in order to continue to build support momentum for these crossings. But thanks, Daryl, for your persistence. I'm very excited. This is WYDOT and the department's highest priority for a large crossing project. And so we're working really closely with WYDOT to strategize and to plan for an upcoming federal grant, similar to the same funding source as we got for the Kemmerer project. We're expecting that grant application to come out any day now. They told us spring. So in preparation for that, we're looking at how we come up with the match, what we need to do to prepare. Chris with the Wildlife Fund is going to talk more in detail about that. But I wanted you guys to know this is our top priority. And we've also decided to submit 2 projects, both the Du Bois project and the Halleck Ridge on Interstate 80. Now, the idea behind this strategy is we most likely won't get 2 projects funded in this round, but we know there's going to be another round next year. And so we think about preparing the Halleck Ridge project, getting that package together, submitting it this time so that we're maybe in a better standing for next year as well. And really, we want to continue to show how Wyoming has a need for these projects, that we're committed to them, and that we have several shovel-ready projects ready to stand. And so this funding source, which is a temporary funding source, to remind you, is $350 million through the Infrastructure Act given to the Federal Highway Administration. They will do 3 rounds of funding. 1 round has already been done. And so they're really looking at how can they make this funding source sustainable long-term. And by us continuously putting multiple large-scale projects in front of them, we hope we can help achieve that. So with that, I'll pause for any questions.
I don't think that the funding you're talking about, the grant is just for that section 6 and the Halleck.
Absolutely. We'll do 2 separate applications.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll turn it over to Chris McBarnes with the Wildlife Fund.
Welcome, Chris.
Mr. President, Director, members of the commission, always a pleasure to be here. It's these kind of projects that keep me awake at night in a good way. I get super excited about these projects. So For those of you who do not know me, my name is Chris McBarnes. I'm president of the Wildlife Fund. I always like to do this disclaimer because there's still a lot of people who have no clue who we are. We were created by this commission 4 years ago to fund common sense on the ground wildlife projects across Wyoming that all people who love wildlife can get behind, that truly move the needle for wildlife. If you care about migration, if you care about connectivity, if you care about mule deer, if you care about wildlife, you want to get behind this project. It's a no-brainer. And we're so thankful that our tribal partners are partnering with the Wyoming Department of Transportation and Game and Fish to get this done. I think that's very important and speaks to the fact that Wyoming comes together to do great things for wildlife. Daryl and Randy have been an absolute pleasure to work with, and Angie is the best in the business. So from a funding standpoint, what we're going to try to strive in this particular project is a 70-30 split, 70% from federal sources, 30% from state and private sources. Now, the Wildlife Fund, we've gotten pretty adept at pooling private dollars to add to these federal grants to make them that much more competitive at the national level, because these are very competitive projects. Even though our science is dialed in, this project's got all kinds of charisma, we need private funds. So what does that mean for myself? And I'm going to introduce my colleague Scott as well. We need to come up with $2.7 million in private funding for this project. And we've got a pretty short time to do it in. Scott and I are giving ourselves a timeline between now and July so that we can bake this into the Wildlife Crossings pilot program grant that will be applied for. Here today, we have 136,000 secured. Scott and I have been burning up phones. This is coming from sources like Wildlife for Tomorrow, a signature program of the Wildlife Fund, the 10 Country chapter of the Muley Fanatic Foundation, the Du Bois Outfitters Association. I want to tip my cap to those guys. They've stepped up in a big way also. Our Golf for Wildlife outings, our wildlife barrier breakers that my colleague Nate Brown does a great job spearheading. Scott Christensen with the Greater Yellowstone Coalition. I called Scott and I said, listen, this is in your backyard as well. This is in your organization's wheelhouse. Scott, team up with me. Let's burn up the phone of every major family foundation from sea to shining sea. Let's hit every deep pocket we can, and let's get this money raised. And the important thing, if you're listening out there, please know this. We're looking for commitments this summer. We actually don't need the check. We need verbal commitments. We need pledges. And the money then would come in here in a couple of years that we'd actually need the cash. So with that being said, the Wildlife Fund is committed. We're committed to getting this done and creating another great success story for wildlife vehicle collisions, driving them downwards throughout Wyoming. And I want to give my colleague, Scott Christensen, Executive Director of Greater Yellowstone Coalition, just a couple minutes to talk about his commitment to the project. Scott?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's a pleasure to be with you today, Commissioners, President, Director Nesvik. I work for an organization that thinks about not just Wyoming, but Montana and Idaho as well, in this larger area around our national parks here in this region. And this project is a really good example of why it's important to think holistically about our wildlife. We have animals that summer in Grand Teton National Park, that traverse the national forest and state and private lands, and then onto the Wind River Reservation. And here we have an excellent opportunity to make that road section both safer for people and for wildlife. And I'm happy to partner with Chris in helping to raise the private match on this. We really support this project. Can't tell you how great it is to see Wyoming continue to be a leader in this realm with all the work that the staff at the department have done and WYDOT as well, to support wildlife movement and migrations. And I just want to echo what Chris and Angie, Daryl, others have said about this project. It's a really compelling project, both for people and for wildlife. And I just want to let you know that we're happy to work together in a partner way to help support it. Again, congratulate you all on continuing to push this issue forward of wildlife migration. I just love seeing Wyoming across the whole country be a leader in this, and kudos to you and the amazing staff you have at the department, including Director Nesvik. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. So Commission, we've got plenty of work to do, but we'll stand for any questions you might have.
Anybody have any questions? I have a comment, Bulldog Chris. I've nicknamed Chris this years ago when he first started with this organization. We were here. I think Ralph and I are probably the last two that were around when Chris got hired. He nips at the heel of everything he can nip at, and he's doing such a wonderful job for the wildlife fund and the wildlife and stuff of the state of Wyoming. It's phenomenal, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll get to work. Appreciate you guys.
Okay, we'll go into call of the public. And if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at the possibility of 2 hours.
2 hours.
With 2-minute presentations, please, to get as much activity as we can get. And I'll start calling names up. Thank you, guys. Appreciate Daryl and everybody. Thank you. Jess Johnson.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, Commissioners, Jess Johnson, Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I'm their Government Affairs Director. And I want to make sure that I touch on a couple of things. While I think we were all horrified by the acts of an individual that doesn't represent Wyoming, nor Wyoming values or people, I want to take this opportunity to shed a little light on some education things. The world is watching. So I'm going to tell you a couple of things that you all know. Hopefully, the world will also start to hear. Statutory authority. I'm a lobbyist for the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I do a lot of work at the state legislature, and a lot of my job is to know the right person to come to talk to when I have frustrations about how things are going. I understand that your guys' hands are tied. This incident happened outside of the trophy zone being where you and your scientists and your researchers have done an excellent job of managing wolves in this state. They've had a healthy and viable population. Had this been perpetrated inside the trophy zone, the fines would have been different. We could have done something, but because it was outside and it's under the purview of the Department of Agriculture, that is also set in statute. This is legislative. I'm trying to make sure that we come to the right place and express the frustrations in the right way. So the world that is listening, don't burn yourself out on the frustrations here, telling to people who manage our wildlife and have built their careers, the scientists, the researchers, the managers, built their careers on making sure that we have these animals here. That's what you guys manage. Thank you for that. Thank you for having the game warden that did everything they could do under statute, including a $250 fine, which was the highest fine that we could find a loophole for under statute right now. So I hear this emotion in this room and I feel this, but I want to make sure it goes to the right place and it goes somewhere where it can be changed and where it can be done. Because oftentimes I hear a pour out here of emotion, and then I show up at a legislative committee meeting and no one is in the room. Thank you.
Just on time. Thank you, Jess. Christine Combs.
President
Morning again.
Ladwick, oh, sorry. Hi. Yes, I'm Kristen Combs, Executive Director from Wyoming Wildlife Advocates. President Ladwick, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this issue that has become a flashpoint for change in wildlife management in America. I want to start off by reminding you that the world is watching. The horrific cruelty that was allowed to occur with little to no consequence has affected people in ways they can't even articulate. People the world over are outraged, saddened, and stunned that something of this nature could happen in our modern society. You stated yesterday in a press release that Wyoming is the gold standard of wildlife management. However, how can what happened occur in a state that has the gold standard of wildlife management? This is not a one-time event by a sick individual. This is a more systemic problem of Wyoming's laws and lack of protections and ethical considerations that have failed to protect all wildlife. In most of Wyoming, wolves aren't even considered wildlife. In all of the state, coyotes, jackrabbits, porcupines, red fox, skunks, and stray cats are not considered wildlife at all. They are given the status of predator, which means that they have no ethical considerations given to them ever. There is no time of the year where predators must be killed in an ethical manner. And in fact, just last year, the legislature made it even easier to kill these species by allowing night hunting with artificial lighting, night vision, and infrared light. This sends a message that some wildlife is not worthy of ethical treatment. Those animals are so unworthy of ethical treatment that you allow them to be killed by setting fire to dens with pups, run over by snowmobiles, and killed for contests where prizes and money is awarded. That is not wildlife management, and it's not hunting. Torture has no place in any kind of wildlife management. So please share with us how a system that permits these things to occur is the gold standard of wildlife management. And even when it comes to game animals, Wyoming is still falling short of being an exemplary example of wildlife management. Wyoming has some of the sickest deer and elk in the nation. The legislature is fighting over how to reduce elk populations because of the havoc they are wreaking on ranches. And you still feed wildlife when every piece of evidence says not to. So how can you say that Wyoming is the model state for wildlife management? Back to the incident. Oh, okay. I'll send you the rest of my comments, please,
Okay.
by
Thank
email.
you.
Yep.
Sylvia Bagdonis.
Hi, Director
Hi.
and President and Commission. I appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. I also am concerned with the latest incident, and particularly because I think that you set the standards and norms for how people should conduct themselves. And again, I'm looking at the generations coming up, and they're looking to you for leadership. Commissioner Brokoff talked about how young people are really focused on using social media to get their information. I hope that you might find a way to add some information that young people have access to that would clarify the position in Wyoming on ethical wildlife treatment and hunting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lisa Robertson. Welcome again, Lisa.
It's my favorite place. So I'm Lisa Robertson, again, with Wyoming Entrapped, and I had a page prepared to give you, but after listening to Kristen and Sylvia, I just decided to point out a couple things. You know, this is about, to me, a wolf in Wyoming. And Wyoming Untrapped was once called Wyoming Wolves Untrapped. And there was a reason for that, because wolves were going to be delisted in Wyoming, and they were going to be in the predator zone in the 85% of the state. And it was shocking. So we set up I gotta hurry. But anyway, I just have a couple questions or a couple things I want to point out to you that I wish we would do differently about this whole thing. It's been traumatic, really traumatic for all of us. And it's become where any kind of words of kindness make you tear up, because you see the ugliness that's going on out there, and we know it's going on everywhere. I would recommend that you don't stay quiet during incidents like this. That really got the blood boiling, and that's really what escalated this whole thing of all the public wanted to be getting involved. I think we need more compassion in wildlife management. I think that's a key missing component. I think every single animal deserves compassion. I think we should increase transparency significantly, that we don't always have to do a public records request for some of the simplest questions, especially in regard to this incident. I'd like to see maximum fines and penalties issued for any animal abuse. Not a $250 fine, but if there's a $1,000 fine in jail, let's give it to them. I know we have one commissioner who agrees with that. And until one sentence, and until we can do all these, until we can value and protect our animals, I believe we should relist wolves until our state can do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Phil Pfister.
President Lagwood, Director Nesbitt, Commissioners, thank you for your time again. I spent a lot of time as the president of the Wyoming State Trappers Association in other states and dealing with a lot of predator control issues and things like that. When you go to other states that have wolf and wolf management issues, the wolf managers in those other states, they talk about how exemplary our wolf management plan is. They start with Montana and the exception of Wyoming, because how good of a job you guys are doing on the wolf management program you have instilled in our state. There is a big game area where they are protected and hunted and regulated, and they get to disperse out of that big game area into the rest of the state. There are small packs all over this state. They don't get to be so big that they're depredating on anything, which keeps everything, the wildlife, human conflict down. Everything's going great. The actions of this gentleman, he needs to be hung by his toenails and beat with a cowboy bat or a cowboy hat. It was an awful thing that happened, but you guys have done an exemplary job of managing Wyoming's wolf population, and congratulations to everything that you guys have done.
Thank you for your comments. Jessica Karstala? Close.
Mr. President, Director, Commissioners, my name is Jessica Cargella. I'm the Executive Director of Footloose Montana, and I'm also a former lawmaker for the state of Montana. But just to be clear, I'm from the side of the aisle that voted against a lot of the new wolf policy in our state. As I was driving here from Florence, Montana, I noticed signs along the road warning that littering is a $750 offense. It made me think the state has their priorities wrong when you only levy a fine of $250 for possession and transportation of live, warm-blooded wildlife and have what appears to be unclear policy against cruelty to wildlife like wolves. I hope you agree running over wolves and other wildlife is cruel and undignified behavior. It has brought the eyes of the world on Wyoming, so I hope the state will disincentivize it by codifying harsh penalties. The dictionary defines predator as any organism that exists by preying upon other organisms. Cats are carnivorous predators. Your dogs and my dogs are predators. Trust me, my dogs are feral. They look cute, but they're feral. Predator is also defined as a person or group that plunders, pillages, or robs, as in war. The Vikings were barbarian predators. I take issue with the term predator zone. It's an animal killing zone, unless you're referring to those like Cody Roberts who brutalize, torture, and kill wolves. If that's the case, then yes, it is a predator zone. Look, I'm from rural Montana. My family has been in the state since the 1890s. I know Wyoming and Montana are different states, but I implore you to take a different path. I take issue with those who say Cody Roberts was an isolated incident. He's not an anomaly. He's not the exception. Sadly, there are many like him. I've known them all my life. We all know animal abusers. Let's not embolden them with small fines and lax regulation. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you taking what I said into consideration.
Thank you. Jim Keen?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. President, and Mr. Director. I'm a agriculture veterinarian from rural South Dakota. I have my DVM and PhD are from University of Illinois. My PhD is in infectious diseases. I've been a large animal practitioner, a faculty member at the University of Nebraska Veterinary School, and a researcher at the USD's Meat Animal Research Center in Nebraska. My family continues to ranch and farm and fair chase hunt in South Dakota, as I have since the 1880s. And I'm now director of veterinary sciences for Animal Wellness Action and the Center for Humane Economy. As veterinarian and scientist, I want to emphasize 4 main points, if I have the time. First, regarding the tortured wolf, an independent veterinary forensic investigation should be conducted on the wolf remains to explore other abuses the animal may have suffered. It seems there is a consensus that police and prosecutors should pursue felony charges under the state's anti-cruelty statute. Second, rural folks and veterinarians know animals. This individual violated written and unwritten moral codes of responsible treatment of animals and ethical hunting. And part of any sentencing should include a permanent stripping of his hunting privilege. Third, and more broadly, this case lays bare problems with Wyoming's no holds barred wolf and predator management practices. The state should consider the following practices. First, ban snowmobile hunting. And as alluded to before, use of wire snares and steel jaw leg hold traps. Second, eliminate the current predator zone covering about 85% of the state. Please note that the structure of the existing no holds barred approach to wolf killing actually poses a threat to hunting and ranching. CWD, chronic wasting disease, is highly prevalent in Wyoming, and an infectious disease I studied myself is a greatest threat to Wyoming deer and elk hunters. Wyoming wolves and mountain lions selectively target and kill these deer and elk, helping to keep the herds healthy. Wolves are the antidote to CWD. Can I have a couple more seconds?
Just
No? Okay,
hold
all
it
right.
down.
Thank you.
Lorraine Finazzo.
Good
Hi there.
afternoon. This is the first time I've ever done this. I traveled 1,800 miles to be here from South Carolina because I'm devastated by what has occurred here. My family, my husband and my daughter are with me. We love Wyoming. Every minute we can spend in Wyoming, we are happy. It is a place of unfathomable beauty. But recently, something very ugly has occurred. The incident in Daniel, Wyoming is giving me nightmares. We come to see wildlife. We love wolves and grizzlies. Knowing that the state permits snowmobiles to run over animals as a wildlife management tool is appalling. It's outrageous that such a method is legally considered hunting. Unless there are changes to these laws, we can no longer support Wyoming tourism. I urge you to take the necessary steps to outlaw this barbaric practice, which only appeals to a small, extreme minority in your state. We love spending time here. However, this incident has tarnished the beauty. The laws must change. The world is watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Helo. Welcome.
Hi there. It's Halo, but you guys were great. That's close. Anyway,
Halo.
thank you very much for you all to let us come and make our comments. What I want to comment about is the fee scale for fines, and I realize that's not up to you guys, it's up to the legislature. But I agree with someone who spoke earlier that said poaching is going to happen, violations are going to happen no matter what kind of rules you make. I believe this is true. But for a fine, for something like this, I think this would hold for this, and it would also hold for something in the park where people do stupid stuff, like with wildlife and walking on crusts and what have you. Make it $10,000. You're only going to need to fine somebody once. The word's going to get around. People will respond to that. It will be outrageous, but it'll also tell them you're serious. The reason I think it should be that high is it's respect. It's respect for your agency. It's respect for Wyoming. It's respect for rules. $250 is not a deterrent. I mean, I think that didn't the fellow brag that he bought drinks for the bar for that amount? That's not very much money. And it used to be, but it's not. And it also, that large amount would say you're serious about adherence. And I mean, it's radical. I understand that. But at the same time, you're not making these laws for jokes. You're making these laws because you expect people to comply with them. So anyway, I think that's what you should do. And if you have any way to talk to legislators, that's a suggestion you could offer. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Labora.
Laybourne.
Okay. Sorry.
No problem, sir. Thank you, President, Director, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. I think this might not be the ideal forum about this situation, but the citizens of Wyoming are looking to all of you for leadership on wildlife ethics.
Now, personally, I'm a third generation Wyoming hunter. I grew up hunting. I grew up listening to my brothers and my father telling me hunting stories around the table. And I tell you, never, not one of those stories was about chasing an animal down with a motor vehicle till exhaustion, about traumatizing an animal with a motorized vehicle, about blunt trauma and concussion. It was about being in good shape. It was about being a sportsman. It was about being a good shot. It was about taking pride in exploring the wilderness, the forest near you. I mean, hunting is a huge part of my life. My best jacket is camouflage. I mean, I love to hunt. I've fed myself for 40 years now on elk. And what happened down there in Daniel is just so disgusting. I can't stop thinking about it. I mean, many hunters are worried that this incident will affect their hunting rights and their ability to hunt in the future. I'm worried about something even worse. I'm worried that if there's no change on this issue, that Wyoming hunters will forever be associated with the likes of the wolf torturer from Daniel, and I refuse to be associated with him. And so I'm sorry, I've decided that I cannot give another dime to the Wyoming Game and Fish until the department proposes real reform on wolf torture, until motorized killing of wildlife is banned, and there's a prominent statement that torture and brutality are a violation of hunting ethics, and they have to end. It has to end. This is not hunting. This violates the principles that I taught my nephews and nieces when I taught them how to shoot, when I taught them about, well, you get it. If you've taught another hunter, you know that it's very serious. It's not just about making a hole on paper. It's about putting something down efficiently and cleanly. There's no torture. There's no suffering. That should never, ever be allowed. It is not hunting, and it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace to Wyoming, and it has to end. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. We're the bad guys. David Stalling.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Director and Commissioners, President.
Morning.
I appreciate the
Afternoon.
opportunity. My name's Dave Stalling. I am an avid hunter and angler. I grew up hunting and fishing. I was the conservation editor of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation's Bugle magazine for 10 years, and I president of the Montana Wildlife Federation. And currently I started a new group called Hunters and Anglers for Wildlife Management Reform that's tied in with Wildlife for All to start reforming wildlife management so that all citizens have a say and all species are protected. Because we know, and I'm an avid hunter, but us hunters have so much control over wildlife conservation and wolves. I don't think this incident, I haven't met anybody that would disagree that this incident that happened with Cody Roberts is horrific. However, we're not blameless. There is this culture of hatred for wolves that exists through the hunting community. You see it in the magazines and the industry and the hunters. They despise wolves. It's an irrational hatred. They spread myths and lies about wolves. They talk about shoot, shovel, and shut up and save 100 elk, kill a wolf. Even the better groups don't say anything about wolves. They're afraid to because they'll get bullied by the hunters who hate wolves. It's just irrational. And the way we manage wolves isn't based on science. It's based on politics driven by fear, lies, misconceptions, and hate. And it violates the principles of several principles of the North American model of wildlife conservation. It's not based on science. In fact, the way we manage wolves probably exasperates the problems that we think we're solving. It certainly doesn't have a legitimate purpose as stated in the wildlife model, and it violates the public trust. And it looks like I'm about out of time, and I appreciate you hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Bales. Welcome.
Not any other 4-letter word. We get a lot of them.
Nah, not going there.
So first off, what Kristen said, My family immigrated to the greater Yellowstone ecosystem in 1868. We've been here for 5 generations of veterans, 5 generations of ranchers. Been a rancher personally. Thank you for your service, Director Nesvik. Mr. Ludwig, got one too. 20 years at the local level after that at the tip of the spear, 38 surgeries for my trouble. This is not what I signed up for. This is an abomination to civilization. It's an abomination. The personal relationship that the Wyoming Game and Fish officer had with Mr. Roberts, that they cut out Sublette County from what is very clearly a felony investigation, that's a problem. That's improper. As a peace officer, I would go to jail for doing that. I want a special prosecutor to give me a grand jury to investigate the felony investigation under 6-3-1005, sub A, sub 2. Ban whacking. It's a blight on civilization. A blight. Ban it. Nobody in Daniel is sad. They're just sad they got caught. That's it. The amount of taunting, the amount of threats, the amount of calls for mass casualty incidents I get every time I post something about a wolf in a park, every day. We've had people shoot at us. We have people run us off the road. We've been assaulted. Our cars have been vandalized because the tone is set for the irrational hatred of wolves. It's unacceptable, and it's time for this to be over. This will be the event and the response to the event that defines Wyoming for a generation. For a generation, this will be it. And when the billboards start going up on every road into Wyoming, this is what we do here. That's on you. So when you talk to Governor Gordon, this one needs to happen. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. President, I'm gonna have to say that I don't believe that we should degrade any officer in the Wyoming Game and Fish in this kind of a thing. What I believe, I think that it's not respectful, and I don't believe it should be a part of this. So I would hope that the president would shut down any kind of degradation of the department or the officer in particular, naming out things that I don't see a need for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Blissett.
Afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I'm Mike Blissett. I'm speaking as a small business owner and a partner in a small business in Cody. As we all know, tourism is a big industry in this state. My photography business is in Cody, and it depends on a strong tourism season to thrive. I sell more grizzly bear and wolf photos to tourists than all other photos combined. Those are the animals tourists come and hope to see, and those are the photos they want to take home. Like it or not, Wyoming is on a global stage at all times because of its parks and its wildlife. Every time someone in this state does something like kill a grizzly or a wolf, the entire world reacts. Truly, the world is watching. With this wolf torture incident, hashtags like ban Wyoming are a very real thing, and people let their voices be heard in more ways than just on Facebook or speaking in forums like this. They also speak with their wallets. They will go elsewhere. We already heard one person say that. While a drop in tourism might not impact local ranchers and hunters, it will definitely impact me and other small business owners who depend on tourism for their livelihood, even though we had nothing to do with this incident. And a drop in tourism revenue because of this incident means a drop in sales tax revenue for the state. So then the whole state loses. I've already seen many posts online from people claiming to have canceled their trips this summer over the wolf torture incident. All of the wildlife in this state has immeasurable value for all of us, no matter where it is or how it got there or what it eats. It's in everyone's best interest to work together to find some common ground and push to make some common sense laws with harsh penalties to begin to improve Wyoming's standing in the public's eye. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody with the first name looks like Matthew Anderson. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and the Commission. My name is Madhu Anderson. I'm from Rock Springs, Wyoming. I drove all the way here to attend this meeting because animal welfare issues are very important to me. Wyoming is a beautiful state, but it has one of the worst animal protection laws in the country. One of the main reasons this man in Daniel tortured and ridiculed the injured wolf after running him over with his snowmobile is because of lack of respect for wildlife. That mostly comes from lack of respect and lack of wildlife protection laws. Most people think if it's legal to run wildlife over by a snowmobile, it must be ethical and okay. Another example is I see wildlife killing contests happening in my town regularly. I watch contest participants with bringing dead, bloodied animal bodies piled up at the back of their trucks to local bars for weighing and counting to win cash and prizes. Where is the respect for wildlife here? These wildlife killing contests teach our children that killing animals for fun is okay. One more example of Wyoming is so behind other states in animal welfare laws is we still use gas chambers to kill homeless dogs and cats in the city shelters. Green River and Evanston has gas chambers. Only 2 states in the country, Wyoming and Missouri, has gas chambers. It's about time for you to start taking animal cruelty cases seriously, and please consider trapping reforms and prohibiting wildlife killing contests in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Edelson. Welcome.
Good afternoon, President, Director, and Commissioners. My name is Helena Edelson. I'm a resident of Wyoming and President of Large Carnivore Fund based in Wyoming and Montana. Thank you for letting me speak today. We're all familiar with the detailed actions of Cody Roberts, but I wanted to point out just 2 things. First, instead of confining his actions to a singular hunting event, he exposed the animal to multiple discrete acts of beating, torturing, holding captive, transporting, and hours of trauma before killing it later. I did some subsistence hunting and fishing when I was an Alaska resident studying wolves in the interior. And what he did was not hunting, and none of it was ethical treatment of our public wildlife. And second, his actions appear to follow the definition of multiple counts of felony cruelty to animals word for word under the Wyoming statute 631002 and 5. While the first and last actions could be construed as exempt from the statute, every discrete action he took in between was otherwise prohibited by law and outside the bounds of a discrete hunting event. So we urge this commission to exercise your authority and influence on the legislature and Department of Agriculture to support new legislation preventing this pattern of abuse for animals and predator species. Outlaw running down wildlife and any animal with snowmobiles or other motorized vehicles. And this one I feel very strongly about. Permanently replace the predator zone with species-specific management units, quotas based on population monitoring, sufficient sampling. Do not allow killing of wolves by any means all year long, but instead implement seasons, fall through February 1st, and require licenses. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Keith Nelson. Julie Godfrey.
Good afternoon, President, Director Nesbitt, President Ladwig, Commissioners. The time has come to take decisive action through policymaking, prioritizing the outlawing of running down wildlife by motorized vehicles and implementing ethical regulations to prevent radical extremists from inflicting excruciating pain and torturing wildlife for sheer cruelty. Conservation measures must be strengthened. This includes robust enforcement of regulations, increasing penalties for those who violate ethical hunting practices, and promoting responsible behaviors. It is our collective responsibility to ensure Wyoming's conservation community thrives and is a source of pride rather than the subject of local, national, and international embarrassment. It's important that you do not stand by the misconception that what occurred in Daniel was an isolated incident. Although perhaps the most public, this cruelty does occur. Let us seize the opportunity to make a lasting impact through our commitment to enacting stronger conservation measures, promoting responsible behaviors, and holding ourselves accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Nelson.
I was delayed. I appreciate you having me here for this, what I believe is a true form of democracy.
You're
Being
welcome.
able to speak to the public officials, the director, the president, the commission, and like I said last time, to the other support. And this, my earlier testimony revolved around the Greeks and what we call a prime mover, where you go back to the original source, the thing that moves things. And what happened in this case is just a frickin' disaster. And so it's a PR disaster. And I worked in government for a chunk of my career, 40+ years in Alaska, private sector. In the private sector, things would be moving in the right direction. They'd see this disaster, react upon it in a positive way, and make the changes necessary. Here I see finger pointing. It's, you know, this guy drove a snow machine through the state statutes. We've got the Fish and Game regs, got Department of Ag, can't do anything. Magically, he severed that to a $250 fine. Ridiculous. We need all hands on deck. We have the Attorney General here, who's, or office representative, who, you know, knows the law, so we can make just penalties. They don't have to truly change the law, but as the previous speaker talked, there are federal laws that you can cut and paste just the penalty portion and revise a little bit of laws, unite them, and it's an all hands on deck situation. And I'd just like to close in the Greek analogy. At that time, over 2,000 years ago, there was another man living in the foothills of the Himalayas, Buddha. And he has 4 vows you're supposed to repeat every day. The very first one, sentient animals, sentient beings are numberless, meaning they're infinite, they're everywhere. I vow to protect them. That should be your corporate or, you know, your motivation. Protect these critters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lori Brown.
I'm not very good at the formality of introduction. Thank you all for being here. And Mr. President, thank you. I am a 31-year resident of Wyoming. I'm supportive of conservation ranching, holistic resource management, predator-friendly ranching, and fair chase hunting. In 1993, I testified in the federal hearing in support of the wolf reintroduction. I was idealistic at the time and excited for this keystone species to return to the greater Yellowstone ecosystem and to once again establish balance in this ecosystem. At the time, we weren't using the language of trophic cascade, the concept of bunch grazing, and the importance of the ungulates to have the pressure from the presence of this predator was well known at the time. While I was not prepared for the vile hatred and the insanity that the presence of this animal would bring about, what I was not prepared for. Fast forward in late February of this year, our young female wolf in Daniel, Wyoming was brutally chased by a snowmobile, tortured, beaten, and publicly mocked as she bled and was then taken out back. As this young female wolf was paraded around, terrified, dehydrated, and tortured, we all found out later, much later, and it woke all of us up. I now understand that we have a current legal climate in Wyoming that does not protect predators from such horrific acts of violence as snowmobile harassment. And I would add coyote whacking, coyote derbies, and other such abominable displays of disrespect toward our wild and sentient creatures. We seem to have very poor citizen representation on such matters and way too much latitude for and tolerance of such torture and cruelty. To this commission, I request reform, revision of law, and a paradigm shift of significance, which protects our wild animals, predators alike, from any such happening ever again. I thank you so much for hearing my thoughts.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Jill Fritz. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'll be brief. My name is Jill Fritz. I'm a Senior Director of Wildlife Protection at the Humane Society of the United States. We share the grief and the anger that many expressed over what happened to the wolf on February 29th. So we're joining with state organizations in urging you to use your authority and leadership to ensure wildlife, including predators, are protected from these cruel and barbaric killing methods. At minimum, we ask that you work with the Department of Agriculture to exert your influence and pressure the legislature to outlaw running down wildlife and cats with motorized vehicles. It's unfathomable to think of the pain, confusion, and fear that that wolf faced. Now you, as policymakers, have a responsibility to that wolf, to all Wyoming's wildlife, and to all of Wyoming's public in whose trust that wildlife is managed, to not let it happen again. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Melissa Fitzgerald. Welcome.
President, Commissioners, Director, thank you for this opportunity. The anguish I feel for the torture and inhumane death of this Daniel, Wyoming wolf is all-encompassing. Clearly, I'm not alone. The anguish and pain that you have received through verbal communication since the story broke is because there's a very large group of concerned citizens who are repelled and sickened by animal cruelty. Nothing, no thing should die the tragic death that this wolf did. Your mission clearly states that you will conserve, enhance, and protect Wyoming's exceptional fish and wildlife. I ask for you to protect our wildlife by working with legislature to make whacking of all wildlife illegal. Let me be clear, whacking of all wildlife illegal regardless of whether that animal is classified as an apex predator. I know Wyoming as a whole is better than the recent actions which have tarnished its reputation. Now is your opportunity to repair that reputation by proving to be the gold standard in wildlife management by opposing whacking. The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Gerber. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission, for hearing me and all these other folks today. My name is Amy Gerber. I live in Cody, Wyoming, and I'm a retired high school biology teacher and now a wildlife photographer and guide. I'm also a Wyoming Wildlife Advocate Board member. When I came to Wyoming over 30 years ago, I loved the Wyoming Game and Fish motto, Wyoming wildlife worth the watching. And I love all wildlife. My friends and family can certainly attest to that. I particularly love and photographing grizzly bears and wolves. And I'm curious as to why Wyoming Game and Fish, or so it seems to me anyway, doesn't consider predators to be part of the wildlife tapestry here. When I first came to Wyoming, I naively believed that Wyoming has or was this place where people abided by the motto, live and let live. I naively believed that Wyoming Game and Fish motto, Wyoming wildlife worth the watching. Your motto now reads conserving wildlife and serving people, but I'm having a hard time buying it because it seems to only apply to some wildlife, for example, game, and some people, specifically hunters. It's time for a cultural shift. The antiquated mindset that vilifies predators is no longer acceptable by the masses. I refuse, as a Wyomingite, to support these outdated notions. Can change come to Wyoming? A decade ago, I spent a month in Namibia, Africa, learning how local ranchers there lived with predators like cheetahs and other big cats. The changes that the Cheetah Conservation Fund was trying to instill involve conviction, commitment, and a speck of courage. And though it's a work in progress, the seeds of change are sprouting and coexistence has been proven to work. There are non-lethal ways to coexist with predators. In Namibia, it involved intensive education campaigns, a guard dog program, and lots of support to local farmers and ranchers. If Namibia can do it, we certainly can too. So I kindly ask you, stand up against the misinformation spread. I'm just going to finish this, and I obviously had a lot more to say, but I'll send it to you. The reckless misinformation spread by hunters and ranchers, not anti-hunting. Many close friends are passionate hunters. We just need stricter laws and steeper punishments for people who carelessly and unethically proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes.
a reminder for Amy and any of those that are making good comments that run out of time, please be sure to submit those written comments. We will get to see those.
Right. Thank you. Jocelyn Stoker.
Hey, President, thank you so much for having me. Oh, my throat's getting dry back there. I just have a couple of things to say. I didn't write anything down, but our apex predators are not only wildlife and should not only be classified as wildlife, but are amongst one of the most critical members of our ecosystem that keep all of us alive and healthy and well. And the whole world is now looking at us to see how we're going to actually protect our apex predators in a sustainable and thoughtful, ethical, moral way. And, these wolves and grizzly bears are some of the most prized animals for people coming from all over the country, all over the world to come and see. They are probably the biggest income generators for our state. They're bringing in over $1.5 billion in revenue for people to come and share and celebrate these wildlife. So we absolutely need to amend our policies to protect wolves and all other quote unquote, predators, to be able to say that we are upholding this gold standard in wildlife management, because as of now, that is not the case. And it makes many of us very, very upset and traumatized. And speaking from someone who spends most of their time with people coming from all over the world to see our incredible wildlife as a guide in the national parks, I urge you to really take this seriously. This is not a one-time thing. This has been happening. It's going to continue to happen if we don't address it properly and really take it seriously. People treating our wildlife like this absolutely need to be punished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Casey York.
Good afternoon again. I'm Casey York out of, with Trap Free, Montana. Do we definitely know if this wolf was killed by gunshot? If so, then wouldn't that be illegal to discharge a firearm in town? If he and maybe others bludgeoned her to death, as we're hearing, well, under Wyoming law, that would be legal. Because she's classified a predator, animal cruelty and torture can be done to a predator. Yet we too are predators. People cannot run over each other with snowmobiles, injure, capture, bound their mouths shut, and torment them as a helpless public spectacle. The condoning of abuse against wildlife sets a dangerous precedent, and for all. In my work in the mental health field with children, a child who was cruel to animals was a huge red flag. Likely was desensitized to violence and lacked guilt or remorse. Cruelty to animals is considered one of these symptoms, 3 symptoms that predict the development of a psychopath. People who are capable of such inhumane acts have a severely underdeveloped sense of empathy. They lack the ability to comprehend or care about the distress or agony they are causing. The FBI now tracks offenses of animal cruelty. Numerous studies show the relationship of animal abuse to violence against humans. What happened to this wolf was a violent act in the past. Had wolves been relisted, this $250 fine would have been up to $50,000, a year in prison, and loss of his snowmobile. It's the maltreatment that contributes and reinforces our position in a recently filed lawsuit to relist wolves. In Montana, FWP brings forth bills to the legislature. Why can't FWP do that here? The governor. End these atrocities, get wolves and other predators under Fish and Game, and treat them, these sentient beings, with respect, honor, and support their rightful role in the ecosystem. The mismanagement of wildlife is against the public trust. You can do better. You've gone under the radar a long time. Now you're not. Thank you.
Mark Cook.
Director, President, Commission members, my name is Mark Cook and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. It's not my intent to incite or inflame anybody in this room. Past and present Wyoming governors, legislators, directors of Wyoming Game and Fish, Game and Fish Commission have set the stage by past legislation and policies for which recently led to and happened at the Green River Bar by wildlife terrorist Cody Roberts. And by the way, just for the record, everybody's trying to get grizzly bears delisted. Cody Roberts just reset the clock. So it doesn't serve you well to ignore this. Very few individuals get caught the first time they perform an illegal action. Poaching and wildlife abuse is alive not only in Wyoming, but Montana and Idaho. As commissioners, you have a responsibility to prevent this type of abusive behavior. It's way past time that this agency, this director, this commission started listening to and including the non-consumptive community in wildlife management. In other words, we demand wildlife agency reform. There is no room in the ethical fair chase doctrine to support the manner in which this wolf, other wolves, and carnivores are treated. Running over wildlife with snow machines is evil and barbaric, to say the least. The silence is deafening. Wolves of the Rockies is committed to collaborating a collaborative approach. We would like to work with the Game and Fish in future wildlife management, as public trust doctrine dictates that wildlife belongs to everyone, not just the consumptive community. Let's find common ground, work together for the betterment of our wildlife. Wolves of the Rockies is not going away. We're committed to this. Please do what's right for our wildlife, our non-consumptive community, and avoid litigation. And lastly, I'd like to close on a good note. Commissioner Brokaw, thank you for your comments and support and hopefully energy to bring about change and up the fines and the punishment with wildlife abuse. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Donald O'Toole.
Mr. President, members of the commission, I fear you're getting weary. I do have a request, and my request is this, and I'm repeating what somebody else had said. So it's a question: has the Wyoming Game and Fish Department retrieved this wolf's carcass, intact carcass, or whatever is left of the wolf? If so, I think a postmortem should be done to determine the extent of that wolf's traumatic injuries and to establish the immediate cause of death, particularly when the animal died by gunshot. From press descriptions, it appears that the wolf was dying when put on public display in Dodge. If a forensic postmortem is done by a board-certified pathologist, which is my career from which I recently retired, under chain of custody, I request that the results be made public so that folks know what's going on. Years ago, when I was working in the Wyoming State Vet Lab, I casually asked a colleague at my place of work what he was going to do that weekend. He said he was going to go coyote mashing. I didn't know what that was, and I asked him. And he told me it involved chasing coyotes using his snowmobile and running over them to kill them. It's what he did every week. Well, not every weekend. He did it many weekends. I do not believe that is a rare activity in the state, just as I don't believe that coyote hunting competitions are rare, or that misting prairie dogs are rare. I think we have a cultural problem. The cultural problem is if you can't eat it, it's okay to hunt it down and behave in a cruel manner. I ask that 100 years ago, Oscar Wilde once said that traditional fox hunting was the unspeakable in pursuit of the inedible. I ask you to deal with the unspeakable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
This is all Zoom.
Do we stop this to 2 hours? Okay. I think that's all for the personal in the room comments. I want to thank you all for your comments. We're going into some Zoom comments. I think these are in order. Lauren Lindner.
I'm here. I am unmuting. Can you hear
Lauren?
me?
Yes, Lauren, we can hear you.
All right. I'm Dr. Lauren Lindner. I'm a psychologist in Kern County, California. I run a group of disabled veterans who care for wolves at my wolf sanctuary here. We rescue and rehabilitate wolves, and the veterans learn many skills and how to care for these animals. One of my veterans recently said that something died inside of him when he heard about the torture of this wolf in Wyoming. We run groups to Yellowstone every year to actually do wolf watching and photography. And we are hard pressed to want to return to Wyoming this year. As a psychologist, I want to say that the condoning of this kind of violence will haunt us all and will have far-reaching effects, as many of the other speakers have mentioned. I strongly urge the commission and every other agency to pursue maximum felony penalties as well as jail time and fines against the perpetrator. That kind of violence usually entails someone needing to undergo psychological counseling. But because we don't view Cody Roberts' behavior as sociopathic, we view it as really just part of the norm, and that is a really serious problem. This is a systemic problem that is perpetrated by laws that allow such torture, and the lack of fines, imprisonment, and other appropriate consequences that would normally be applied to anyone who shows that kind of lack of empathy and inability to see the suffering or value in their victims. That is a key component of someone who normally would have to undergo some kind of psychological counseling. At the very least, I hope that people such as Mr. Roberts and others who engage in this behavior should lose their hunting license and should be barred from any future activity in that regard, including possibly even possessing animals in any context. We, as an organization, are willing to offer the $10,000 to make it, to codify this in law or in, however it needs to be spent in order to help make the seriousness of this crime real to people. And you can contact me at Lockwood Animal Rescue Center. We will absolutely offer that $10,000 reward or fine for anyone engaging in this behavior in the future.
Thank you, ma'am. We do have an in-house comment, Peter Mangold.
Hello, hi, my name is Peter Mangold. I've only been in the state here for about 7 years. I don't have multiple generations of family that have been hunters here. I came from the East Coast. I came here when I got a job with Yellowstone National Park as one of the resource management officers there to help out with all the wildlife things. I came to this state after going through schooling in New York, looking at wildlife management throughout the country, and I had heard that Wyoming was one of the best places to be. But then when you get here, you see these things like Cody Roberts doing that, and then you hear in hunting circles about people torturing other animals, running them down. You hear this as a constant thing in little circles in gas stations and everywhere else. And it seems like it's just a long-standing problem that just hasn't been addressed. And, you know, I want to speak for the rest of us who aren't here, who can't be here, and may never be from here, that nobody wants to come here to see that. They don't want to come and see wolves being run down. They don't want to see foxes being fed. They don't want to see any of this stuff. And then to see that when it happens and someone's caught, that nothing is done, it's just allowing it to be, you know, I don't know. It just allows it to happen and just kind of circle around and just keep happening and happening. But if nobody does anything, it's just going to become more and more of a problem. I just wanted to say that, you know, it's not just Wyoming that's looking at this. It's just everybody. You know, I don't want to get back into being a wildlife manager because I hear that nothing's happening when something happens like this and there's no repercussions. Like why would I, as a younger person, want to get into the field if I feel like I can't make a difference when I see something unethical like this happen and nothing happens? I'm sorry, this is a little unprompted, but I just wanted to speak my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you.
This is in the room.
Another one in the room, Jonathan Wall. Welcome.
Jonathan Wall, Teton County. I'm going to start with a comment I read years ago from Wyoming wolf hunter. He was talking about the predator zone, and he said, you have no idea what we do to them down here, referring to wolves. That just stuck with me. I believe in our state. I believe in the many exceptional game and fish wildlife biologists that I've spoken to over the years, believe in the other professionals in game and fish. I believe that the many good hunters in our state will no longer tolerate these things. I believe that how we value and treat predatory animals in Wyoming is not acceptable. As a citizen, as a frequent backcountry traveler, someone that really values the wildlife in our state, I propose 2 things. First is the prohibition of torture. That is the prolonging of suffering of all wild animals, including predators, and the prohibition of cruel handling practices with any species of wild animal. Second, implementing fair chase principles across all of Wyoming. This prohibits the use of any type of vehicle, including aircraft, in the killing or the pursuing with the intent of killing of our wildlife. Wyoming can become a model for ethical hunting that will reduce widespread unethical practices as well as cruelty towards predatory animals. We need to confront the myths, sustain the hatred and demonization of predatory animals. We cannot continue to treat animals this way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. This in here.
This is here.
Somebody looks like Chapman.
Thank you, President Ladwig and Director Nesvik, for allowing people and the rest of the commission. My name is Christy Chapman. I was up here before. I'm a professional dog trainer. I wasn't going to speak on this because I didn't really want to get involved in the whole issue, but I've been compelled by some of the really good testimony that's been given here today. I just want to speak to some of what that animal went through. As a dog trainer and a professional dog trainer, I've done a lot of studying of wild canids as well, because it does apply to some of the behavior that we see, and especially in this area, there's a lot of feral dogs. That animal, I did watch the videos, and that wolf was definitely tortured. The amount of trauma that animal went through before it died does make me very sick every time I watch that video. So I am very grateful that you guys have opened this up to the public. I realize that this is kind of beyond your scope of things, but I think it's a great first step in really changing what we have going on in this state. I'm also, I have deep, deep roots here. My family settled in Rollins in the 1850s, late 1850s. I've been a hunter, I fish, I was raised in agriculture. I've done most of my career has been in agriculture. So I understand, you know, the predator relationship that we've had in this state. What that man did was very unacceptable. And so I'm just so grateful to you guys for giving people the opportunity to make this, to be heard. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're back to Zoom. Donna Obermiller. Donna? Hello? You need to unmute if you can hear me. Hello? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We got a stack of these, folks. It's unbelievable, but we still have a time limit on this, so. Susan Kane Ronning. Susan?
Hi, I'm here. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm Dr. Susan Kane Ronning. I'm a licensed psychologist with a specialty in child behavior disorders. I've conducted hundreds of evaluations on children, many of whom engage in cruelty towards animals and people. Animal cruelty is an early sign of conduct disordered behavior. It is repetitive and enduring with a poor outcome in adulthood. While not every child who is cruel to animals grows up to become a criminal, there's a strong correlation between cruel behavior towards animals and a lack of empathy for human beings. The majority of adults who commit violent crimes have a history of animal cruelty in childhood. Up to 70% of the most serious and violent offenders in prison have repeated and severe episodes of animal abuse in their history. Wyoming has a sanctioned and permissive systemic acceptance of wildlife cruelty. Children learn cruelty and violent behavior from those around them, and it is often multi-generational. Wyoming Speaker of the House, Albert Summers of Pinedale, says he knows Roberts and he's a decent guy. Decent guys don't torture animals. Engaging in animal torture and cruelty as a 42-year-old probably isn't a one-off. It's most likely happened before and will happen again. And it's not exclusive to Roberts. Individuals who torture and kill wolves or coyotes with snowmobiles and ATVs and crave attention for their actions by parading the event in person or on film have undoubtedly showed these patterns of behavior since childhood. These thrill seekers often have high impulsivity combined with low empathy. They demonstrate feelings of narcissism, manipulation, grandiosity, entitlement, dominance, and superiority. Their less positive attitudes toward animals are associated with higher levels of narcissism, psychopathy, and antisocial behavior. Studies have shown that liberalizing the killing of wolves increases poaching and wolf disappearances. Wyoming has taken it a step further and legalized this cruelty. By making it so easy to kill a wolf in cruel and inhumane ways, you have increased the likelihood that those individuals who gain satisfaction and power out of wielding power over other living things will utilize your permissive regulations to do so. Cody Roberts tortured and tormented a young wolf and made Wyoming's current practice visible to the nation. Roberts' behavior, like others, has been legally sanctioned, accepted, and rewarded in Wyoming and has been happening for a while. It just wasn't supposed to make the news. Hunters and legislatures and others across the country and Wyoming are speaking out against Roberts' behavior, and they should be applauded. They're concerned, though, that Roberts' behavior will impact lenient wolf hunting regulations nationwide. Instead, they should start cleaning their own house and demonstrate the type of upstanding behavior that shuns behavior like Roberts. They should actively support legislation to change cruel and inhumane practices towards wildlife.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Remind everybody on Zoom
Yeah.
that it's 2 minutes.
Casey Prevedel.
Hello. Hello.
You have 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Hello, everybody, President, commissioners. So I work for Sierra Club Wyoming, and I'm a wildlife and public lands advocate. And just in the last 2 weeks, I've had dozens of emails, dozens of conversations with people that are really concerned about wolf management in Wyoming. And I think since the Game and Fish Commission and the department has a lot of sway with the Wyoming legislature, you've heard from the public. You've heard today, you've heard from Wyomingites like me and others. It's time for wolf management reform. The public is demanding updated predator protections in general. It's unacceptable that Wyoming places no limits on killing wolves in 85% of the state, basically saying you can kill without a license or limit. We are past the point of letting politics run our management. We should really look at science. I know CWD has been mentioned in other wildlife diseases. We have a natural solution to many of those diseases. It's predators. We need to let nature do its thing. If there's too many elk in Wyoming, wolves. If there's diseases in our ungulate populations, carnivores. We need to let them do their job, and humans don't have to manage everything. Basically just calling for updated wolf management, and since the Game and Fish does have that good relationship with the legislature, calling on y'all to make a change, listen to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Gevuk. I'm probably butchering some of these names, but Givok, okay. Nick?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Nick, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll keep it very brief. I am Nick Chivak. I'm a field organizer on wildlands and wildlife in the Northern Rockies for the Sierra Club. I do think it's important. There's a lot of attention on Mr. Roberts, but the fact is your state, both through the commission and the legislature, have created a culture with this attitude toward wolves and built the legal framework that allowed this to happen. So to act like there's outrage about this is just disingenuous. Obviously, this is not a one-off. That we know this happens all the time. And in fact, this happened on public land. And that has people very angry. This is everybody's land and everybody's wildlife. There was a bill in your legislature to prevent animals from being run down by snowmobiles, and it died very quickly. And finally, I think everybody knows the only reason this fake outrage is coming over this from the state is that Wyoming is very eager to delist grizzly bears and implement a similar management regime. And I think you're going to see strong resistance to that from a lot of people. So It is time for reform and to look at this predator zone and implement some sound management of wolves. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Jones? This says Emma Jones, a student at University of Wyoming. Reagan Downey? Regan Downey?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Regan Downey. I am speaking on behalf of the Wolf Conservation Center and our members who live in Wyoming. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment.
Reagan,
We
you
request,
have 2 minutes.
yes, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Wolf Conservation Center. We request that the commission strongly encourage the legislature to propose and adopt a variety of bills that would, among other things, ban the hunting of wolves with snowmobiles and other motorized vehicles, and strengthen animal cruelty laws to apply to all wildlife, including wolves. Our organization, headquartered in New York with over 5 million global supporters, often leads tourism trips to Western states and hopes that our guests will be lucky enough to catch a glimpse of wild wolves. Just last month, 10 of our most enthusiastic constituents traveled to Yellowstone National Park and the surrounding states, bringing in hundreds of thousands of tourism dollars. The Wolf Conservation Center, like so many other conservation organizations and tourism companies, will no longer support the Wyoming economy with our dollars if these egregious, unethical, and unscientific policies are allowed to continue. We recognize the power of the commission in influencing wildlife policy and join the many local and national groups in requesting that you take a stand for the charismatic species that bring so many visitors to your state. Thank you.
Thank you. Rukama Rosenfield? She's not on. Kim Bean?
Hello, President, Director, and Commissioners. My name is Kim Bean.
Yes,
with
Kim.
Wolves of the
You have
Rock.
2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My name is Kim Bean. I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was born and raised in Wyoming, and I am appalled. I'm appalled by the many things that are taking place in my beautiful state. Cody Roberts, and I will say his name again, Cody Roberts is the product of a systemic issue that exists in Wyoming. We have heard from the governor, legislators, and you, the commission, that this does not reflect Wyoming and your gold standard in wildlife management. Your words run hollow. The gold standard wildlife management is not the Wyoming standard, where snowmobiles, night hunting, and beyond are considered fair chase when killing native carnivores and other wildlife, where torture, cruelty, and abuse are legal. This should never be considered any type of wildlife management, let alone a gold standard. You are commissioners. You have the authority to implement change and to push legislation to change what you cannot. You can no longer be complicit. Roberts has given you the opportunity to work with all land users to create the gold standard in Wyoming. We need you to rethink the predator zone, where 85% of the state is kill at will by any means by these types of people. Zone these. Rethink and outlaw snowmobiles and recreational vehicles as hunting practice. That is our minimum demand today. Work with us in strengthening animal abuse laws. That should include all animals. Stiff penalties are a piece of that, but that is not enough. Change is necessary. No animal deserves what that wolf went through and endured. We are not going away. We are setting up shop in Wyoming until changes are made, and we prefer to work with you. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you. Vicky Marcus? Hello? Hello? Vicky? Vicky? Next. Casey Cochran? Trish Mary?
Hello.
Hello, Trish?
Yes,
2
thank
minutes,
you.
ma'am.
Are you there?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. You know, I have friends in Norway who've expressed horror that it's legal to run animals down with snowmobiles in the United States. I tell them it's not legal here, except in Wyoming. Anyone who did this in my state would find themselves in serious legal trouble. My Norwegian friends have a dim view of Wyoming now. The Wyoming Game and Fish Commission and the governor have condemned the heinous torture of this poor young wolf by Cody Roberts. You've condemned it while assuring everyone that Wyoming is the gold standard of wildlife management. I'm glad you condemned it, but that's just words. What are you going to do about it? I've heard many Wyomingites say that this is not who we are. But if an act is legal, it is condoned. It's saying, well, you know, we don't like it, but you do you. Martin Luther King Jr. said that laws cannot change a man's heart, but they can restrain the heartless. Please work with the legislature to clearly define what is not legal means of take in the quote unquote predator zone. And while you're at it, the whole idea of a predator zone where certain species are vilified and have almost no protection is what allowed this horrid act to happen. A predator zone is not gold standard wildlife management. It is 1800 scorched earth policy against native wildlife, but using modern technology. Rethink that. At the very least, work with the legislature to outlaw running down wolves, coyotes, or any animal with motorized vehicles. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Norman Bishop?
Hello there. Yes, thanks for having us aboard, Mr. President and Commissioners. As a former Wyoming resident hunter, a member of the Yellowstone Center for Resources team that restored wolves to the park in 1995 and 96, I just wanted to remind us all that decades of research in Alaska, the Great Lakes, and Yellowstone have given us a realistic picture of wolves. In his 2021 book, Restoring the Balance, John Vucetich tells us that the Ojibwe tribe of the Great Lakes consider wolves their siblings, with whom they have lived for more than 20,000 years. Today, we understand that all organisms, animals, and even plants have a common ancestor. That suggests that all of Earth's organisms are of the same family. Family members are entitled to be treated fairly. Vucetich also reminds us that a wolf is a living creature with a perspective, memories of yesterday, an interest in how tomorrow turns out, joys and fears of its own, and a story to be told. Those realities create obligations for us to be concerned for their lives. Finally, the health of ecosystems inhabited by large herbivores absolutely depends on the cascading trophic effects of predation. Wolves are our ally in limiting the spread of CWD and other diseases that afflict grazing animals. You don't kill your ally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Karen Brown.
Hello.
Hello, Karen. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, President, Commissioners, and Director for hearing us today. And I'd like to thank the office staff at Fish and Game who have fielded all the calls and emails. I'm here to talk about the wolf. We have established the outrage. But how did we get here? Wyoming Fish and Game's mission statement reads, in part, conserving, enhancing, and protecting Wyoming's wildlife. To this end, I ask the Commission and Fish and Game to begin to fulfill this mission for predators and all wildlife that are now considered vermin. I ask you to assist the legislature to change laws that allowed a man to maim an animal with a snowmobile, abuse it, and only garner $250 of fine. I ask you to begin the work of re-education, coexistence, and respect for all wildlife. Your participation and endorsement of a healthy working ecosystem that values all of its members. Please, let's agree this is not an isolated event. Please ban snowmobile chases and killing, ban traps and snares, at least on public lands, and work to change the attitude of the public by helping them accept the predators that are integral to the ecosystem. There are many groups right in front of you who will help you with no cost. Please reach out to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Glenda Meyer.
Hello, this is Glenda Meyer. Thank you so much for allowing all of us to speak today.
You're welcome. 2 minutes, ma'am.
I gotcha. So Wyoming laws need to be updated, and this is including running over any animal with a snowmobile and killing any animal in a killing contest. These need to be updated and include very heavy penalties for torturing any wild animal. At a minimum, running over animals should be illegal. Ranchers do not need this action as a tool for predator control, which is why that law was voted down in 2019. I don't know any ranchers who are going to jump on a snowmobile and run over any predator. I don't think anyone in Wyoming, I don't think anyone anywhere thinks Wyoming wildlife management is the gold standard. But now is the time Wyoming can make new enforceable laws to protect all wildlife. Thank you so much for listening to all of us. I'm sure you're going to do the right thing. And I will also say, as far as what happened, what you guys were discussing with the elk for previously, if you don't kill all the wolves, they can eat the elk for free. So that would also solve that problem. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Betsy Klein. Karen McSweeney.
Hello.
Hello, Karen. You have 2 minutes. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you can. You have 2
Hi,
minutes.
and 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am not a wolf expert. I am not a wildlife expert. I'm not a hunter. I'm a girl from Brooklyn, New York, who comes to Wyoming and Yellowstone 2 weeks a year to watch wolves. I spend every single day in Lamar Valley. I've been doing it for 25 years. It's changed my life. It's part of my life. It's the thing that makes me happiest. And for years, I ignored the hatred towards wolves. I knew it was there. I can't do it anymore after this incident. I can't justify going there and spending my money and contributing to the treatment of wolves there. And I don't want to repeat every point that's been made today, but I think the point about the snowmobiles is so important. And I don't think there's the illegal part of what he did. There's the bringing the wolf into the bar and parading it around. But the more important part to me is the legal part. What he did was legal, hitting the animal with a snowmobile. And there hasn't been enough description of what that actually is. It's not just hitting it with a snowmobile. I've seen descriptions. It's on the internet, running it over back and forth, picking it up by the tail, swinging it until it's dead, having it crawl out, leaving it injured behind. And this is considered sport. So there's the outrage over the things he did, which were horrific, but I have just as much outrage over the things he did that were legal. So I would just want to put that out there for everybody, that that's just as important to change as the other more visible parts, the parts that we saw the pictures of. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Paula Ficarra. Ficarra. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I really appreciate being given the opportunity to be heard today. I, like millions of people around the country, am horrified by the extreme cruelty allowed in your state regarding wildlife. In this case, of course, I'm referring to your native carnivores, specifically wolves. But what Cody Roberts did, he did a favor by publicizing what occurs regularly in your state legally. The cruelty that animal was forced to endure was not ethical hunting and was not justified. And I hope each of you agrees that no living being, whether you like them or not, should have to endure such horrors. Wyoming wildlife needs legal protection against unethical hunting and cruelty. State laws need reform immediately, starting with the banning and use of vehicles such as snowmobiles and other barbaric methods of killing with stricter penalties in place. It's concerning that the state of Wyoming has been given the responsibility to manage its wildlife and is not doing so. It is also concerning that the majority of Wyoming constituents' desire for wildlife protection is being ignored to placate a powerful few. I urge you to support and encourage Wyoming wildlife reform. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anjali Ranadive. Steve Wastel.
Hello.
Hello, Steve. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak today. And I know that you would probably rather not be hearing from me and many people today, but as a lot of people mentioned today, the world is watching, and I feel like we all need to speak out. Let's put aside the fact whether you love wolves or you hate wolves, and even the fact that most serial killers or people that commit domestic violence start out torturing animals. Everybody, I think, in this room and on this Zoom today realizes that this happens to creatures, especially predators in your state. It's just never publicized like it is this time. But this person felt like he could put it out there because there are no consequences to his actions. He can be as sick as he wants to be because you have fostered a culture and an environment where this is seen as okay. I have to ask you, do you condone animal cruelty in your state? Because you have no laws or consequences in place to protect the creatures that you are supposed to be managing. From what everyone else is looking at from the outside, it seems that you cannot manage your wildlife the way that you say you can. Maybe it is time for federal help. I know that you don't make all the laws in your state, but you have an influence to make the changes that everyone here is asking for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Rebecca Nadow. She's not on?
Christine is the next one I have.
Okay, Kristen Ficarra. I thought we just did that.
No, I'm here. It's a
Okay.
different Cara.
Okay, thank you. 2 minutes, ma'am.
I am not a professional advocate or anything like that. I'm just a person who is pretty horrified by this entire experience. It is haunting. I have had nights where I've had a hard time going to sleep because I have that wolf's face burned in my memory. The terror and confusion in its eyes and face, I think anyone with even a tiny little ounce of compassion cannot deny. And I'm really happy to see everyone that has turned out today to speak about this. And I really applaud some of the hunters at the beginning of the public speaking that are standing up for this, because this isn't hunting. This is torture. This is criminal. This is sick. It's not how animals or any living being on the planet needs to be treated, and it shouldn't be the poster child for your state. So I really hope that you will take care of your animals and the beautiful things that Wyoming has, and cherish them, and put laws in place that will prevent them from being tortured and brutalized in a way that is so completely disturbing to the masses, as you have seen here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Nathan Smith.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you got 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you for the time to speak a few words today. So with regard to the wolf incident, and I'm an Oregon resident, by the way, but I've been so disturbed by this issue that I took some time off work just to connect with this body today. The violence that occurred, they're running down on a snowmobile, they're running over with said snowmobile, and all the other suite of things that happened to this individual wolf is absolutely abhorrent and shocking. To the individual wolves and the perspective of the wolf, the pain and suffering is heartbreaking and disturbing. Like, I've been deeply disturbed by this incident for days. And I've heard other speakers here today mention the same. Clearly, it is appropriate that this individual, Cody Roberts, would suffer some sort of prison term, significant fines, losses of fishing and hunting privileges, loss of the snowmobile used to engage in this activity. Where laws exist, they need to be enforced. Where they don't exist, they need to be created to provide more protections for carnivores in your state. Just to be clear, if the only thing we were talking about today was the chasing down and harassment of an animal via the use of a snowmobile, I would be very angry about that. But of course, that was just the beginning point, and everything else that occurred was just magnified it by 100 times. So anyway, I'll be paying attention to this body going forward. This is a critical issue, and like others have also referred to, this has unfortunately happened many, many times, but somehow this one was able to escape to the public radar. Once again, thanks for your time to speak and share those thoughts. Please do something about it, and so that we can be the stewards of wildlife and our wild places that we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mark Harvey.
Either is Mary. The next one is Crystalline.
Crystalline Gordon.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the commission, you say Cody Roberts is one man, and one man's actions don't represent Wyoming, but I have to disagree. This was allowed to happen in Wyoming, and the perpetrator has yet to face any real consequences. Because even though wolves are protected federally, in Wyoming, wolves are specifically exempt from wildlife protection laws, which is why chasing her down and bludgeoning her with a snowmobile isn't illegal in Wyoming. Duct taping her mouth shut so he could prolong her suffering wasn't illegal in Wyoming. Torturing and killing her in any way imaginable, including lighting her on fire, beating her to death, and poisoning her, wouldn't have been illegal under Wyoming law. It wasn't until he transported her and paraded her around in a bar that he broke Wyoming laws. And even then, he's yet to be charged with the crimes that he did commit, and has been reported to brag that his $250 fine was worth it. I hear from you that you don't want your state to be associated with the torture and killing of wolves, but it is, because torturing and killing wolves is legal in 85% of Wyoming. And until Wyoming makes legislative change to ensure wolves are protected from the senseless and inhumane killing and torture, until Wyoming prosecutes Cody Roberts to the fullest extent of the law, then I'm sorry to say Cody Roberts is the face of Wyoming, and the world is appalled and disgusted. As the Wildlife Commission, you have collective influence, and I implore you to use it to protect wolves. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Meredith Horton. Matt Barnes.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Matt, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. I work with the Northern Rockies Conservation Cooperative, a nonprofit that's worked in Wyoming since 1987 for the good of people and wildlife. The Wyomingites I've worked with, mostly hunters and ranchers, generally don't kill wolves except to reduce livestock conflicts, and most wouldn't condone running them down on snowmobiles. The last time I stopped at Daniel's Finest establishment, now notorious, I was paddling the length of the Green River, investigating corridors by which wolves, wolverines, or grizzlies might reoccupy suitable habitat to the south. The conclusion was clear. Absent persecution by people, it could happen, but the state's policies are designed to restrict large carnivores to Greater Yellowstone. It's important for Wyoming to consider its policies for wolves and grizzlies within the context of nationwide recovery. The predator zone and the anything goes killing of wolves that it engenders have effectively prevented nationwide recovery and thus delisting. The Fish and Wildlife Service will finally develop its recovery plan for the gray wolf at the scale of its historic range in the western U.S. That plan will consider suitable habitat throughout the Rockies. You may question whether adequate regulatory mechanisms exist in 85% of Wyoming, or perhaps the drawing of the DPS boundary so far south of Greater Yellowstone. I submit that an adequate regulatory mechanism would take a live and let live approach, incentivize conflict reduction, and retain lethal control as a backstop. The recent public outrage suggests that many people would agree with such a change in policy. Wyoming, the first state in the nation to extend voting rights to women, could extend the same right not to be run down on snowmobiles to all wildlife. And to the species that so reminds us of ourselves, onto which we project so much human meaning, the equality state could extend the right not to be killed simply for being a wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Kalfa.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello, John. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to speak today. The violence, abuse, and cruelty that has taken place, not only in the case of Cody Roberts and this particular wolf, but all predators in the state of Wyoming, needs to effectively come to an end. Wyoming claims to be stewards of their wildlife, but these horrible actions, laws, and statutes that currently are in place do not serve the wildlife with which you have been poised to protect. They serve only a small group of people and damage these ecological systems to their breaking point. When 85% of Wyoming is a predator zone that allows lethal takes of all kinds that many have spoke about here today, that is not stewardship or ethical wildlife management. We are requesting full transparency when these types of actions occur and implore major change to these statutes concerning animal cruelty to all predators, and a full ban on wolf and coyote whacking and the running down of wolves and other predators with snowmobiles. Animals of all kinds, be it elk, wolf, or bear, deserve the inherent right to walk these lands, to live, thrive, and survive without the painful persecution of us as humans. They are all vital, important, and most notably highly essential to the health of nature in the state of Wyoming. Cody Roberts is not the only one responsible for this heinous act. Wyoming Game and Fish, the Wyoming legislature, the governor, are all complicit and turned a blind eye to these practices long before the incident with Cody Roberts. I implore you to hear the comments today and know that Wyoming residents are watching and talking. Ethical hunters are watching. Advocacy and environmental groups are watching. Folks across this country and around the world are watching how this commission and this state take action beyond this meeting. These cruel acts cannot go unpunished. Laws and policies need to change. Wolves and other predators are not the enemy. It's time for Wyoming to actually become stewards of wildlife in practice, and not only in the hollow words and rhetoric spoken when an uncomfortable and inconvenient situation comes about. Thank you all for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Nick Quintana. Michelle Lute.
Thank you, Commissioners. I speak to you today as a PhD in wolf management, co-director of Wildlife for All, and on behalf of our Wyoming members and the majority of the American public who cares about science and ethics in wildlife management. The torturing of this wolf epitomizes the problems with our current wildlife management system, which does nothing to disincentivize the expression of hatred for wild nature, and in fact implicitly incentivizes it. Mounting evidence affirms that a lack of protections for species like wolves signals to an emboldened group of people that these animals are not valued and killing them illegally will not be punished. Where hunting has been liberalized, such as in Wyoming, scientists have found increased rates of cryptic poaching. Other illegal activity increases with liberalized regulations, but is difficult to track until someone parades their criminal activity in the local tavern. This incident is the flagrant manifestation of a systemic problem and what sociologists call the intersectionality of violence. Within days of this wolf torture, Cowboy State Daily had reported that, quote, Wyoming rates of murdered missing Indigenous peoples are among the highest in the U.S. This isn't a coincidence. A large body of evidence already links animal cruelty to violence, from domestic abuse to school massacres. By not sending a clear and unmistakable message that violent acts will not be tolerated and the rule and order of law will not be enforced, we endanger ourselves. My organization, Wildlife for All, exists in response to a growing call from all sectors of wildlife conservation, from scientists to hunters, who all see that current management is failing by setting policy according to the lowest common denominator. To make sure that this doesn't happen again and again, we must work together with the legislature to ban the use of snowmobiles as killing machines, strengthen cruelty laws, eliminate the predator zone, and reform Wyoming's management system to be more just, democratic, and focused on actually conserving, not killing wild nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Pack.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Roy. You
Very
have
good.
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President and Commission. I'll be as brief as I can here. So a few points I want to highlight, and I think you've heard these from everybody else. I'm still questioning why he has not been charged with felony animal abuse. The reasons I've heard for that is because predators don't fall under that, but yet statute 63108 only excludes those animals which are humanely taken. I see nothing humane about this. As far as the predator zones and Game and Fish Wildlife Management, I would say that there really is no management with the predator zones. It literally amounts to genocide of the species. There is no limit on the amount that an individual can kill in the predator zone or how many can be killed. It is just that. It's genocide. This being a one-off incident of brutality, I take issue with that as well. The motto around Wyoming and parts of Montana and Idaho as well is smoke a pack a day, referring to a pack of wolves, kill a pack a day. And I see that on hats. I see it on the internet. I see it on people's t-shirts. I see it on bumper stickers and people's back windows. There is an entire culture around this, and snowmobiling based on the bludgeoning, that is now a blood sport for these people. It's not recreation. It's a blood sport. Nothing less than a blood sport. This isn't new to the area. I want to reflect back to a couple of decades ago. Wyoming voted against the Matthew Shepard Hate Crimes Prevention Act. They voted against that. It was right at 100 miles from Daniel, Wyoming, where this took place, that Matthew Shepard was killed, brutally beaten, tortured, and left hanging on a barbed wire fence. Wyoming's okay doing it to people just as much as they are to wolves until they get caught. Then something's done. In this case, the statutes are there to file criminal charges against him. The definition of animals is not defined anywhere in the statutes to exclude predators from being an animal. They are an animal. I'm baffled why he has not been charged. Why he hasn't been charged? I'm from Wyoming. It's the good old boy network. You know, my family came to Wyoming on the Bozeman Trail, and I lived there the better part of 60 years on the mental health center there. I've written many of the rules for Wyoming in behavioral health. And I still am I'm in awe of why this individual has not been charged with felony cruelty to animals. And the statutes clearly say the only exclusion is if they're humanely taken. I find nothing humane about this. I'm speechless on that. Beyond that, I mean, cruelty to animals, even the FBI as of 2016 now monitors cruelty to animals in relationship to violent crime. And you've heard several professionals speak on that issue in and of itself and what it means when someone is this cruel to animals and finds no problem with it. And in fact, in the videos, you can hear him laughing about it. This is not a one-off incident. This is a culture. This is a smoke a pack a day culture in Wyoming. And it's not going away until you do something about it. You're going to have to make an example out of someone, and you're going to have to work on legislation and rules to change that and stop it. Because right now there is no management. Due to the predator zones, it's genocide. That is the way it's being managed, is complete and utter genocide. That's really all I've got to say. There isn't much more I can add to that.
Thank you. Allison Dahlman.
Hello.
Hello. Excuse me, you have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Dr. Allison Dahlman. As a veterinarian, I have witnessed animals suffer severe pain and agony from being hit by cars, shot, poisoned, trapped, and their emotional anguish is also devastating to witness. Animals feel and sense pain from losing family members to sensing our emotions, which is one reason we connect so deeply with our own pets. The trauma of being chased by snowmobiles for animals is every bit as terrifying for them as it would be for us. Unfortunately, when those in power, from legislators to commissioners, give permission to kill and abuse wildlife, it decreases the perceived value of the animal and ignores the fact that animals suffer. Blood Does Not Buy Goodwill is an excellent document regarding this often ignored topic of other sentient beings and our role in their suffering. Please use your power to prevent more animal suffering. As a doctor, I have to diagnose before I can treat. The diagnosis here is that Wyoming wildlife management regulations actually legalized and encouraged this behavior. The treatment is to update wildlife regulations using best current scientific data. It is vital that we see that wolves and other keystone species are protected and respected, not only for ecosystem balance, but also because you can feel and hear that the trauma these animals suffer is reverberating around the world. And many of us will no longer spend our tourism dollars in Wyoming. We also know that according to the FBI's National Incident Database System, animal cruelty encompasses 4 categories: simple and gross neglect, intentional abuse and torture, organized abuse, which I would say this is, and animal sex abuse. We can and have a responsibility to do better, not only for wildlife, but also for humanity. Our kids are watching this. How is Wyoming going to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Carolyn Vogt. Saria Wolf. Karen Hinjosa. Taylor Larkin Galees. Delia Malone. Christine Goulet or Goulet. Ma'am?
Hello. You can hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, you have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. I wish to thank the commissioners for allowing the public to comment today. Since my first visit to Yellowstone in July 2023, I have become more and more aware and shocked as how to our nation's wolves, grizzlies, predators, and wildlife are being crudely treated, particularly in the Northern Rockies and around the country. I am here, as are so many, to speak for justice to be served for not only for the young wolf who was brutally crippled, tortured, and ultimately killed, but for all wolves, past, present, and future. I also speak for coyotes and all wildlife who have no voice in how they are treated by people, and I also speak up on their behalf as to how they are treated as living beings. However, speaking on their behalf also means that I'm speaking on behalf of my own children and all generations to come so that they have a planet that they so much deserve, that honors and recognizes the necessity of biodiversity and its pivotal role in the overall health of our planet. Laws, policies, and programs and procedures should be a reflection of a society's values. When a law is violated or when there's a lack of a law set in place where one should be, the response speaks volumes. The heinous and barbaric actions as committed by the perpetrator on the young wolf on February 29, 2024, prove exactly that. The use of traps and snares proves exactly that. The use of motorized vehicles to hunt down wild animals proves exactly that. Why would someone set up a wild animal for suffering? This question keeps me up at night. For a state that welcomes millions of tourists each year to marvel at the beauty of the landscape and the wild animals that call Wyoming home, I urge the state of Wyoming to do everything to preserve wildlife, be a leader in education for respect and coexistence, and proper, fair, and ethical hunting policies that are based in science and humane practices. Please do all that you can to end the hatred placed on our nation's predators. Enough is enough. For I, like the far majority, will be haunted for the rest of our lives by what ensued on that day in Daniel, Wyoming, and for all the other wolves and predators that face the same fate. We will continue to stand with our wildlife for everywhere, forever. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Renee Hersey? Ma'am? If you hear me, unmute. Hello, ma'am? Going once, going twice, going 3 times? Did you make it? Nope. Debbie Goebel?
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Commission and President, for having me. My name is Debbie Goebel. I'm a pediatric ear, nose, and throat physician and surgeon in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm also a passionate wildlife advocate. The definition of empathy is the ability to share and understand the feelings of another, whether human or animal. Cody Roberts clearly was incapable of empathy as he reveled in the unconscionable, heartless, soulless acts that he committed against that beautiful young wolf. However, it is also unbelievable that he lives in a state that enables that type of behavior, in that the maiming of wolves with snowmobiles is shockingly legal in Wyoming. Cody Roberts and like-minded others' hatred of wolves stems from a lack of education and understanding of these animals. Wolves have long been unfairly vilified and persecuted, despite being social, sentient creatures who are apex predators and play a key role in maintaining healthy ecosystems, as you've been hearing multiple times today. Enlightening and educating people like Roberts, who's so entrenched in his misguided beliefs, will not be easy, but the time for change is now. And again, the world is watching. It was Mahatma Gandhi who once said, the greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. What does this case say about us then? What about you, Wyoming? I'm speaking today to be a voice for the voiceless and to challenge the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission and legislatures to find your humanity and empathy and to allow science and reason to guide new legislation regarding wolves who deserve protection and respect. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Our 2-hour period is now ended for comments on this matter. You have something to say, Director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just, I wanted to, again, like this morning, many of you were here this morning when we talked on the other issue that had so many commenters, and I do want to thank folks for maintaining the decorum that the commission outlined and expected here in the beginning. I appreciate the way that folks engaged here today and provided their thoughtful comments. You know, I do want folks to know that I've had dozens and dozens of discussions across our state with ranchers and hunters and legislators and leaders. And I haven't talked to anybody that thinks that the actions that were revealed through this incident were right. I don't think this incident reflects the state of Wyoming or our values for wildlife. Here in about just a little over an hour, I will be having a discussion with leaders from across our state, legislators, agriculture folks, the governor. Several folks will be talking about what we've heard here today and this incident here in just a little bit. I did want to, before we conclude here today, I did want to publicly thank my staff who have been over this last week have endured a significant number of phone calls, significant numbers of emails. Unfortunately, not everybody we've heard from followed the same standards that all of you followed here today. I have had my staff called names that I will not repeat here. I've had their folks call and threaten my staff's pets. At the end of the day, I'm very proud of the way that they maintained their professionalism, maintained their stamina, and worked long hours to deal with all these phone calls and to deal with folks that were really passionate about this issue and their understanding and their patience. I also want to make sure that that I say this publicly. I know very well and have worked with the wardens that investigated this incident. They are the utmost professionals. They're outstanding, exceptional employees. They're seasoned, and they conducted their duties within the law of Wyoming and in a very appropriate manner, and I support their actions and the decisions that they made. And that's what I have, Mr. President.
I would also like to thank the folks that are still sitting here and the folks that are on the internet. You know, this is a very sensitive, touchy subject, and everybody has carried himself with the utmost respect, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm probably going to say some things that I shouldn't, but I can't help but think of a situation that happened in Wyoming just this last week. It didn't involve an animal, but I can't believe there wasn't more uproar with the 14-year-old boy that was stabbed to death in front of the mall in Casper, Wyoming, by 2 other teenagers. That's just as bad or worse than killing a wolf. And I don't believe there's been the outrage that we've seen over this with that situation. And that was a human being. And it tears my heart up. I lost a son years ago, and this whole thing is unbelievable.
Mr. President, if I may, you know, at no time can I condone any action. I'm anxious to lead and I'm anxious for us to do something. But we have to have deference. We have to have deference to the governor and the leadership that he's surrounding himself with the AG's office. And I would just ensure people that we're going to find a path forward. Because this isn't what we do and this isn't what we're about. So while I'm anxious to give direction and, you know, I'm a full steam ahead kind of guy, I'm anxious for the governor to work through it, Mr. Director, with you and other leadership, and stand ready to help in any capacity that I can.
Is there any other comments? We done?
Yep. Motion to adjourn.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Motion was made, a second.
Second.
Motion's been made and second to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.